Il est de mon devoir.
It is my duty to inform the House that a vacancy has occurred in the representation.
Member for the Electoral District of Durham by resignation effective Wednesday, August 2nd, 2023. Pursuant to paragraph 25(1)(b) of the Parliament of Canada Act, I have addressed a warrant to the Chief Electoral Officer for the issue of a writ for the election of a member to fill this vacancy. I have the honor to inform the House that a message has been received from the Senate informing the House that the Senate has passed the following bill to which the concurrence of the House is desired. Projet de loi.
Bill S-12, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Sex Offender Information Registration Act, and the International Transfer of Offenders Act.
Délinquant. It being 11:02, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-318, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act and the Canada Labour Code, adoptive and intended parents, standing in the name of Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Okay, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, what a pleasure it is to be able to rise and speak on what I would classify as very important legislation. We demonstrated very clearly how important that legislation was during the pandemic. You know, at a time in which Canadians needed to feel that the government had their back, a time in which individuals understood that during the pandemic there was going to be a lot of pressure on the Canadian economy in different ways. And one of the programs that was there in a very real and tangible way that supported Canadians from coast to coast to coast was the employment insurance program, Mr. Speaker. If you take a look at the origins of the program and its intent, Mr. Speaker, it was there to be able to provide an income supplement for when individuals were having a difficult time, primarily in the area of employment, Mr. Speaker. And when I think in terms of employment, what we have witnessed over the last number of years is a substantial growth in employment, Mr. Speaker. We have literally seen since 2015, 2016, somewhere in the neighborhood of over 2 million jobs that have actually been created. That's an incredible number of jobs in a relatively short period of time. But one has to put it in the context of what's happening in our environments today. Canadians are very much concerned about issues such as inflation, such as the issue of employment. And what we need to do is to continue what it is that we have started years ago, Mr. Speaker. And that is to be there to support Canadians in every way that we can. And I guess if there was a message that I was wanting to convey to people that might be following the debate, Mr. Speaker, is to rest assured that as a government we will continue to look at ways in which we can improve their conditions, whether it's battling inflation or the issue of housing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Questions and comments? No, what are we in? Oh, there we go. There you go. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre. We'll do that again. See, this is what happens when you've been away for a little bit. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to wish everyone welcome back, and we hope that this next session will be the most constructive, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, it's with great sensitivity that I speak today on Bill C-318, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act and the Canada Labour Code, adoptive parents and intended parents for attachment leave. I'd like to say from the outset that the Bloc will support Bill C-138 in principle. Bringing a child into a family is a complex challenge, and it can be even greater so if it's an adopted child or child born through surrogacy. So I'll talk very briefly in the speech, going back over the need for the attachment bond, and then looking at the need for EI reform, and finish by bringing this need to Quebec and Ottawa. First, let's remember the important part of parenthood is the bond created with the child. Once again, in the case of an adoption and the arrival of a child from a surrogate mother, this process can be a delicate stage since the affiliation with the parents is not biological. Knowing that international adoptions are becoming less frequent and that children who are adopted by Canadian families are often older than before or have special needs, we can be sympathetic to the new parent's desire to benefit from a special attachment benefit. Knowing that the attachment process is complex and time-consuming, particularly for adopted children, and that it's part of a continuum that also includes the so-called normal needs of a baby or toddler, it's entirely feasible to create this new benefit. The bill also provides for an extension in the event of a child's hospitalization. This extension would be the equivalent to the number of weeks during which the child has been under the care of a health facility. Knowing that hospitalization of a child is an emotionally difficult ordeal, this extension seems necessary, especially if we take into account the emotional factors if a child is adopted or it comes from a surrogate mother. We should also bear in mind that this law will need to receive royal recommendation. Indeed, because this new benefit to the EI system would generate additional expenditure of approximately $88 million between 2023 and 2028. Secondly, we've also noted the government's lack of leadership on the overall EI file. In 2021, the Liberals campaigned on a promise to modernize EI, pledging to expand the program to cover the self-employed. But the pandemic underscored clear gaps, and still nothing in the latest budget. The Liberals say they're determined to modernize the system, but it's clear that their communication skills are lacking and they're not walking the talk. This also the only changes announced by this government were two minor reforms, one to extend a temporary change to EI insurance introduced in 2018 to increase the number of weeks for seasonal workers, and the other to strengthen prohibitions on employee misclassification for federally regulated on-demand workers. This is a far cry from the reform that was supposed to be major. The Bloc is calling for greater leadership on this issue. The government must review the current formula, program structure, eligibility requirements, funding, and administrative technology. This bill would amend the EI Act to add a new type of special benefit, namely a 15-week attachment benefit for adoptive parents and parents of children conceived through surrogacy. It also amends the Canada Labour Code to extend parental leave accordingly. In Canada, EI provides for a 17-week maternity leave for pregnant women, which can begin any time during the period that begins 13 weeks before the expected date of delivery. Also, 17 weeks after the actual date of delivery. The Canadian plan also provides for parental leave of up to 63 weeks for natural and adoptive parents. Parents who both work federally for federally regulated employers can share parental leave, and they have an additional 8 weeks. Parents who have parental leave are entitled to 71 weeks of leave, and they can take this leave any time during the 78-week period beginning the day the child is born or from the day the child comes into their care. The code has no provisions for paid parental leave. A longer period of parental leave under employer policy, collective agreement, or employment contract may also apply. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, I would like to do a comparison what's currently in Quebec. In the case of a birth, parental leave can begin the week of the child's birth. This is in addition to the 18-week maternity leave or the 5-week paternity leave. In the case of an adoption, each adoptive parent is also entitled to 65 weeks parental leave. The leave can begin no earlier than the week a child is entrusted to the adoptive parents or when the parents leave work to travel outside Quebec to pick up their child. This leave extends to a maximum of 78 weeks. In a same-sex couple, both parents are entitled to parental leave if the bond between the child and his or her father or mother has been established in the birth certificate or adoption judgment. At the parent's request, parental leave may be suspended, divided, or extended if the parent's or child's state of health so requires. In other situations, at the parent's request and with employer's consent, the leave may be split. In Quebec, until December 2020, the Quebec Parental Insurance Plan, or the QPIP, did not offer the same privileges to all workers. Adopters had 18 fewer weeks to spend with their children. And it finally, after a battle with the Federation of Adoptive Parents of Quebec, it turned the tide. And on October 27, 2020, Bill 51 grants adopters equal treatment as of December 1st, 2020. And they now have the right to the same length of duration and level of income replacement as biological parents. For the time being, therefore, both the Canadian and the Quebec plans do not contain any attachment benefits as proposed in the current bill. The PBO has studied the cost implications of Bill C-318. The current proposal is that beneficiaries would receive a benefit equivalent to 55% of their average weekly insurable earnings, for 15 weeks. Up to an amount determined by the maximal annual insurable earnings earned in the year in question. The maximum weekly benefit for 2023 is $650 for each child. The 15 weeks of benefits could be divided between both parents. The program would cost approximately $88 million over 5 years, and it should be also remembered that projections on the number of adoptions and births of children conceived through surrogacy are not fleshed out and generate a certain amount of uncertainty. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to return to the attachment theory, whose discovery is essentially attributable to John Bowlby, and which highlighted the fact that from birth, the child needs an adult for protection. And the elements of attachment theory are the need for stability and continuity, as well as sufficient quantity and quality of basic care. Depending on the child's way of being and the way the parent responds to their requests, a shared partnership will develop. So for a child, a secure and healthy attachment bond is an important foundation that enables them to explore the world, knowing that they can return to a safe place. It's a crucial way for children to learn to organize their feelings and actions because they can rely on the person who offers them this care. The creation of an attachment bond is essential for the child's long-term psychological health. By establishing an attachment, the child learns to trust others, which will help them establish healthy relationships. Finally, the long-awaited arrival of a new child is a very emotional time for parents. However, the vast majority of them are based on two foundations, presence and temporarily. This new benefit could help parents take on their new roles as parents and to fully dedicate themselves to this. EI is part of our social safety net, and it has been shown that problems with EI were exacerbated during the pandemic. We're asking for this reform out of humanity because EI helps people to get through different tough times. Yes, we need to have reform for this benefit and also more globally. And the new upcoming session, because we've talked about things a lot on the ground this summer, reform of EI is more than necessary to help us get through these very tough times. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Before we continue debate, I just wanted to remind folks that due to the standing order changes that we all have to be speaking from our seats. So just a quick reminder, and I'm just staring over there. Okay, good.
Reminder that you all must do your speeches from your seats with the changes to the standing orders.
Ready to go? Awesome. Continuing debate with the Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start out by congratulating the Adopt for Life and the Child and Youth Permanency Council of Canada and the Time to Attach campaign for their tireless advocacy that has led to Bill C-318 today. I also congratulate my colleague from Battleford's Lloydminster for putting this bill forward. It is an important first step to provide adoptive parents with the parental time they need to attach to adoptive children. This is a critical first step in improving the outcomes for children being adopted, many of whom are over the age of 10 at the time of placement and have a history of trauma and loss. I, along with my NDP colleagues, support this change as we recognize that building relationships between the child and adoptive families is vital for the success not only of the child, but the adoptive family. Mr. Speaker, the first year that children are with their adoptive parents or caregivers is crucial for bonding and creating a foundation for strong relationships. The extension of this parental leave is crucial. Unfortunately, one of the areas this bill falls short is the recognition of kinship and customary care arrangements. This is strongly supported by the Adopt for Life and Time to Attach campaign, who are also fighting for an additional 15-week leave for children who are receiving customary and kinship care. The province of Manitoba defines kinship care, Mr. Speaker, as an arrangement in which the child is placed with extended family, such as a grandparent or someone whom they have a significant relationship. And Simcoe Muskoka Family Connections define customary care as care through an individual's lifespan in which the community takes care of its own members according to its customs, traditions, and norms. Both kinship and customary care arrangements are common within Indigenous nations as we struggle to reclaim our families and children. This is a serious omission in the bill that needs to be addressed, Mr. Speaker, especially because in the provinces of Manitoba and Saskatchewan, 90% of all children in care are Indigenous. In fact, there are more children in the child welfare system today than at the height of the residential school system. And we know the harmful implications of separating children from their family and communities. One only has to look at the impacts of residential schools where children were forcibly removed from their families and shipped off to residential schools, and the 60 Scoop where Indigenous children were removed from customary care structures and placed in non-Indigenous foster homes, disconnecting them from their familial and community structure. The lasting damage that has caused. In both instances, physical, sexual, emotional, psychological, and spiritual abuse were rampant. This has resulted in lasting trauma and loss for individuals, families, and communities. This was acknowledged in the 2015 report by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada. Moreover, the admission of customary and kinship care is contrary to our international obligations, including UNDRIP and Bill C-15, which is now a law in Canada. It also is in violation of Article 2 of the UN Convention of Genocide. Mr. Speaker, I want to share a story about my mother. My mother, Marjorie Gazan, was a street kid and a child welfare survivor who ended up in the system after my grandmother abandoned her and her younger brother in a hotel room in Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan, at 5 years old. My grandmother had to leave them to earn money. There were no supports for Indigenous women in the 1930s. There was no human rights. There was no one to turn to, especially for Indigenous single mothers, and my grandmother was not an exception. Since my mother was the eldest child, my grandmother left her in charge of her younger brother with specific instructions. She said, "Here is a loaf of bread, peanut butter, and jam. It needs to last 5 days." I remember my mother telling me how she, along with my uncle, gleefully ate the loaf of bread and ran out of their food ration in only 1 day. Hungry, scared, and alone, my mother decided to call the Children's Aid Society. Mr. Speaker, it's beyond most people's imagination, especially those persons who have been privileged with human rights, what a 5-year-old girl would have to endure to understand who to call and how to work with the bureaucratic child welfare system to relieve her and her brother's hunger. It wasn't that my grandmother didn't love her. She also grew up as a street kid who in life became a serious alcoholic to deal with the violent genocide she experienced throughout her life. Dislocated from her family for reasons directly correlated to the Indian Act and other institutional and colonial disruptions, including residential schools, she did not have anyone or anywhere to turn to. In fact, under the former Indian Act, person is defined as, in quotes, any individual other than an Indian. This made it impossible for my grandmother. Mr. Speaker, when my mother and uncle were apprehended into care, my late great-auntie Stella Goodwill offered to take them into her house on Standing Buffalo Reservation. This, however, did not occur. As a result, my mother ended up being switched between 15 different placements. Yes, Mr. Speaker, 15 different placements between the age of 5 and 18. It was not until I was 13 years old that my mother reconnected with our family and community of Wood Mountain Lakota Nation. My mother had to endure a life alone in the world, and as a result, I was brought up almost completely void of extended family. In fact, I often envied my friends having big family dinners with their relatives. This was robbed from our family by the child welfare system and residential school, the intergenerational impacts of institutionalization, colonialism, and systemic racism. Mr. Speaker, I sometimes wonder why I was brought to the House of Commons, an often racist, misogynistic, classist, and neo-colonial environment where talk of reconciliation is cheap and the discomfort that is demonstrated when the residue of trauma caused by colonial violence rears its head is received with assumptions and judgments. But maybe that's why I'm here, Mr. Speaker, to tell these stories, to speak these truths that will forever be recorded in the Hansard, to fight for justice for families and communities and bring our children and women home. Customary and kinship care is one way to achieve this. Although the NDP will be supporting this bill, it is my hope that this will be addressed in committee to extend the benefits to customary and kinship caregivers to truly reflect reconciliation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Debate continues with the honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure to be back into the House of Commons and to speak on behalf of my constituents of Peterborough-Kawartha, and I'm very, very honoured to be supporting my colleague and my friend from Battleford's Lloydminster's Bill C-318, which I'm going to be speaking on today. Mr. Speaker, I am the critic for families, children, and social development, and since being elected, I've had the opportunity to speak to thousands of people across this country. And there's something that everyone in this House, I hope, knows, and that is our children are in a mental health crisis. There's no doubt about it. There's no denying it. It is everywhere you go. And the increase of neurodivergence, the increase of needs for our children is increasing as the cost of living is increasing and putting stress on parents. There's huge issues across this country in affordability and housing and mental health, and it's a spider web, and none of it can be separated. None of it can be treated one without the other. And so what happens so often in government on all levels is it is hard to start. How do you fix such significant, giant problems? And things like this private member's bill, what a private member's bill is, for people who don't know, it's a member in the House, and in this case, it's my colleague from Battleford's Lloydminster who put forward a bill to be passed on this House, to be passed through this House. And it's a tangible item that we can all work together on in this House across all party lines and approve it and make sure that it happens. It's something that starts the ball rolling. It's a tiny thing that will change the crisis that we are in. So what is it? It's a bill that pushes for adoptive and intended parents to have extended EI benefits. Many people don't know this, but adoptive and intended parents do not get the same EI benefits that other parents do. Why? I don't know that answer. It seems pretty silly when you say it out loud. It seems like a very common sense thing. 1 in 6 families in Canada are suffering from infertility. That number is going up. 20,000 children across this country are members of the state. That means they're not with a family. And the majority of those kids are over 10 years old. Those first years of your life, of your brain being developed, and anybody who has any neuroscience background knows this, your brain is a little Play-Doh and it gets mapped. And if you are not loved or you are not attached or you are in an environment that is not safe, that is going to cause long-term issues. And you have mental health issues, you might have addiction issues, you might have trouble with healthy relationships. All of these things that we've studied in our committee in FEWO. So imagine we have an equity bill that offers the same amount of EI benefits for adoptive and intended parents. It's a compassionate, common sense bill that I think can get support throughout this entire House. Now I'm going to go into some of the details of what the bill means. So up to 15 weeks of additional leave allows a parent to stay home to care for their child, bond, and form healthy attachments within the critical first year of their life or placement in a family. C-318 also recognizes the unique needs and complexities of attachment for adoptive families by better supporting healthy attachments, and it will, of course, improve long-term outcomes and strengthen families. Carolyn McLeod is a professor and chair of the Department of Philosophy at Western University, and she did a survey of 974 adoptive parents. She found that 94% of these parents with additional benefits would find it very beneficial, and roughly 75% said they did not have enough time to bond with their children. She states a significant portion of them said that the current benefit system was a barrier to them adopting a sibling group or children with complex needs. They didn't feel that they would have enough time with a child in those circumstances, so they simply did not choose to adopt a child in those circumstances. Every child and youth need time to adapt and adjust to their new family. Trust is the foundation for attachment. And many of these kids, as we've said earlier, who are over 10, are going to need that time desperately. Because every person deserves to belong to a family, feel safe, and know that they have somebody who has their back. The Liberal government has long promised to deliver 15 additional weeks of parental leave for adoptive families, but they have repeatedly failed to deliver on that promise. Back in 2019, the Prime Minister campaigned on fixing this problem. Yet another broken promise. Despite overseeing the file and being mandated to fix this problem for 4 years, the former Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion would not commit to providing the necessary royal recommendation for this bill. It was within her mandate as Minister to introduce a 15-week leave for adoptive parents. Most recently, the former minister publicly alluded to a benefit for adoptive parents included in the 2023 budget, yet when the budget was delivered, it was not there. I will give a call to action to everyone watching at home, because sometimes it just sounds like there's a lot of talk in this House and in this chamber. You can directly message the minister, and you can say, we need you to approve the royal recommendation, because if it doesn't happen, this bill dies. That's what needs to happen. That's what we're calling on today. We've heard from all parties, and they've given great speeches, and thank you to my colleague from the Bloc and to the NDP and the Liberals. They see the value in this bill. How can you not? But there has to be action attached to the words, or it's just empty promises. I want to read to you a lovely story from Kyla Bezarick. And she's gone through the process herself, and she stated, 35 weeks is simply not enough time for a youth like me to feel comfortable with an entirely different family, let alone build trust with these unknown parental figures. I believe we, who through no fault of our own have experienced significant losses, deserve equal, if not more time to heal and attach to our new family. These are stories we need to hear, Mr. Speaker, and this is all you need to know to support my colleague from Battleford's Lloyd Minister's bill today. Canada is an outlier in not providing equal leave for all families. Now, if you look at comparator countries such as Australia, New Zealand, and the UK, they all provide equal leave to these families. Moreover, it's not going to be a huge cost burden. According to the PBO estimate, which is the Parliamentary Budget Officer for those watching, the proposed new EI attachment benefit for adoptive and intended parents will cost $88 million over 2023 to 2024 to 2027 to 2028. When we look at fiscal responsibility, Mr. Speaker, this is it. It's how money is spent. It's where it's directed. It's the return on investment. And I would challenge anyone in this House to tell me what better return on investment you have than building healthy families, than teaching children that they are loved, that they are supported, and helping parents not stress about being with their children when they need it most. Again, I will leave with this. I call on the Minister of Employment, Workforce and Development today to provide royal recommendation, because if they don't, this bill will die. And I encourage every single member in this House, let's start off this session showing Canadians that we mean what we say and we say what we mean, and we care about children and families in this country. And I want to congratulate my member on this bill, and I thank everyone for supporting Bill C-318. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Continuing debate with the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Slight change in title, but thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's an honor to rise today to speak to this piece of legislation, which I actually think is extremely well-intentioned and certainly is in line with where our government wants to go in terms of employment insurance. We understand, Mr. Speaker, that EI parental benefits need to be fair for all workers, and that's why we're committed to adopting legislation that provides adoptive parents with an additional 15 weeks of leave to ensure that they receive the same level of support to care for their children as other parents do. And when you look at the various different measures that we've brought in, Mr. Speaker, whether it's the Canada Child Benefit, to affordable childcare, to incentivizing shared leave, our government has delivered in many regards with respect to providing for Canadian parents. And we will continue to do that at every opportunity that we have, Mr. Speaker. I do note that there are some flaws with this legislation, Mr. Speaker. In particular, albeit perhaps not a flaw, a major hurdle is the issue with respect to royal recommendation. My colleague that spoke before me certainly indicated that it is possible to contact the minister, but the minister doesn't have ultimate jurisdiction over what is awarded royal recommendation. It's an extremely difficult process to overcome that hurdle of royal recommendation, and I would be more than interested to hear of examples that former Conservative governments have done with respect to allowing for royal recommendation when similar pieces of legislation have come forward. I know of the issue of royal recommendation very well because I actually brought forward a bill back in 2016 that I didn't believe required royal recommendation, but after the bill had been tabled, the Speaker had determined that. Needless to say, the government certainly did not support my request for royal recommendation, and it was actually on the same topic of EI and maternity benefits for women who worked in hazardous work conditions. The point is to say, Mr. Speaker, that this hurdle of royal recommendation is indeed an extremely tall one that requires an incredible amount of consideration, and it is very, very, very rare, Mr. Speaker, that royal recommendation is given by the by Cabinet. Having said that, there are some other challenges with the bill that I'd like to address, Mr. Speaker. Under the current EI regulation, adoptive parents and parents of children conceived by surrogacy are entitled to up to 40 shareable weeks of EI parental benefits to care for and bond with their children. Adoptive parents do not, however, as this bill is trying to address, have access to EI maternity benefits of 15 weeks, which support the recovery of claimants who are pregnant or who have recently given birth. Now, Bill C-318 would create an additional, would create a new 15-week EI benefit for the attachment and caring for adoptive children or those conceived by surrogacy that is available from the week of placement up to 52 weeks. This is an attempt to mirror the 15 weeks of maternity benefit, which can start as early as 12 weeks before the expected date of birth and can end as late as 17 weeks after the actual date of birth. However, Mr. Speaker, the proposed 15-week benefit, it would only commence at the time of placement, quote unquote. In other words, it would not support the individuals during the time that they need to prepare for the arrival of a child, for example, preparing their home and other lifestyle changes that are required to take in a new addition to their family. And in addition, Mr. Speaker, this bill provides 17 weeks of leave, i.e. 2 additional weeks to the proposed benefit 15 weeks of income support, which is an outdated practice from when EI waiting period used to be 2 weeks rather than the current 1 week. So, Mr. Speaker, I mean, I think that I absolutely applaud the member for bringing this forward. I think that most members in this House agree, I certainly do, that we need to move in the direction that would allow for this type of implementation. I think that there are some issues with this. The problem that really faces this bill right now is going to be whether or not it receives that royal recommendation, because it won't be able to proceed much further from this point until we have reached, until that occurs. And as I indicated previously, it's very, very rare that ever does occur, Mr. Speaker. Nonetheless, I applaud the member for the initiative. I think that it's a very important one, and I think that there are going to be opportunities in the future, if not through this bill specifically, but to continue to collaborate together in this House to make sure that maternity and parental benefits are widely available to all those who are having children, as we continue to see, different forms of that happening throughout the country in terms of families growing. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for bringing this bill forward. Unfortunately, because of the reasons that I outlined, I won't be able to support it, but I'm happy to, or I'm looking forward to seeing where the issue goes in the future. Thank you.
I just want to apologize quickly to the honourable member for calling him the wrong title, because sometimes we're a little late in finding out what's going on here at the table, but we have to go to X, formerly Twitter, to find out that the honourable member is the new deputy House leader. Le débat continue avec l'honorable.
Debate continues with the Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Welcome back to the House, Mr. Speaker, and to all of my colleagues from all parties. I'll be speaking to you today about Bill C-318, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act and the Canada Labour Code. And we're talking here about 2 specific aspects: adoptive parents and intended parents.
And this is a file where the Liberal government is sorely lacking in leadership. For those who might be unfamiliar with this bill, and might well be the case on this first day back here in the House after the summer, its purpose is to add a new type of specific benefit to employment insurance. Specifically, it's a 15-week attachment benefit for adoptive parents and for the parents of children conceived by surrogate mothers. This would obviously amend the Canada Labour Code and would extend parental leave accordingly. The bill also provides for an extension in the event of the child's hospitalization. And colleagues, I don't think that anyone here in this room is questioning the need for a parent to be able to take time off work to properly welcome and take care of their new baby. Whether you've had children yourself or not, I think everybody knows that when a new child comes home, it comes with its share of challenges and trials. Screaming, crying, nightmares, anxiety, colic, potential health problems, feeding problems. I know I see some people nodding along here. We've all gone through it in one way or another, and it's important to eliminate from the home anything that could pose a threat to the little baby, while at the same time arranging the space to encourage as much cognitive and physical development as possible. An important part of parenthood, obviously, is the bond that is created between the parent and the child. You have to make sure that they're happy, that all of their needs are met, that they feel safe and secure, and that they can develop a bond of trust with their new family. It is undeniable that all new parents will go through a complex and challenging period of adaptation, full of challenges, and which is different for every single child. Unfortunately, or fortunately, there's no manual or bill from Parliament that can truly prepare parents and families for this new life. And believe me, I've been there. But there are measures that the government can put in place to facilitate the process and to give new parents the tools that they need. And this should be the case for all parents. Adoptive parents don't have it any easier than biological parents. In fact, the opposite is often true, and this is linked to the notion of attachment, which is mentioned in the summary of Bill C-318. In the scientific literature, and my colleague mentioned this earlier, attachment theory has established itself as a decisive element in ensuring the good development of a child. This theory, set out by John Bowlby, highlights the fact that from birth, children turn to adults for protection, among other things. The elements of attachment theory are based on the need for stability and continuity, as well as sufficient quantity and quality of basic care. Over the long term, the creation of an attachment bond is essential for a child's good psychological health. This having been said, in the case of adoption or the arrival of a child from a surrogate mother, the process of creating an attachment bond can be quite challenging because the link with the parent is not biological. It has to be built, and that takes time. The meeting between parents and the child often takes place in a context of long-distance travel with jet lag, fatigue, and it also involves often changes in culture, language, and climate. The child probably and obviously doesn't share the new parent's excitement and anticipation. The child has to say goodbye to the place that they've known and to all those who've cared for them since they were born, the people with whom they've created bonds of attachment. We also have to consider the impact of the general decline in international adoption. And I say this because it's increasingly difficult to adopt young children here in Canada. It's longer and more complex than it used to be. In terms of parents who adopt a child conceived by a surrogate mother, some factors may change, but the challenges surrounding the creation of the attachment bond are quite similar. There's a need for time with the child to foster attachment and create a strong, lasting parental bond. I would also like to remind the House that currently neither the Canadian nor the Quebec maternity and parental leave plans currently include an attachment benefit as has been proposed by this bill. In light of all this information, the Bloc Québécois supports and strongly supports the creation of a 15-week attachment benefit, 15-week, as I said, benefit for adoptive parents and parents of children conceived by surrogate mothers. This is not an exaggerated measure. And so I would invite all members of this House to do as the Bloc Québécois will do and to vote in favor of this bill and support it. And what we find in the Bloc Québécois, very unfortunate, is the Liberals' lack of leadership on the overall issue of employment insurance. Need I remind you that 2 years ago, in 2021, the Liberal Party campaigned on a promise to modernize EI. And in particular, it pledged to extend the program to cover the self-employed and to fill the gaps revealed by the COVID-19 pandemic. But here we are in September 2023, and if we look at the latest budget tabled by the Liberal government, we can see that there's still nothing. Just a couple of small reforms, if you want to call them that, but nothing else. This is far from the major structural changes promised to Canadians and Quebecers. What guarantee do we have that if this bill were to pass, would be applied by the Liberals? As my colleague said earlier, you need to follow through. And this is something that Liberal government is not very good at doing. So in closing, Mr. Speaker, I would invite my colleagues once again to follow the lead of the Bloc Québécois and myself and vote in favour of Bill C-318, which would give a much-needed boost to many families who truly need it. Mr. Speaker, thank you and have a great parliamentary session.
Continuing debate. If I'm to recognize the next member before her right of reply, the honourable member for Battleford, Lloydminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As it's been said today and throughout the course of this debate, the arrival of a new child is one of the most important times in a parent's life. It is a time of great joy and excitement, but a growing family also presents added pressures on parents. Parenting demands time, energy, and attention. It also adds financial costs to household budgets. The Employment Insurance Program provides important supports for new parents. Maternity and parental benefits help to offset some of these pressures that are faced by new parents. These benefits provide parents critical financial support so that they can afford to take the time off work and to care and bond with their child. The leave entitlement provisions in the Canada Labour Code and provincial labour codes ensure that when they do take the leave, their jobs are protected. Unfortunately, the current reality is that the Employment Insurance Program does not treat all families equally. Families who grow their families through adoption and/or surrogacy are entitled to 15 weeks less leave. These families are no less deserving of this time with their new child, nor is that time less needed. Bill C-318 is a common sense piece of legislation that rectifies the existing gap that is in our system. It delivers parity for families formed through adoption and surrogacy, but at its core, Mr. Speaker, this legislation is about the welfare and the well-being of our children. That is why the preamble of this bill intentionally acknowledges that families formed through adoption and surrogacy can face unique attachment challenges. Overcoming these challenges requires time, patience, and a dedicated effort. And the first year of a child's life in placement within a family is a critical time to form secure and healthy attachments. With the opportunity of more time together, this proposed benefit in this bill nurtures healthy attachments. And ultimately, it contributes positively to a child's social, emotional, and cognitive development. The benefits, Mr. Speaker, of healthy attachment are lifelong and support the long-term outcomes within a family. Mr. Speaker, it has been encouraging to hear supportive comments from all sides of the House towards a parental leave system that treats all families fairly. And Canadians across this country are now eagerly waiting for those supportive comments to translate into the passage of this bill. I have heard directly from many parents, some who are hopeful that this bill will pass in time to deliver them the supports that they need, and so many more from who know firsthand how meaningful 15 weeks more leave would have been for their own families, and who don't want other families to miss out on that precious time together. It's time we support all families equally, that we honor the diversity of families in Canada and ensure that government policies and programs are inclusive. C-318 provides every member of this House the opportunity to support adoptive and intended parents, and together take meaningful steps toward parity. Mr. Speaker, with the stated support from my parliamentary colleagues from across partisan lines, it can now be anticipated that this bill will live or die based on the provision of a royal recommendation. Just as his predecessor avoided taking a position on this bill, the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Official Languages has not yet provided the royal recommendation needed, yet alone even acknowledged my correspondence to him. This issue is truly nonpartisan. In fact, this Liberal government has been promising themselves to deliver parity to adoptive parents since 2019 and made the same promise to intended parents earlier this year, but they have failed to act and deliver on that promise. These families are owed more than just broken promises from this Liberal government. Adoptive and intended parents should not have to keep waiting for parity in our benefit system. I sincerely hope that a royal recommendation is forthcoming from the Minister and his Liberal government, particularly Cabinet. Mr. Speaker, it is time that we give all parents the time that they need and they deserve with their children. Thank you.
La question.
The question is as follows.
Mrs. Falk, seconded by Ms. Gray, move that Bill C-318, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act and the Canadian Labour Code, adoptive and intended parents, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
I would like to request a recorded division, Speaker.
Pursuing to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, September 20th, 2023, at the expiry of the time provided oral questions. Seeing that we have a couple of minutes here, we will suspend until noon at the call of the chair.
We will suspend until noon.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons, consideration at second reading of Bill C-48, an act to amend the criminal code, bail reform.
Mr. Varani, seconded by Mr. Fraser, moves that Bill C-48, an act to amend the criminal code, bail reform, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill C-48. As this is my first time rising in this chamber as Minister of Justice and Attorney General, I want to first thank the Prime Minister for placing his confidence in me and appointing me to this position. I want to thank the constituents of Parkdale High Park for their faith in me over the past 3 elections. I look forward to continuing to earn their support in this new role. I want to also thank my parents and my sister for always empowering me to dream, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my wife and my children for supporting me in realizing my dreams. There's another person in this chamber without whose work I could not be engaging in this, Mr. Speaker, and that's the Honourable Member for LaSalle, Aymar Verdun. The work he has done over the past 4.5 years has made Canada a better place, the justice system more fair, and his work will continue to inspire me and the work that I do in this role. And lastly, I want to congratulate my parliamentary secretary, the member for Etobicoke Lakeshore. I have the pleasure of having him as a riding neighbour in Toronto, and I'm very excited to work with this excellent lawyer and parliamentarian to improve Canada's justice system. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-48. It will strengthen Canada's bail laws to address the public's concerns relating to repeat violent offending and offences involving firearms and other weapons. It responds to direct requests we have received from provinces, territories, and law enforcement. I know these issues are a top concern for all parties in this chamber and indeed all Canadians. And I look forward to seeing everyone in this chamber across partisan lines help pass this bill quickly in order to make Canadians safer. We've heard support from this package from provincial and territorial counterparts across the country of all political stripes, Mr. Speaker, as well as municipal leaders, police, and victims' organizations. I want to begin by expressing my sincere condolences to the families of those we have lost recently in senseless killings. My mind turns to a family, the family of Gabriel Magalhaes, who was fatally stabbed at Keele subway station in my very own riding of Parkdale High Park. The country mourns with you. This violence is unacceptable, and we cannot stand for it. Canadians deserve to be safe in their communities from coast to coast to coast. As a father, I am personally concerned about crime and violence. I want to make sure my 2 boys are protected, as are all Canadian families. That is one of my goals as Justice Minister. This bill will help advance that goal. Our government is working to ensure that these crimes cannot be repeated. That means tackling crime as well as what causes crime. We are the party of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, Mr. Speaker. Canadians expect laws that both keep them safe and respect rights that are entrenched in the Charter. In C-48, we have struck that important balance. This legislation recognizes the harms posed by repeat violent offenders and improves our bail system to better reflect this reality. I want to take a moment to remind my colleagues about the values we hold on this side of the House. Public safety is paramount for our Liberal government. This means ensuring that serious crimes will always have serious consequences. It also means improving mental health supports and social services that will prevent crime in the first place and help offenders to get the support or treatment they need to reintegrate safely into communities after they have served their sentence. We believe that investing in our communities ensures safety in the long term. I was dismayed, Mr. Speaker, by the comments made by the Leader of the Opposition in the spring. He would rather engage in fear-mongering, Mr. Speaker, for political gain instead of doing what is right, coming up with real solutions. He advocates for measures that would limit Canadians' charter rights. He points fingers instead of acknowledging the root causes of crime. The Leader of the Opposition has ignored evidence. He has voted against progress. I'm dismayed, Mr. Speaker, but I'm not surprised. The Conservative approach to criminal justice has been short-sighted. We cannot return to Harper-era policies of clogged prisons, of court delays, of wasted resources, and increased recidivism. However, I was heartened to hear the Leader of the Opposition on August 18th, just about a month ago, Mr. Speaker, say, quote, "I'm happy to bring back Parliament today, and we'll pass bail reform by midnight tonight," end quote. Well, Mr. Speaker, Parliament is back. We are here. I'm willing to put in the work to have this bill passed by midnight tonight. I hope the Leader of the Opposition will stay true to his word and is ready to do the same along with his caucus colleagues. Premiers around the country want this. Police around the country want this. Canadians around the country want this. Let's get this done, Mr. Speaker. The clock is ticking. So what are the specific measures that we're speaking about in Bill C-48? According to existing Canadian law, bail can be denied in 3 circumstances: to ensure the accused's attendance in court, to protect the public, and to maintain public confidence in the administration of justice. Justice ministers across Canada agree that the bail system functions properly in most cases. At the same time, however, we've heard that there are challenges with the bail system when it comes to repeat violent offenders. Circumstances change, and our justice system should reflect those changes. We're always open to making the system better. When we see a problem, we act. That is what Bill C-48 is about, Mr. Speaker. The targeted reforms in this bill will improve bail in 5 regards. First, by enacting a new reverse onus for repeat violent offending involving weapons. Secondly, by adding certain firearms offenses to the provisions that would trigger a reverse onus. Third, by expanding the current intimate partner violence reverse onus. Fourth, by clarifying the meaning of a prohibition order for the purpose of an existing reverse onus provision. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, by adding new considerations and requirements for courts regarding an accused's violent history and community safety. Let me start, first of all, with the newly proposed reverse onus. A reverse onus at bail starts with the presumption that an accused person will be detained pending trial unless they can show why they should be released. The onus is on the accused. It sends a strong message to the courts, Mr. Speaker, that Parliament believes that bail should be harder to get when there is an increased risk to public safety, or because a release in these cases would undermine confidence in the system. Importantly, however, the decision and the discretion to deny bail rests with the courts, who are best placed to make such determinations.
This new reverse onus would only apply in the following situations. The offense would have been committed with the use, attempt, or threat of violence through a weapon. The offense is punishable for 10 years imprisonment or more. The accused was convicted of another offense corresponding to these criteria in the previous 5 years.
Repeat violent offending. My provincial and territorial counterparts and the police have told us that this is what we need to address. We are delivering in terms of that specific request. The new reverse onus targets the use of dangerous weapons. What am I speaking about, Mr. Speaker? I'm talking about firearms. I'm talking about knives. I'm talking about bear spray, which I know has been a particularly acute problem in the prairie provinces, thus the direct ask that was made of me and my predecessor. In addition, we are cracking down on firearms offenses. Bill C-48, I'm in my second category, Mr. Speaker, will create a reverse onus for additional indictable firearms offenses. So when the premiers of the country got together in January and wrote to the Prime Minister, they said you need a reverse onus on unlawful possession of a loaded or easily loaded, prohibited or restricted firearm. This bill delivers that. On top of what they asked us for in January, we've added additional provisions, Mr. Speaker, and those are if you are charged with breaking and entering to steal a firearm, if you are involved in a robbery to steal a firearm, if you are charged with making an automatic firearm. In all of those additional instances, the onus would be reversed, making bail much more difficult to receive. Gun crime is a serious threat to public safety. We've heard this from coast to coast to coast in this country. We've heard about this in this chamber. We've seen too many lives lost and innocent people hurt because of guns. Our government knows that when a gun is involved, the risk is so much greater. That's why we're expanding the reverse onus provisions to make it harder to get bail in those circumstances. These reforms respond directly to the calls of the 13 premiers across this country, some of whom share my political party stripe, Mr. Speaker, many of whom share yours and the Conservative parties, and some of whom share the NDP's. What's important is that it's a multi-partisan approach. They also reflect the perspectives of law enforcement partners to make bail more onerous for accused persons charged with serious firearms offenses. My third category, Mr. Speaker, is that this bill will strengthen the existing reverse onus that applies to accused persons charged with an offense involving intimate partner violence, where they have a previous conviction for this type of an offense. As members may recall, this particular reverse onus was enacted through the former Bill C-75, which received royal assent in June of 2019. It makes it more difficult for an accused person to get bail where a pattern of violence against an intimate partner is being alleged. The goal is to provide further protection to victims from the escalating nature of this type of violence. Our Liberal government, under the direct leadership of the Prime Minister, has always taken the issue of intimate partner violence seriously and will continue to protect victims of such violence. The
fourth key element of this bill is to clarify the meaning of the prohibition order at the bail stage. The reverse onus at this stage currently occurs when a person is alleged to have committed a weapons-related offense while under a weapons prohibition order. The bill clearly states that this reversal would also apply in the case of a bail order containing a condition prohibiting the accused from possessing a firearm or other weapons. This amendment strengthens the current reverse onus provision by making it clearer and easier to apply.
Key proposal among the group of 5 that I mentioned at the outset, Mr. Speaker, relates to what considerations the court must make and take when deciding whether to release someone on bail. In 2019, the former Bill C-75 amended the code to provide that before making a bail order, courts must consider any relevant factor, including the criminal record of the accused or if the charges involved intimate partner violence. That very provision would now be expanded to expressly require courts to consider if the accused's criminal record includes a history of convictions involving violence. This would help strengthen public confidence and public safety because bail courts would now be specifically directed to consider whether the accused has any previous violent convictions and whether they represent an increased risk of reoffending even when the proposed reverse onuses do not apply. The bail provisions would be further amended to require a court to state on the record that it considered the safety and security of the community in relation to the alleged offense. Let me repeat that. This bill, once it passes, and indeed I hope it passes today, will require a court to state on the record that it considered the safety and security of the community in relation to the alleged offense when making a bail order. That's listening to communities and responding to their needs directly through parliamentary action. It would complement the current requirement that the court consider the safety and security of any victim. This amendment would address specific concerns I've heard from municipalities, Indigenous communities, racialized and marginalized communities. Our collective safety matters critically in bail decisions. This is an important change, Mr. Speaker. Members of small remote communities have told us that the release of an accused on bail could have significant implications for their residents. This change requires the courts to explicitly consider the wishes of those very communities.
Mr. Speaker, it is our government's responsibility to ensure that all proposed legislation is charter compliant. I am confident that the proposed measures meet the mark. The charter statement for this bill, available on the Department of Justice's website, provides further information.
Mr. Speaker, I'm deeply committed to ensuring that any measures taken in this chamber, by this government, by this parliament, will not exacerbate the overrepresentation of Indigenous, Black, and racialized persons in our criminal justice system. We must not further marginalize and disadvantage vulnerable people, including those struggling with poverty, homelessness, mental health, and substance use issues. The
government is intent on fighting systemic discrimination in our criminal justice system in Canada. I think we need important amendments, and this shows our determination in this respect.
Bill are the result of extensive collaboration between federal, provincial, and territorial governments. Members may be aware that the previous Ministers of Justice and Public Safety convened an urgent meeting on March 10th of this year with their provincial and territorial counterparts to discuss ways to strengthen the bail system. This was a productive meeting. Ministers agreed that law reform is necessary, but it was only part of the solution. The provinces and territories expressed willingness to take action in various areas themselves, including improved data collection, policies, practices, training, and programs in the area of bail support and bail enforcement. I'm very encouraged by the efforts that are already taking place by these provincial and territorial partners to improve the bail system in Canada. They are our partners in this issue. They will be our partners in rendering Canada more safe. For example, in Ontario and Manitoba, they have announced commitments to enhance bail compliance measures, among other things, to increase public safety and address concerns posed by those engaged in repeat violent offending. In British Columbia, the Premier there has also stepped up and made significant investments to strengthen enforcement and improve interventions in relation to repeat violent offending. I believe that any criminal law reform enacted by Parliament will be even more effective, Mr. Speaker, because of such actions taken by the provinces I've just listed, and I'm hoping that every province follows suit. This position that I'm taking, that I'm pronouncing here in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, that are entrenched in Bill C-48 is backed up by law enforcement. Brian Sauvé, president of the National Police Federation, said on this very issue, quote, "We also see the federal government's tabling of Bill C-48 in June as a good first step, but this cannot be the only solution. Provincial and territorial governments must now look at their own justice systems and make needed improvement. Our justice system is complex with many interrelated challenges and flaws that cannot be addressed through legislation alone." End quote. Notre gouvernement.
Our government is also committed to fight crime through the amendment of the Criminal Code, and this also includes non-legislative reform. The Minister of Public Safety has announced $380 million in funding to help fight gangs and firearm crime. This financing will support government initiatives provincially with respect to bail. This also completes our agreements to remove firearms through C-21.
We'll have a role to play in keeping our communities safe. I would be remiss not to acknowledge the dedication and service of law enforcement across our country in doing exactly that, protecting the safety of our communities, sometimes jeopardizing their own personal safety in doing so. We're pleased that police associations across the country have come out in support of Bill C-48. This past weekend, in my very own riding of Parkdale High Park, I hosted the Toronto Chief of Police, Myron Demkiw, in my riding for a festival. And he personally expressed to me his hope that C-48 becomes law as soon as possible. When I said to him it would be debated first thing on Monday, he said to me, "Дуже дякую," thank you, in Ukrainian. We've also discussed bail in meetings with representatives from national Indigenous organizations, and their views were and continue to be welcomed. This helped us to better understand what is needed in relation to criminal justice, system reform, and keeping all communities safe.
Our government takes repeat offenders of violent crimes and offenses involving firearms or other weapons very seriously. The goal of ensuring public safety and protecting victims plays an important role when it comes to analyzing the operation of the bail system and assessing whether it's working as intended.
Bill C-48 demonstrates our commitment to taking action at the federal level to strengthen the bail system and respond to the challenges raised over the past several months. Provinces, territories, and law enforcement have all lauded this legislation. They come from political parties of varying stripes. This is not a partisan issue, Mr. Speaker. It is about safety, and it is now our turn to pass this bill swiftly. Mr. Speaker, I started by acknowledging some people that have been important in my life. And I want to return to that message right now. Mr. Speaker, I talked about my parents, and I talked about my sister. When those three people and I came here from Uganda as refugees in 1952, we were fleeing the persecution of General Idi Amin. We came here for one thing above all else: safety. We came here because Canada offered that safety and the prospect of a better life. That concern remains alive and well 51 years later for me and for everyone who has the ability, honor, and privilege of calling this country home. We have the ability today to do something that promotes and advances safety. I hope we can all do it cooperatively, collegially, and get this done today. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire, the Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wish to offer a very sincere congratulations to the new Justice Minister and Attorney General of Canada. I know his appointment, he worked very hard for it and certainly broke a number of glass ceilings with his historic appointment, so a very sincere congratulations in that regard. And I do wish him the best of luck because the country is facing some serious public safety issues that I hope he addresses. But I did want to ask him, he recently gave an interview to Reuters, and he mentioned, and I'll just quote, that he believed, quote, empirically it's unlikely that Canadians are becoming less safe. That was his position a few weeks ago when he was first appointed. Unfortunately, we're seeing violent crime stats up about 39% since the Liberals formed government in 2015. Murders are up 43%. Gang-related homicides are up 108%. Violent gun crime up 101%. Sexual assaults are up 71%. I could go on. I'm wondering how he squares that circle, Mr. Speaker. Does he believe violent crime is up? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I thank the member opposite for comments and for kind words, and I'll say to her point blank that the answer is yes. The answer to her question is yes. What I know as a representative of a community, one of 338 communities represented in this House, is that people are feeling that crime is a problem. Crime is up. I've seen that in my own riding in terms of violence on transit systems. I've heard that from parents like me concerned about the welfare of their children. What I've seen over the past month is in looking at the anecdotal evidence. I've also seen that married with statistics which demonstrate that exact fact. Crime is up. We are looking to address the fact that people are feeling these concerns, and that is why this bill is needed now more than ever, not just to be debated in this House, but to be passed, which is why fundamentally I pushed for it to be prioritized on the legislative calendar. That's it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate you for a good return, and I congratulate the Minister of Justice on his promotion. I look forward to working together. I had a question for him, Mr. Speaker. When we talk about the presumption of innocence, these could be precedents that could be dangerous. So I'd like to ask a simple question. The current bill, is it fair? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Thank you for the question. To my colleague opposite, and I can say that I'm comfortable with this bill. I think it is fair and just, and I think it is necessary, and it totally reflects the Canadian Charter. We always need to have a balance between the fact that we need to protect communities and promote security, and at the same time, we always need to defend the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I think we've found that balance with this bill, and I hope that the member opposite and all of the Bloc Québécois members will assist us in moving forward this important bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to add my personal congratulations to the new Minister of Justice. I've worked with him in a number of capacities in Parliament and always found him to be reasonable and a hard-working member of Parliament. I'm sure he'll bring the same to his new job. I'd also like to congratulate the new Parliamentary Secretary, who's sitting next to him, who I've also had a good relationship with in the past, and I look forward to us making progress on issues important to Canadians with these two new people in place in justice. My question is that the Minister said today lots about getting this done today, and I guess I'm going to express my hope that there's actually a plan rather than rhetoric involved with the idea that we would pass this today. Certainly, New Democrats understand the urgency of tackling bail reform, both in the violent crime area and also in the assisting those who get trapped in the justice system because they can't get bail. And so, does the Minister actually have a plan for advancing this today?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, I thank the member opposite for his comments, and I would actually say to the member from Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke that I've appreciated tremendously working with him in different capacities in this Parliament and in previous Parliaments, so thank you for that. In terms of the plan to advance this legislation, I'll say quite openly and candidly that the plan has been worked on for some months, and what I mean by that is that we have incidents of violence that were occurring at the end of last year. We had a letter, a call out from premiers around the country. We then followed, that's in January. In March, we convened a ad hoc meeting of FPT officials, and we developed an idea and a consensus around what could be done, and literally within about 8 weeks, we had legislation tabled in Parliament. That is a lightning fast pace of proceeding in terms of the development of legislation. I do believe the important work has been done, and I would point out to the member opposite that his premier in British Columbia has been one of the most vocal proponents of this. That's Premier David Eby. And in terms of addressing the needs expressed by Premier Eby and his government, as well as the needs expressed by so many other premiers, I think it's incumbent upon us to do this as fast as possible. That is not a desire to short-circuit any sort of parliamentary oversight. Far from it. I think a lot of that work has already been done in the co-development of this legislation with legal actors, law enforcement actors, and other intergovernmental colleagues. And I think that work has been done, and we deserve it to Canadians to be promoting this as fast as possible. Merci.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think the Minister, and I also applaud him on his, or congratulate him on his new role, but he referenced the fact that this bill is widely supported throughout the country. I believe all premiers are on board. I believe that most, if not all, associations of police are on board. And I note in particular that the Premier of Ontario, Doug Ford, said, quote, "I'm urging the federal government to use this time quickly to quickly pass their bail reform bill." End quote. I'm curious if the Minister can expand on the widespread support for this and how important it is, given not just what we've been hearing across the country, but what we've been hearing in this House, in particular from Conservatives, over the last number of years to move very quickly with this.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, I thank the member for that question, and it underscores a very important aspect of how this bill has come to pass. It's not just the Premier of the province of Ontario that has been getting behind this bill. My first meeting with a provincial analog was with Doug Downey in my home province of Ontario. He had said in a statement that he's been working in close collaboration with us to develop a bail reform plan. He personally thanked the government for the partnership that we have been showing and for taking direct action to ensure violent and repeat offenders stay behind bars. Jennifer McElvey, at that time the acting mayor of Toronto, the Guelph Mayor Cam Guthrie have said they're pleased with this initiative. The Ontario Police Association has indicated the same, as well as the Ontario Provincial Police Association itself have indicated their support. This really cuts across a lot of different sectors, Mr. Speaker. And after 8 years in this place, I know pretty confidently I can say that level of cooperation and indeed unanimity is quite rare to find in this place. That's what gives me the confidence to say quite boldly that if there's a path forward, and if we're going to take people to be true to their words, there is a path forward to get this done and getting it done very quickly and off to the Senate and ultimately to Royal Assent, where it needs to be to ensure the safety of Canadians. Because we rarely see this type of unanimity. I think we deserve to recognize it and work on it and act on it. Merci.
In comments, question commentaire, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly wish to also add my congratulations to the Honourable Member on his joining Cabinet in this very critical position as Minister of Justice. And I also have had, as my colleagues, particularly from Esquire, Saanich, and others have said previously, nothing but really strong relationships and nonpartisan and strong collaborative efforts from this member. I also know that the public is very alarmed by people being released on bail who go on to commit violent crimes. But we do know that this bill by itself could actually make things worse in terms of the institutional biases and racism in our system of justice, that pretrial detention offers very little and even less than once people are actually receive their sentences for mental health supports, for the kinds of attention that will assist in keeping people off the streets and avoid recidivism. So there's going to be a balance that needs to be struck, which isn't struck by this bill alone. And I just, if I may, Mr. Speaker, very quickly add, because I know we do want to see this bill passed quickly, and I think it's likely that there will be an effort to get it passed today. I want to flag another concern, which I hear from prosecuting attorneys, that when people do get bail, and the surety is often a family member who puts up money for their the accused bail provisions, it's almost unheard of to go after the person who puts up the money to collect the money. So there's even less incentive for a person out on bail to observe their bail conditions. And I wonder if the Honourable Minister for Justice has turned his mind to this aspect of needed bail improvements and reforms.
The Honourable Minister of Justice in 30 seconds.
Well, I thank the member opposite for her question, for continued collaboration. I think she knows, in terms of the last 8 years of me in this place, that advancing equality and curing systemic overrepresentation has been a hallmark of all of the work I've always tried to do. This bill does not impugn that objective. This bill is targeted. It has actually been called for by Indigenous communities, including Black communities around the country. Those communities need to be safe from violence exactly the same as everyone else. And the work that we continue to do to cure overrepresentation is represented by Bill C-5, by the impact of race and culture assessments, by dealing with anti-hate strategies, and by the work we will continue to do on curing online harm. Merci.
Continuing debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask the House for unanimous consent to split my time.
It's agreed. The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This past summer, on July 7th, a mother of 2 young children, Carolina Hubner Muckrat, was fatally shot by a stray bullet from a gunfight between drug dealers near a so-called safe injection site in Leslieville, just east of downtown Toronto. The alleged suspect who was responsible for her death was out on bail at the time. He was also banned from possessing weapons and was obviously not allowed to deal illegal drugs. So a man out on bail, involved in a drug deal gone wrong, got into a gunfight with another drug dealer, and a mother of 2 young children was shot to death in Toronto. Just the other day, on September 14th, a man who had been charged with first-degree murder for gunning down a person sitting in their car pleaded guilty to manslaughter and was out on bail following that. He is now wanted on a second charge of homicide, so killing someone else when he was out on bail. On June 14th, in southwest Edmonton, a man shot multiple rounds, killing another man in a back alley. At the time of this murder, he was wanted by police for failing to attend a sentencing hearing for murdering another person in July 2020. After pleading guilty of manslaughter for that murder, he was let out on bail, then failed to appear in court and murdered someone else. So again, murderers being let out on bail and murdering more people, all in the past number of months. Also in June, a video went viral. I'm sure you probably saw this, Mr. Speaker. No number of us did. It was very alarming and disturbing. A video went viral online of a man stabbing another man multiple times on a subway in Toronto. The suspect, who has been charged with attempted murder, aggravated assault, assault with a weapon, and 2 counts of failing to comply with a release order, was out on bail at the time. So just riding the subway, I've taken the public transit and the subway in Montreal and in other cities on multiple occasions to think that you could be sitting next to someone who is out on bail for violent crime, like this man who stabbed this other man multiple times. That is not something that Canadians deserve to deal with every day. That is not something I think Canadians thought that they would ever have to deal with. And yet, if you read the news on a regular basis, you know that assaults, stabbings, shootings, murders inside and outside public transit have become, unfortunately, the norm in many parts of our great nation, Mr. Speaker. In August, I'll just wrap up with a few more examples, because I could go on all day. We've all heard them. We've all read them. It's endless. But in August, news broke that a man accused of 4 cold cases of sexual assault in Vancouver was released shortly after being charged. So a rapist, 4 counts of rape or sexual assaults, released on bail into the community. Could be walking among us, released on bail. I didn't realize that Canada had become like this, Mr. Speaker. And when researching for today, it was tale after tale. Violence against women, murders, shootings, stabbings, physical assaults, over and over and over again. And the crime stats back this up. So it's not just in our head. We're not just paying more attention now to the news or social media. Not that we can get the news on social media anymore, thanks to this Liberal government, Mr. Speaker. But certainly the stats from Stats Canada itself backs this up. In fact, since the Liberals formed government in 2015, violent crime has gone up 39%. 39%. Murders are up 43%. Gang-related homicides are up over 108% since 2015. Violent gun crime is up 101%. And again, this is in light of legislation and OIC and legislation of so-called gun control going after law-abiding hunters and sport shooters in this country that they've promised will end gun violence in this country. After all of that effort and all of that division, gun crime is up over 100% under their watch in the 8 years that they've been in power, Mr. Speaker. Obviously a very failed approach to addressing violent gun crime in this country. Sexual assaults are up 71% again, this is a feminist government, as they say, at every opportunity. Sexual assault, we know these are mostly against women. 71% increase in sexual assault since 2015. And the next stat is difficult to say, but sex crimes against children are up 126% since 2015.
Unreal.
And then, of course, car thefts are up 34%, pales in comparison to sex crimes against children. But we hear as MPs, car thefts are through the roof, especially in major cities. You can't leave your car outside. Even in your garage, there's devices to steal them now. So we hear this over and over and over again. And I'll remind the House that of the 44 shooting-related homicides in Toronto last year, 17 of the accused were out on bail at the time. In Vancouver, the same 40 offenders were arrested 6,000 times. 6,000 interactions with police in 1 year from 40 people. The people of Vancouver deserve far better, Mr. Speaker. Why can't we do something with those 40 people that are causing mayhem, that are causing hardship, that are causing assaults and harms and rapes and thefts and abuse? Why is it that they continue to walk free time and time and time again? And even more troubling, the overall severity of crime in Canada, tracked by the Violent Crime Severity Index, has increased by nearly 30% under the Liberal government during their 8 years. And I'll remind the House again that under Prime Minister Stephen Harper, the same metric fell by 25%. It was down 25%, now it's back up 30% under the Liberal approach. And for my constituents in Winnipeg, crime is one of the top things I hear from them, It's not just in their heads. In fact, since 2015, violent criminal code violations increased from 9,400 in 2015 to over 14,000 last year. 9,400 in 2015 when they took the wheel, the Liberal government took over 14,000 8 years later. The stats speak for themselves, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal approach to dealing with public safety and violent crime is failing Canadians. Actually, it's costing lives, as we have seen. So this is not just a partisan issue. This is not just a difference of ideology. This is really the safety and security of women, of children, of the elderly, of people riding public transit, of men and women who are just going about their day. So it's very important that we're having this discussion. Conservatives have been leading the charge on violent crime reduction discussions in this House for years. We have been talking about bail reform for a very long time. And just now, in the past few months, that the premiers have sounded the alarm. Again, premiers from every political party have written multiple letters to the Prime Minister demanding bail reform. Police forces from across the country, every police force across the country that I've talked to, says we need bail reform. There's also issues with parole, people getting out early on parole. There's also issues with conditional sentencing, people giving house arrest instead of jail time, and not following that house arrest and going out and creating more mayhem for people in their community. So all of this, and I did congratulate the new Minister of Justice for his new role. That's a very important role in Canadian society. He is tasked with the criminal code. He alone is responsible, in addition to his boss, the Prime Minister, for fixing these problems. What concerned me, though, is mere days into being appointed, unfortunately, he was quoted in Reuters. He said he believed that, quote, empirically it's unlikely that Canadians are becoming less safe. Those are his words. I asked him about it today. He seemed to backtrack. But again, that was his initial position, Mr. Speaker. So how do we trust the Liberal government, given this is their record, given they've made no moves until very recently to make any changes because of public pressure, and because pressure from the premiers and pressure from police? Everybody and their dog is asking for bail reform, tough on crime measures. Now they're doing something. They're bringing forward a small bill, about 7 pages, to fix a problem that was created by a bill that was over 200 pages, Bill C-75 from a few years ago. That was a Liberal bill that made it easier to get bail, bottom line, about 5 years ago. Now they brought forward a piddly little 7-page bill that they're telling Canadians will solve all the problems. Well, I don't believe them, Mr. Speaker. I don't believe them. I believe the minister's words when he said he didn't really believe there was a lot of crime going on. Again, I'm paraphrasing. But he sort of downplayed the concerns of Canadians. I've read you the stats. I've read you the stories. Clearly there's a problem. But I think there's no way we're going to solve this problem unless we have a change of government.
Here, here.
Conservatives have a proven track record of reducing crime in this country. Proven. It's in the data. The Liberal approach has failed. People are being harmed as a result. We have a Justice Minister who right out of the gate downplayed these concerns, again, making it seem like it's all in our heads. And I'll quote from the National Post. Adam Zivo wrote about this recently. I think it'll just sum it up really well, Mr. Speaker. He said, Canadians deserve political leaders who don't gaslight them about violence in their communities. If the Liberals want to tackle this issue half-heartedly and do only the bare minimum needed to temper public anger, then that's their choice, but it will be the end of them. I very much agree with Mr. Zivo, Mr. Speaker, but I would hope that we can see much more effort to address public safety in the remaining days of this government. But if not, this side of the House is ready and waiting to get to work, roll up our sleeves, and clean up our streets, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her contribution to today's debate, for her contributions in this chamber in advancing public safety. I appreciate she is committed to public safety. I appreciate she comes from Manitoba. Manitoba's Justice Minister, Kelvin Goertzen, has said himself, and I'm quoting, that the bill appears to be, quote, hitting a lot of the themes that ministers were concerned about at the recent federal provincial territorial meeting. So we've got the Justice Minister in her home province aligned with the sentiments she just expressed. Her leader, the official leader of His Majesty's official opposition, said this summer, literally 1 month ago today, that he's ready to do this bill and get it passed by midnight as soon as Parliament is back. Mr. Speaker, my question to her is simple. Parliament is back. We are ready to sit to midnight. are the Conservatives going to support us in getting this bill off to the Senate? Thank you.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, it's very important that even if the Liberals are going to give us an inch when we need miles of reform on public safety, that we move forward with that small pittance that they're providing us in this bill. That's very important. But I would say what Bill C-48 is not is bail reform, which is what every premier, every police force, every justice minister provincially, civic leaders, that's what they're asking for. Not tweaks on the margins. They're asking for broad bail reform. What they're proposing today is not that, Mr. Speaker. And I will just draw the minister's attention to the fact that there is a consistent theme of going soft on criminals from this Liberal government over the last number of years. It's not just Bill C-75 that made it easy to get bail. It's Bill C-5 that removed mandatory minimums for violent gun offenses that, allowed and permitted more house arrests for rapists. It's Bill C-83 that allowed mass murderers like Paul Bernardo to be transferred to medium security prisons. This is a theme, a perspective that they bring to the table that has resulted in more violent crime, and that will not be solved by measly 7-page Bill C-48, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. Now, obviously, I'd like to ask her, because there's an aspect of this bill that I think needs to be studied, which could be good and which has been asked for by a number of women's groups on this issue, because in this bill, there is indeed the reverse onus when it comes to violence towards intimate partners to ensure that that's applied to the accused. Now, Mr. Speaker, in Quebec, there's been a report that was published on rebuilding confidence and rebuilding confidence in the justice system. Well, this bill, with this particular provision, when it comes to crimes against intimate partners, would this not be a good start to say that we do have a bill that is making an important first step? The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question. Certainly, aspects of this bill need to be studied to ensure that they are effective. Certainly, anything in regards to violence against women should be paid special attention to. As I've said, sexual assault since the Liberals formed government 8 years ago is up 71%. What I would kindly remind the Bloc Québécois, however, is they supported Bill C-5, as I just mentioned, which removed mandatory prison time. This passed in the fall under the former Justice Minister. Removed mandatory prison time for a number of dangerous gun offenses. It also facilitated more house arrests for rapists. And in Quebec alone, there's been 5 cases of convicted rapists who have not served 1 day in prison. Instead, they are serving house arrest. They get to be in the comforts of their homes after violating women in the most horrific way. The Bloc Québécois supported that. The Quebec National Assembly has called on this House to review that and undo the harm. We are the only party that did not support Bill C-5. I'm wondering if the Bloc Québécois regrets their decision to support it.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Esquimalt Senate Sooke.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm a bit perplexed by the member from Kildonan St. Paul's speech. We have a bill before us today which has broad support from premiers who demanded action. It's had broad support, I think, from all political parties, with her own party leader saying that he was prepared to pass it on this first day of the sitting. And so what we heard in the speech was some mixing up of things that have nothing to do with bail reform, that have to do with other parts of the justice system. And we have a disparaging of this bill, which has broad support from police and other members in the law enforcement community. And so my question to the member is the Conservative Party serious or not? Are they standing by their members, their leader's statement that they'd like to get this done expeditiously or not?
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, with my remaining seconds, it's difficult for me to take questions from the NDP seriously when they have supported every step of the way the Liberal government's soft on crime approach. The reason we are here is because of their support. If they don't like the government's approach, they shouldn't vote for them anymore, and we can go to an election today.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to the House. After 8 years under this Prime Minister, the cost of living is going up because of an inflationist tax supported by the Bloc Québécois, it's radically gone up, and because of inflationist deficits. Work no longer pays. The cost of housing has doubled. And The desperation caused by these policies has caused a crisis of homelessness, drug use, and crime. And that is the record after 8 years under this Prime Minister. Today, we are rising in the House of Commons to discuss the total chaos caused by this Prime Minister in our streets with his changes to bail. He passed Bill C-75, which allows the same criminals who have already been found guilty dozens of times to be freed on bail the same day that they are arrested. This bill was supported by the Bloc Québécois, so it shows that there's a cost to voting for the Bloc Québécois. A vote for the Bloc is a vote for liberal policies that cause crime in our streets. And what are the consequences of this liberal Bloc policy? Well, after 8 years under this Prime Minister, violent crime has gone up by 39%. Murders are up by 43%. Gang murders are up by 108%. Firearms offenses are up by 101%. And I'll stop there for a moment, because the Prime Minister thinks that fighting crime linked to firearms means that you need to ban hunting rifles. He said it in his own words, that he wanted to take firearms that are used for hunting out of the hands of hunters. In Bill C-21, he proposed doing just that, and he added 300 pages of hunting rifles that he wants to ban. The Bloc Québécois was so happy. They were ecstatic. They said that they wanted to pass that full list and that they'd been waiting for it for years and years and years to see all those hunting rifles banned. Now, the Bloc Québécois and its leader is trying to pivot and trying to make people in Quebec's regions forget that they were forget what the Bloc did. The Bloc also voted in favor of a law which allows criminals who use firearms for violent offenses to be released on bail the same day that they're arrested. So this approach has not worked. We, the Conservative Party, we are going to protect hunters' rights, and we are going to put the true criminals in prison, and we're going to put resources at the border to prevent illegal firearms from coming into the country. We also see that assault is up by 61%. Sexual offenses against children are up by 126% after 8 years under this Prime Minister. Auto theft is up by 34% after 8 years under this Prime Minister. That is the record of their approach to freeing the most violent criminals while banning hunting rifles. It doesn't work. It doesn't make any sense. And that is why the Conservative Party is the only party in the House of Commons which has the good common sense to oppose these measures and to defend the rights of hunters. We are going to put criminals behind bars, and we are going to protect people who respect our laws. And we know that the Conservative approach is working, because when we were in power, crime rates dropped by 26%. Why? Because we targeted the most violent, the meanest criminals. Reoffenders were sent to prison. And all the other parties said that this was going to cause a huge increase in the prison population. But in fact, the number of prisoners dropped by 4.3%. There were fewer people in prison, and there was less crime on our streets. And at the same time, we were able to eliminate the gun registry to protect our hunters. Our approach worked. Why? Because if we target the most violent criminals and we prevent them from being released on bail to recommit the same crimes, we can protect society. And we can discourage crime at the same time. That approach, based on good common sense, is the approach that we're going to follow when I'll be Prime Minister of Canada. Today before us, we have a bill. Yes, thank you.
Bill that partly reverses the damage that this Prime Minister has caused. We all know that after 8 years of this Prime Minister, life costs more, work doesn't pay, housing costs have doubled, and crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder are common in our streets. We know that his policy of freeing repeat violent offenders the same day they are arrested came to us in Bill C-75, supported by both Liberals and their coalition partners. In fact, the NDP wanted to go even further. What are the consequences of their catch and release policy? Violent crime is up 39%, homicides up 43%, gang killings up 108%, aggravated assaults up 24%, assault with a weapon causing bodily harm, 61% increase. Sexual assaults up 71%, sex crimes against kids up 126%, kidnappings up 36%, car thefts up 34%. And these crimes are almost always committed by a very small minority. The good news is that we don't have a lot of criminals in Canada. The bad news is they're very productive. And they're allowed to be productive because of the catch and release policies passed in Bill C-75 that allow an offender to be arrested often within hours of his latest crime. Now, in Vancouver, the police had to arrest the same 40 offenders 6,000 times because the police were and the system was required to release them under this Prime Minister's Bill C-75. The bill before us today partly and modestly reverses the catch and release bail system that this Prime Minister created, but does not go far enough. Our policy is very clear. A conservative government, a common sense conservative government led by me, will bring in jail and not bail for repeat violent offenders. Those offenders with a long rap sheet, newly arrested, will be ineligible for bail. Now, when we brought in policies of this sort under the previous Conservative government, and we not only reduced crime by 25%, we actually reduced incarceration rates. Now, this was against all of the rhetoric of the radical left, who said that we'd have to build mega prisons to accommodate all the criminals. In fact, our laws were narrowly targeted at the worst repeat offenders, and they scared the rest of the criminals away. So you actually had fewer criminals, less crime, and therefore fewer prisoners. And that meant safer streets. But this Prime Minister has unleashed a crime wave over the last several years. I just was in Whitehorse yesterday, where at Antoinette's restaurant, where the owner told me his restaurant has been robbed 12 times in 18 months, multiple times by the same offender who is released again and again. In fact, the police told him they were going to stop arresting the offender because it wasn't worth the time of having him arraigned and being released almost immediately. It was easier and more cost-effective to just leave the thief on the streets and let him do his business. That is how broken our criminal justice system is after 8 years of this Prime Minister. And now he's appointed a radical justice minister who says that crime is all in Canadians' heads. It's their imaginations that have gone wild. But the data proves otherwise. It turns out that Canadians are right, Conservatives are right, and a common sense Conservative government will fix the mess they made, fix what's broken with jail and not bail. Now let's bring it home.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his contribution to today's debate. And what I would say is simply this. that the safety of our communities is a non-negotiable priority and it can never be partisan. Like parents across this country, I need to know that my sons are safe when they're on their way to school each and every morning. The measures contained in this bill, Bill C-48, are focused on keeping repeat violent offenders off of our streets. We have the support of all law enforcement around the country. We have the support of 13 different provincial and territorial governments, which includes many Conservative governments whom the leader opposite works with closely. The one Conservative that is missing or equivocating on this issue is the Leader of the Opposition. I want to ask him about a statement he gave to journalists where he said, quote, "We'll pass it this afternoon. In fact, call the minister. Tell him I'm happy to bring back Parliament today. We'll pass bail reform by midnight." Was the Leader of the Opposition being honest when he made that statement?
Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Yes. In fact, I would have undone the Liberal bail law C-75 the day it was passed 6 years ago. Now, this minister, not only did he go on vacation before addressing bail, he then went on a radio station. He thought that no one would find out about this. And he claimed that we were holding up the reversal of Liberal bail policy. In fact, he was on vacation and he had allowed Parliament to rise without bail reform occurring in the first place. And let's not forget that what little good this bill does is just undoing the damage that his party already did. And finally, I would ask the minister to stand in his place and apologize to Canadians for trying to gaslight them and tell them that rising crime was just a, quote, perception issue. I have just given him all of the data published by his own government, which shows that violent crime has raged out of control after 8 years of this Prime Minister. These are data points. These are facts. Will he admit it and apologize for gaslighting Canadians?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listen, I believe that through his insinuations, which are destination to mislead the population, the Leader of the Conservative Opposition really doesn't respect Quebec's voters. When he talks about Quebec, he speaks in French. When he speaks in English, he speaks about Canada. And listen, it's important to distinguish facts from fiction. And when we talk about the carbon tax, which doesn't apply in Quebec, well, you know, that's an important distinction. Same thing with Hunter. So my question to the Leader is the following. Can he distinguish fact from fiction? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Yeah. The Bloc now wants me to speak about them in English. That's very bizarre. But let's talk about facts. It's true that the Bloc supported the ban on hunting rifles. It was at committee. The members of the Justice Committee received the list of 300 pages of hunting weapons, which would be banned by the Liberals, and their member said, "This is excellent. We've been waiting for this for years. We've been waiting for this ban for years." And now the Leader of the Bloc Québécois, or maybe he forgot what his party did. And when it comes to the carbon tax, yes, the second carbon tax applies in Quebec. Yes, it applies in Quebec. We had a motion in the House of Commons, and we wanted to cancel that. The Bloc voted in favor of keeping that second carbon tax. And the Honourable Member said that they want to radically increase it. I will defend taxpayers in Quebec and not add to the federal tax burden.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sud.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, we have a bill before us today that has support of all the premiers and broad support in the law enforcement community, and which incorporated many of the things that the Justice Committee studied and recommended in the hearings that we conducted. And so, since we've already had hearings, we have broad support from the premiers, and we appear to have at least some level of support from all the parties. I'm back to the original question to the Leader of the Opposition. Is he serious about passing this, even if it's not the perfect bill for him? But can we get this done, get this passed expeditiously? Is he serious about this or not?
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition. Very short.
We're the only party that has been serious for the last 8 years about this. That member, along with the NDP, has voted to release repeat violent criminals into his community. He has helped unleash a crime wave on Vancouver Island. He has brought about his policies. Both NDP and Liberal have brought about tent cities, chaos, drug overdoses, and his only solution has been to ban the hunting rifles of the decent, hardworking, law-abiding people who live on Vancouver Island. Mr. Speaker, the NDP is totally out of touch. Common sense Conservatives will stand up against crime and for hunters on Vancouver Island.
Reprise.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first, I would also like to congratulate my colleague across the aisle, the Minister of Justice, and his parliamentary secretary. I would be pleased to look forward to our future cooperation to advance the situation, particularly in terms of criminal justice. I would like to take a minute, since everyone seems to be leaving the chamber. I'll just wait a minute. Okay. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord, please begin again. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So I started by saying that I'd like to congratulate the new Minister of Justice for his appointment and his parliamentary secretary as well, who I would be happy to cooperate with in the coming months and years, hoping that we can improve the outcome for Canadians, both in Quebec and elsewhere, with respect to criminal justice. Mr. Speaker, this is not a secret for anyone. We've been saying it for quite some while. I deplore the Liberal government's laxism that has let this situation go on for too long. It doesn't make sense. But this morning, I'm looking what's happening with my opposition colleagues from the official opposition. I also deplore that. What I've noted, that in terms of the official opposition, they're against everything except their leader. They pretend that the Bloc supported the creation of the carbon tax, and unlike what the leader of the official opposition says, we have a carbon market in Quebec for the provinces, for various reasons, whether they're good or bad. I won't discuss that. Have decided not to participate in the carbon market, and they will have a carbon tax applied. That's a debate, another debate altogether. Western Canada, as we know, and the leader of the official opposition can debate this amongst themselves in terms of the rate of the carbon tax. But in Quebec, we do have the carbon market. But the leader of the official opposition does not take account of this. He says that it's thanks to him that firearms were banned under C-21. We should go back to what was said at committee and in the House. The official opposition was opposed to C-21, like it's opposed to everything that comes from the House, with the exception of the leader. For C-21, we tried to eliminate the lists for hunting rifles, and the Bloc, my colleague from Avignon Matisse Matan Matapina, that intervened and made sure that C-21 did not get through in its original version. Work that was done was exhausting work. They worked days and nights for weeks. So I congratulate them, and I recognize their efforts. But the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, they were filibustering. They wanted us to stop working on this bill. But in the chamber, they will say anything against the party in power, the Bloc, the NDP. And sometimes I'm not even surprised to hear the Conservative leader speaking against the Green Party. They're against everything, the Conservatives. There are people amongst the Conservatives that I have great respect for. There are excellent members who are intelligent and who could advance files and help us to adopt legislation that will suit everyone and advance our society in Quebec and Canada. But no, they are supporting their leader their leader who doesn't want to make any concessions, who's against everything that comes from everyone except from him. That's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. This is the situation we're facing in Canada. And of course, Quebec wants to exit this situation as quickly as possible. But I'll go back to C-48 now. C-48 is not perfect, of course, but it's high time to take action, Mr. Speaker. For years at the Bloc, we've been asking the Liberals to make our streets safe, to improve the situation of Quebecers and Canadians. The Conservatives supported us in this. I have to recognize that. But they've been clumsy and they've refused any discussions or compromises. So they hampered the situation. Yes, we did fight for this legislation. We asked for it, and we asked for it, Mr. Speaker, because at the Bloc, we think that guns and streets don't make sense, except under particular specific situations for police officers. I have no issues with that. But we don't want people walking around with illegal guns or guns that are prohibited. So for quite some time, we've been asking the government to intervene. And today we have this bill before us. It was tabled last spring before the adjournment, beginning of June. I can't remember the date exactly, but we did work. We're now working on this bill, which doesn't solve everything, but it works on bail reform, which is often lacking framework. It doesn't solve everything, but that's not it's one small part of the problem. The real issues with firearms, Mr. Speaker, is because they enter Canada and leave the country very freely, like you'd enter or leave Walmart. We need a special team to solve this issue. Members of the RCMP, our OPP from Ontario, police officers from Quebec, the FBI in the USA, we all have to work seriously together on this issue because firearms are entering our country very freely, and the federal government doesn't seem to find this very serious. In Quebec last year, we invested $6 million to create a squad that will be patrolling firearms circulation, but they've done nothing on this. So arms continue to circulate. Now, in terms of bail, what do we do with someone who is arrested before they're found guilty or not guilty? The question is whether we keep them incarcerated or we release them with bail or not. And this bill says, in the case of accused individuals who have committed prohibited firearms offenses, we will be more severe, and they'll be automatically detained unless the accused can show that they're not a danger to society, and they can be liberated pending their trial. It seems to be a good idea for people who walk around with firearms, who commit robberies to steal firearms or commit violence or intimate partner violence. Will be more severe with them, and I find that good. But once again, arms circulation is not progressing. We haven't moved forward on appointing judges either. The legal system in Quebec and in Canada is subject to the rules established by the Supreme Court. There are delays for trials now. Is this good or not? Well, I will trust the wisdom of the Supreme Court. I believe these delays that the Supreme Court has deemed reasonable, that I also support. But they haven't done their job. We have to appoint judges if we want to respect reasonable timelines for trials. If we don't appoint judges and we don't send budgets to provinces, funding to provinces for better justice, we have the situation we have now. We have no courts, we have no judges, and what do? We release people before their trial has even started. Can we say that the Liberal government has saved us from these firearm issues in our streets? No, I don't think so. I think, on the contrary, the Liberal government has been negligent for years. We were talking about this earlier. For years, they have been negligent. They have not tackled this issue, Mr. Speaker. We have to create a special squad on arms. We have to appoint judges. It doesn't seem complicated, Mr. Speaker. There are selection committees that have done a lot of work on this. They can give 5 or 6 names to the Minister of Justice, and they pick someone. It shouldn't take months to select someone. At a certain point, we have to appoint judges and transfer money to the provinces so they can administer justice. And if we don't do so, we have what we see now. We'll adopt C-48, and then they think they've solved the issue. We will not have solved it. We'll have a part of the issue solved. We'll deal with the issue of bail when there shouldn't be a release. But in terms of this bill, we'll have to work on it in committee. But I'm rather happy with this, that we've had this before us today. But I'm truly disappointed to see that we're stopping here, Mr. Speaker. You're saying 10 minutes? Okay, thank you. I'm very disappointed to see that we're stopping here. And I would like to hear the Minister of Justice tell us what he'll be doing in terms of appointment of judges. Can we expect in the coming weeks to see new judges appointed to fill all the vacancies, not 50 or 80% of them, all of the vacancies? There is no reasonable excuse for the federal government that has nothing else, all of this under its jurisdiction, but they have to appoint judges. Their other job is to adopt and amend the criminal code. So can they work on this seriously? And I would hope that my colleagues in the official opposition will stop at a certain point to obstruct the work and allow the work to be done in committee so that C-48 not to be adopted in 20 years. We have 1 or 2 years left at the most in this parliament, so it would be really sad to see that the Conservatives that keep on crying and saying that the Liberals are doing nothing, and then they block legislation when the Liberals are trying to do their job. So I have citizens in my riding of Rivière-du-Nord that are fed up with this criminality. I am as well. And I'm convinced it's the same thing elsewhere in Quebec and across Canada. So we have to address this situation. Right now, Article 515 says that we will detain an accused individual and only release them, so we'll only detain them if it's necessary to ensure their presence at court or to protect or keep the public safe or undermine confidence in the system. These rules seem reasonable and wise, but we're going to amend them by saying that in some cases, of course there's always exceptions, in some cases there could be cases with firearms thefts or fabrication of firearms, all of these types of crimes. We'll see a reverse onus of proof, and the accused will have to prove that they are not a danger to our society and can be released. Without fearing that they won't show up to court or be unsafe to the public or undermine the confidence of the public in our system. So I would like to talk for a minute about undermining the public's confidence in our system. It may seem like nothing, but this is what our democracy hinges on. If Quebec and Canadian citizens no longer have confidence in our legal system, there could be major issues for quite some time. I don't want to see justice like this. We already have issues with hospitals where people cannot receive care because they're fed up of waiting and they go home. It creates greater damage in the end. We don't want to see the same thing with our justice system. It is our job as legislators to ensure that the rules are reasonable and that most people adhere to them. And we have to make sure that they are enforced reasonably and to a satisfactory level so that people do not revolt against our justice system. So, yes, say yes to C-48 will provide better frameworks, and the Liberals have to make sure that we do not release people into society to commit other crimes, but yes, also to appointing judges to make sure, Mr. Speaker, that we hold these court cases, because if a person is not tried, then all this is for nothing. Judges have to be appointed, and trials have to take place in a reasonable time frame. I think that is just normal, Mr. Speaker, because not all of the accused are guilty. They have a right, as we've already said, under the Charter and elsewhere in our legislation. They are presumed innocent until they are proven guilty. So Section 6 of the Criminal Code says this, as does the Charter in Article 15 and Section 7. We have to respect this principle of the presumption of innocence. It's not always the case. I'm happy to live in Quebec, also in Canada, unfortunately, with these same rules of presumption of innocence. As we often say, as the courts often say, they prefer to have a guilty person go free than an innocent person go to prison. That can be very sad, often for the victim. It doesn't make sense if a person is released, but that's the choice our society has made, and we have to stick to that and keep this principle. But before deciding whether we release someone or not, we have to have a serious approach, and C-48 seems to be reasonable to me. But as I said, we have to hold hearings. We need judges. We need funding. Does my colleague, the new Minister of Justice, is he serious? Does he have the intention to do the work correctly and to designate all the judges to occupy vacant positions in coming weeks? I hope so. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, C-48 responds to the demands of the 13 prime ministers of the provinces and territories, and it's September 2023. Sometimes things take years, and this may not be adopted if my Conservative colleagues oppose it. And from January till now, it has been long. We could have acted quicker. But I still salute this decision, and at the Bloc, we want to work seriously with the government every time it's in the interest of the values of Quebecers, and C-48, in my opinion, appears to adhere to our values and interests in Quebec, and we support it. We'll see after when we get to committee, but we do support it, and it won't prevent us from continuing to ask this government to work seriously, to appoint judges to courts, and to ask our Conservative colleagues to stop filibustering and obstructing the work of this chamber when it's in their interest, because we have to work seriously and to be responsible, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
A little reminder, when we ask questions, the new rule is that we need to be at our seats.
That we have to be in our seats when we're asking questions of our members. Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And for me, as I know many of my colleagues, we see this legislation as legislation that ultimately is going to make our communities a safer place to be. And we're anxious, building upon a wide spectrum of consensus, whether it's provincial government entities to law enforcement entities that are very much supportive and want to see the legislation pass. My friend, towards the end of his comments, made reference in terms of a potential filibuster taking place on the legislation. The question that I have for the member is, it would seem that there is wide support for the legislation, and if he could just kind of expand on the Bloc's position in getting this legislation passed in a relatively quick fashion.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. I was saying earlier that he can count on the Bloc Québécois to support any legislation that is in the values and interests of Quebec, and that's the case with C-48. I'm not going to say I'm going to sign a blank check. We'll have a look at it. There are probably amendments that we should bring to it. I look forward to hearing from the Minister and other experts on this. Of course, this isn't a bill that wouldn't be contested in court, perhaps. It's about the presumption of innocence, detaining someone before trial. So we need to look at how the courts would interpret this. Is it justified in a free and democratic society, as we see in Section 1 of the Charter? But we'll work on it in committee so it can come into force as quickly as possible. We need it. And the same question, will my colleague work to appoint judges?
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to see you and to see all of our colleagues in this House, especially the Member for Rivière-du-Nord. I appreciate his contribution to public debate. Based on his experience as a lawyer and parliamentarian, it's almost been 8 years rather. Mr. Speaker, he spoke a lot about the official opposition, and I'd like to set the record straight. The first Liberal carbon tax with the support of Quebec, well, the federal government has the power to impose the price of carbon for the first tax, and the member forgot that the second Liberal carbon tax, supported by his party, well, his party also wants to impose it on Quebec and radically increase it. That's what his colleague said. And the third element, the Bloc Québécois voted in favor of a bill that gives veto right to the federal government for any hydroelectricity project that perhaps Quebec could have. But let's talk about the bill. G4, the amendment on firearms last year, was mentioned. There were hundreds and hundreds of pages for dozens and dozens and dozens of firearms and hunting rifles that were targeted. I'd like to ask the member for Rivière-du-Nord to tell us who on November 24th, 2022 said, I almost think that the definition provided in G4 was written by the Bloc Québécois. I know it's not the case, but I must say that it meets the Bloc's expectations. Who gave that enthusiastic support to the amendment G4? The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. My colleague, Mr. Speaker, who I'd like to recognize, and I also respect him, he just quoted me. I recognize it, but I wasn't talking about the list at that time. We were talking about the definition. We were saying it was a good idea to define in the bill what would be prohibited. You can't prohibit just anything. It has to be specified. We were against the list. We worked very hard. My colleague for Avignon, Mathis Matapédia, who worked on that. And it's a good thing she was there, because otherwise, if it was just up to the Conservative colleagues, C-21 would have passed as it was, or it would have just been defeated. But I'll get back to the bill. I'm not surprised that the Conservatives are against it. The Conservatives are against rehabilitation. We've heard it over and over again. We've seen it at the Justice Committee, where I've been sitting for quite a while. They're against it. And they're against anything that doesn't come from their leader. So I won't go on about that. But I'll repeat that this bill is essential, and I'll repeat that it will probably, well, its constitutional validity may be questioned at committee, and then we'll see whether it needs to be amended or not. But we'll work to have it passed quickly and that it come into force as quickly as possible. We need it, just like we need judges. And I look forward to hearing the Minister of Justice tell me when, before Christmas, he will have filled all those judge positions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his remarks. Given the broad support for this bill that we've heard from all parties in the House, given the fact that it's supported by premiers across the country, given the urgency of the concerns it addresses in our communities, I wonder if my colleague from the bloc would support swift passage through this place so that this bill can be brought into force and start to take effect as quickly as possible.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague. It's always a pleasure to work with him. And those from the third opposition party who will be on the Justice Committee and will study this bill with us. But yes, quickly, but we won't go too quickly either. We need to do the work properly. I have some questions about some aspects of the bill from a constitutional point of view. If someone has been charged with some crimes, that person could be detained when it comes to bail, even if the person was acquitted. That seems a little concerning to me. I'm not saying no, but it's not an automatic yes. We need to look at it properly, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for Rivière-du-Nord for his wonderful speech. We see that the summer vacation did him good because he's in great shape today. It was a very insightful speech. He raised a number of points, and I'd like to come back on something. Public confidence. Our justice system is based on public trust, and that's a central component. And that made me think about something. And my colleague from Rivière-du-Nord said something. There's a problem with the justice system. The federal government isn't appointing enough judges. And then I thought public trust, appointment of judges, and that made me think about newspaper articles over the summer. People who know the Liberals tend to be appointed judges more than people who are than other people. I'm not saying it's always the case, but say we have a government that takes that type of decision and appoints people sometimes on a partisan basis. What impact could that have on public trust in the justice system? The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague from Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. I saw him this summer. I know that he worked hard as well. It wasn't just a vacation. I'm pleased to see him here today to address the questions that concern us, especially C-48. My colleague is correct. The Liberals have that unfortunate habit of using what they've called liberalist. It doesn't make any sense. It is unacceptable in a free and democratic, self-respecting society. Judges are not appointed based on whether or not they belong to a political party. That would be in a banana republic. I would hope that the Canadian Federation doesn't consider itself a banana republic. I would say that that wouldn't happen in Quebec. I want us to take this seriously. There shouldn't be any partisan appointments, but judges should be appointed. The Supreme Court Chief Justice called for this, and others have called for this as well. People are alarmed. We are setting people free because we don't have time to do the trials. Does that make any sense? Someone in Canada or Quebec, does anybody want that? Not in Quebec. I can't speak for Canada, but I'd be shocked if there was anybody in Canada who said yes.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm extremely pleased to rise in support of Bill C-48 today. It's something I did not think we would get to this stage as quickly as we have in this Parliament. One of the reasons we did so is the Justice Committee recognized the public concern about repeat violent offenders and problems with bail and conducted hearings last year and came up with a series of recommendations which helped inform this bill. And so what we have before us today is something that the Justice Committee has already considered. We have something which the premiers have been calling for and the premiers support. And we have something which has broad support in the law enforcement community. And so we've heard many people today talk about many things other than bail reform. But when we talked about bail reform, we heard the minister say the government's prepared to proceed expeditiously. We've heard the leader of the official opposition say that they support the bill. I heard some more ambiguous things from the last speaker from the Bloc Québécois, but still saying that they do support the bill. And so in the questions I've been asking in this session is, are we serious? Since we have this broad support for this bill, are we serious about moving expeditiously? Maybe it doesn't have everything everyone wants, but certainly there's that broad support, and certainly there's an urgent need to make the public more confident in our bail reform system. Now, I have to take a moment, since the leader of the official opposition personally gave me credit for a crime wave on Vancouver Island. I do have to say, as someone whose professional career before I came here was in teaching criminal justice, I've dedicated my entire life to working to help keep communities safe. Yeah. And so for him to say that somehow I've supported measures in a deliberate manner that provoke criminality, that provoke a crime wave, is really personally quite offensive. And what we get from the leader of the opposition is talk about common sense. And I want to point out a piece of common sense that contradicts most of what he was saying today. Over the last 30 years, we have tripled the number of people in pretrial detention in this country. And so if detaining more people caused a decrease in crime, we'd have way less crime than we have today. So common sense would tell us detaining 3 times as many people doesn't solve the problem. And so what C-48 does is not cast a broad brush, which the Conservatives are asking for, but it is some narrow and targeted measures aimed at repeat violent offenders. And New Democrats are in support of those measures. What does that mean? It inserts a definition of repeat violent offender into the criminal code so that we know who judges should be looking at when it comes to denying bail. What does it do? It also creates some additional reverse onus categories. Reverse onus, technical term, meaning when you're in pretrial, or it's proposed to put you in pretrial detention, you have to show why you should not be detained in certain cases. And so what this bill does is it adds to the list of offenses. It doesn't create a new category. There are already lots of reverse onus provisions in bail, but it adds on illegal weapons, including handguns. And I think that that's an important provision, which I definitely support. Why is that? Because you have to go to a lot of trouble to possess an illegal weapon. You don't accidentally possess a handgun. And so if you have a charge which involves a handgun, I do think you should have to show the judge why you should be released and why you're not a threat to the public. In addition to that, it increases the reverse onus in the cases of intimate partner violence. And again, we know when there has been intimate partner violence, it's usually not a one-time incident. And when people are detained or charged more than once, this bill will make it much tougher for the offender in an intimate partner relationship to get released, something which New Democrats definitely support. And it goes along with our proposal, which is now a private member's bill, C-332, now sponsored by the member for Victoria, which calls for making coercive and controlling behavior in intimate partner relationships a criminal offense. And what that would do is move the goalpost in the criminal code from, instead of having to wait for broken bones and bruises, it would move the goalpost to a pattern of behavior which leads to that violence. And so by making that a criminal offense, it would allow earlier intervention and prevent much of that violence from happening in the future. So this bill goes together with our proposal on coercive and controlling behavior to help provide better protections for those who suffer violence in intimate partner relationships. And given that we continue to lose one woman every 6 days in this country who's killed by an intimate partner, this is part of the urgency of this bill and why I believe that we should deal with it expeditiously. Now, there's a third piece in this bill which I think no one else has talked about today, and it's a piece that came up in the hearings we held in the Justice Committee. And that is that in addition to the problem we have, a real problem, with repeat violent offenders getting bail, which this bill I believe will solve, we have a problem in that we detain way too many people in Canada, far higher rates than any of the comparable countries around the world. And why is this a problem? There's 2 reasons it's a problem. One is the injustice. So 1/3 of those people who are detained before their trial are never convicted. They're found innocent. And what happens to someone who's detained, who's held in jail before the trial? Most often they lose their job. Often they lose their housing. They lose custody of their kids. All kinds of very negative impacts to someone who's not found guilty of anything. And so we need to improve our system so that we are detaining the people who need to be detained and to stop over-detaining other people. Who are those people who are over-detained? They are disproportionately poor. They are disproportionately women. They are disproportionately Indigenous. They are disproportionately racialized Canadians. And so this bill adds a provision that will require judges to look at community-based bail supervision programs. These are very, very successful. The John Howard Society has been running them in Ontario, and I'm just looking through my notes here, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. The success rate of the John Howard programs, limited though they are in Ontario, is about 90%. What does 90% success mean? It means that that person who was on community-based bail supervision, meaning they had a caseworker assigned to them, does not commit another offense while they're on bail, and shows up in court when they're supposed to. A 90% success rate. And in the meantime, they can maintain their jobs, they can maintain their housing, they can maintain custody of their kids. Even if they're eventually found guilty, they may not serve prison time. And so having a community-based bail supervision program will help maintain that coherence of families. And here's the kicker in all of this. Those who serve even limited times in custody before trial are far more likely to reoffend. Far more likely to reoffend. So if we're actually worried about public safety, one of the best things we could do is get people into community-based bail supervision programs where they're put in touch with the services they need, whether those are mental health services, whether they're substance abuse programs, whatever they need, right? Is it an upgrade to their education? If you're in a community-based bail supervision program, you can get that assistance, which will help you lead you out of whatever problems you were in to begin with. When you're in pretrial custody, you're in the provincial system. And what programs are available to you? None. No mental health programs, no addiction programs, no education programs, while you await, and in our current delays in our trial system, up to 6 months for trial. So if you're really interested in public safety, we need to put more people into community-based bail supervision programs, which C-48 will now mandate as an option to be considered by the judge. Now, that will require the Liberal government to do something in addition to that, and that's provide the upfront funding to get community-based bail supervision programs more widely available across the country. And now you'll all say, oh, here's the New Democrats demanding more spending. Guess what? It costs about 1/3 the amount to put someone into community-based bail supervision that it does to put them in custody. And so we need upfront startup funds for community-based bail supervision. Ultimately, it will produce huge savings in addition to better public safety outcomes and avoiding injustice to those who are eventually found not guilty of the offense for which they were charged. So these are the reasons that I think we need to proceed expeditiously on this bill. We need to get a commitment from the government to help fund community-based bail supervision programs. I know this bill is going to pass. We had the hearings. I know that the Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord who spoke before me said we want to examine the bill. Well, the bill is the result of the hearings we already held in the Justice Committee. So I don't think there's a need for that detailed examination. Maybe the other parties will, the other opposition parties will decide we have to go to committee and do it all over again. I'm prepared to do that. But we could proceed expeditiously, and we could get this bill passed, and we could get a better start on making Canadians safer. So again, I am not saying that the concerns that Canadians have about repeat violent offenders are unjust. And there are many tragic examples which all too often are exploited in this House for political reasons. And I have sympathy with those families, and I think we do have to pass C-48 to prevent that release of violent offenders. But let me say the other part of this. New Democrats continue to call for on-demand mental health and substance abuse programs. And when the Conservatives like to talk about the 6,000 rolling and evolving door of incidents in Vancouver, those aren't violent crimes. Those are people who are poor, who shoplift, who are drug addicted, or who have mental health issues. And if we could get, first of all, better support in this time of increasing costs for all Canadians who are poor, if we can get better mental health programs, and if we can get better substance abuse on-demand records, then we will have progress in making communities safer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Casino Kamal-Tar, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with interest to my colleague's speech, and I think it's just important to underline where the fault line actually is in this debate, because I think there would be agreement throughout the House that a young person who makes a mistake should have a second chance. Of course, there are many cases where it's legitimate for a person to have bail, but we have highlighted these cases of repeat violent offenders that continue to get bail. Somebody who commits a violent crime is on bail for that violent crime and then goes out and kills someone. So clearly there's a problem in those cases of extremely violent offenders getting bail and committing those offenses again. And that's a problem that owes a great deal to a decision made by this government and supported by the NDP to make changes to the bail system when they first took office. So we're not talking about the many instances where bail is legitimate. We're talking about these cases of repeat violent offenders. And I would like to hear from the member why he doesn't support our position of reversing those changes to actually get back to somewhere where we were previously on this.
The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question, but once again, he's mixing bail with all kinds of other questions in criminal justice and in the criminal code. But what I do have to say is, and I want to emphasize it once again, while there are a few cases, and they are not very numerous, of repeat violent offenders reoffending, they are serious, and we need to act and take care to make sure those don't happen again. Bill C-48 addresses those. The police associations across the country say that it does. Premiers are satisfied that it does. I'm not sure why the Conservative Party is not satisfied that it will deal with that problem.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Pierre-Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I enjoyed my colleague's speech. He tends to go beyond partisanship, or at least he certainly made an effort to go beyond simple partisanship in his speech. And now he mentioned at one point in his speech that in his opinion there are too many people who are in preventive or provisional detention, and that that means that there are some potentially innocent people who are going to have a dramatic impact on their life because they're not going to be able to pay, for example, for their mortgage, or they're going to lose their links with their family, or they'll lose their job. But one of the consequences of C-48 would be to increase the number of people who would be in preventive or provisional detention. So while this is a good bill that deserves to be studied, because there are certainly some criteria that we need to look at closely, that doesn't mean that, according to the member for Rivière-du-Nord, our critic on justice, one of the main elements which explains why there's a problem in our justice system when it comes to slow down is that there's a lack of judges. So all these people in preventive detention who are waiting for to go to court and who are waiting in this unjust situation, well, maybe the solution at the end of the day would be not to change the laws, but also to have the government across the way appoint the judges that need to be appointed. I'd like to ask my colleague from the NDP if he agrees with that.
For Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question. And I want to address something that he said, is that this bill, C-48, would result in more people being in pretrial detention. Precisely because it allows the option of community-based bail supervision, the opposite would be the case. This bill would actually result in fewer people being detained before their trials. And that's the important aspect that the Democrats argued for and convinced the government to include in this bill. So if we're interested in public safety, as I said, yes, we need to deal with repeat violent offenders, but we also need to deal with recidivism. And the way you deal with recidivism is to keep people out of jail, keep them in their employment, keep them with their families, and provide them the supports they need to be productive citizens in this country.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to add my thanks to this member for his words today. I've had the pleasure of working with him on the Justice Committee for many years. I want to thank him particularly for his hard work on the intimate partner violence. And his words today in support of this bill. But what I want to ask him is this. He's raised a number of times today the need to get this bill urgently passed. The leader of the official opposition has stated publicly that he's in favor of this. I'm asking him, what kind of message does it send to the public if the Conservatives do not follow through with that commitment?
The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question, and as I said earlier, I do look forward to working with him as the new Parliamentary Secretary for Justice. I want to be maybe a little less partisan. The question is not what the public will think about any one party here if we don't get this done. It's what the public will think about us as parliamentarians as a whole. So I think we have a responsibility when we see this large degree of consensus and these large concerns in the public to act as expeditiously as possible. As I said, the Justice Committee already held hearings, and those hearings informed this bill that's before us today. So there is no reason in my mind that we could not proceed expeditiously. If members have other things they want to see, let them bring forward private members' bills, let the government bring forward additional bills. But we have a bill today that has broad support from premiers, broad support from law enforcement, broad support from the public, and seems to have support from all the parties. Let's get the job done.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to welcome everyone back after the summer to a new session. And I thank the member for his great presentation. One of the things I'm always considerate or asking people to be considerate about our Indigenous issues. And we all know that there are an increased number of Indigenous offenders. So my question is, if the member could describe how this bill will not increase barriers to access to justice for Indigenous peoples.
The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague, the member for Nunavut, for her tireless advocacy on behalf of Indigenous people and northern residents in Canada. I want to point out that one of the areas in which there's the most severe lack of social services when it comes to things like addiction treatment and like mental health services is Nunavut. And so what this bill will do by providing for community-based bail supervision would allow a lot of people who've maybe for the first time are in conflict with the justice system to find a way to keep their housing, to keep their contacts with their family, to keep their employment, and to not end up in further conflict with the law. But that means that the government will have to step up, the federal government will have to step up and help provide the funding to the government of Nunavut to make those necessary social services available in communities across the north.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Caribou. My question for my honourable colleague is this. We talk about reverse onuses, and he mentioned perhaps we should be looking at different things in different private members' bills if they aren't in this legislation. The issue of firearms and repeat firearms offenders is one of significant concern. Does he agree that those who have repeatedly used firearms should also be targeted by a differential reverse onus, perhaps one that's ramped up from the current one? Because, as he said, those who go to acquire an illegal firearm are themselves going out of their way to commit crime.
The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I guess, once again, I'm a bit perplexed by the question, since C-48 specifically addresses the question of use of illegal weapons in the commission of crimes. And it creates additional reverse onus, meaning additional requirements of those who've been found in possession of illegal weapons to demonstrate why they're not a threat to public safety and why they should not be detained before trial. So that's exactly what C-48 is doing. That's exactly what the bill is responding to as a demand from the premiers, and it's exactly what law enforcement asked for.
Yeah.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Colleague from Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke, thanks for his speech. And just to let him know, I did raise with the minister the same issue that my colleague has raised, which is the lack of services in pretrial detention, and we should attend to that issue. Look, I just wanted to know if he has more clarity than I do on the position of the official opposition. I appreciate his exhorting us not to be partisan, but I'm frankly confused. I thought that the honourable leader of the official opposition had said publicly we need to get this bill passed as quickly as possible. But on a direct question from the Minister for Justice, he seemed to duck the answer. Does the honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke have more insight on whether we'll have full party collaboration today to get the bill passed today?
In 20 seconds, the honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Well, I thank the member for a question, and I thank her for her concern about the lack of services in pretrial detention, because I think it's a very important part of public safety. The answer is I'm no expert on the internal workings of the Conservative Party, but it does seem peculiar when their leader said he was prepared to get this done in a day that he no longer seems prepared to do that.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
Reprise du débat. Continuing debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's with pleasure that I speak on what I believe is really important legislation. And it's legislation that it's just not me or the minister or the government that is supporting. The principles of the legislation, in fact, from what I can understand and listening to the debate so far inside the House, is actually being supported by all sides of the House. Whether you're a New Democrat, a member of the Bloc, possibly the Green, I quite haven't heard the Greens speak on the bill yet, but I anticipate that they will be supporting based on other observations that I've made, to even members of the Conservative Party. I thought it was interesting speech that the Leader of the Official Opposition gave, Mr. Speaker. Maybe taking a little bit of variations of reality to try to reflect things as being in a relatively negative state here in Canada. But the essence of what he was saying in regards to this particular piece of legislation, I thought in good part was supportive. And as the Minister of Justice had pointed out when he introduced the legislation this morning, which members have had for a long time now in terms of having the opportunity to go through and see the benefits of passing the legislation. The Leader of the Opposition was actually very supportive of the legislation, to the degree in which at one point in time he gave the indication that he'd be prepared to sit till midnight in order to be able to see the legislation passed. And I know there were a couple of questions that were posed to the Leader of the Official Opposition, because I think that there was a sense of potential to see the legislation passed relatively quickly. Would he still entertain that? And one of his short answers, he said, or implied, yes. So it would appear as if C-48 has the support of all members of the House. Mr. Speaker, before I go any further, I want to emphasize that I am going to be splitting my time. I'm going to be sharing my time with the member from St. John's, South Mount Pearl. Mr. Speaker, it's not just members of Parliament that are in support of bail reform. Bail reform has been on the agenda of politicians of all political stripes, all different levels of government, for a number of years now. There has been a great deal of consultation that has been taking place, Mr. Speaker, for the past while in terms of dealing with the issue of public safety as it's related to bail reform. And what we have seen, that we have a document before us or legislation before us that has substantial support across the country, Mr. Speaker. Provinces, territories that have actually signed on in support of the legislation. In fact, I understand that whether it's ministers of justice or premiers, different regions of the country, that have all indicated very clearly that they would like to see this legislation ultimately become law. I have heard that there's a number of members that would ultimately like to be able to see the legislation pass second reading so we could bring it to committee stage and see maybe if there might be some changes or potential changes that would reflect what it is that those consultations ultimately led to, Mr. Speaker. And I think the House is very much open to having the legislation passed. I'm curious, at the end of the day, whether or not we will be able to see the legislation passed, because we got a fairly solid green light that the Conservatives would in fact support quick passage. But having been here for a while, I'm going to remain a little bit optimistic on that point. But it's just not the politicians, Mr. Speaker. And that's where I want to bring in a couple of quotes. Because law enforcement officers are often the ones that are on the front line, that are looking for changes. And I thought it would be good to be able to share some of the things that law enforcement officers are in fact saying in regards to Bill C-48. In fact, Canada's police associations welcomed the Government of Canada's action on bail reform in general, Mr. Speaker. Associations representing Canada's frontline law enforcement personnel released the following statement welcoming the introduction of the Bill C-48. And I'd like to quote a couple of them, if I may, Mr. Speaker. Front law enforcement personnel have been asking the government to take concrete steps to address the small number of repeat violent offenders who commit a disproportionate number of offenses that put the safety of our communities at risk. And we appreciate the Minister Lametti the former Minister of Justice, I should say, and the former Minister of Public Safety have worked collaboratively with the different stakeholders and introduced this common sense legislation that responds to the concerns that our members have raised. Mr. Speaker, this is something that has been reported and commented on by Tom Stemeskis, who is the president of the Canadian Police Association. Mark Baxter, the president of the Police Association of Ontario, had something further to say, Mr. Speaker.
I thought I'd maybe interrupt the honourable member for just a few moments, just to remind folks, I know it's great to be back in the House of Commons and to see all of our friends again and talk about our summers, but I just need to remind folks that if you're going to have those kind of conversations, just bring them outside, even try the new timeout booths in the back side. You can try some of those to see how those are. But just so we can listen to the debate that's actually happening on the floor right now, the honourable member for Winnipeg North does have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if that actually lulled the volume here. But anyway, let me go in terms of what Mark Baxter had to say, and he is the president of the Police Association here in Ontario. And I quote, "Police personnel haven't just been asking for a tough on-crime approach. We have been advocating for a balanced approach that includes prevention and rehabilitation, but also recognize that a small number of repeat violent offenders need to be held accountable for their actions. Bill C-48 is a step in the right direction, and we sincerely hope that the courts will use these measures that are being introduced by the government in cases where circumstances warrant, Mr. Speaker." The last quote that I would like to be able to make reference to actually comes from John Reid, who is the president of the Toronto Police Association. And again, I would quote, Mr. Speaker, "Our members recognize that our charter ensures we all benefit from the presumption of innocence, but for far too long, the current balance has put the rights of an accused well above the rights of communities to have public safety and security. Ensuring the public maintains its confidence in the administration of justice is paramount, and I believe the introduction of Bill C-48 and the clear message being sent by the government that public safety remains a top priority will help victims of crime. As well as Canadians know, serious repeat violent offenders can and will be held accountable for their actions." Mr. Speaker, I believe what that does is it reinforces messages that we are hearing from politicians of all political stripes, politicians at all different levels of government, in recognizing that we want to have our communities to be a safe environment for our constituents, Mr. Speaker. And Bill C-48 is, in fact, a progressive piece of legislation that has had extensive consultations, Mr. Speaker, that will make a profound positive difference for ensuring that our communities in which we live are safer. And that's why I believe that we should look to the Leader of the Opposition and hold him to his word when he said quick passage, Mr. Speaker. I believe that the intent of the House of Commons is to see this legislation passed in a quick fashion. Allow it to go to committee, Mr. Speaker. I have not heard anyone per se say that the principles of this legislation is something that we cannot support. So with the type of support that's been gathered with C-48, I would conclude, Mr. Speaker, that it is the type of legislation that we should be able to get passed through the House, allow the committee to do the fine work that it does, and always remember that this is all about keeping our communities that we represent safer, Mr. Speaker. And that, to me, is so very important, and that is why I stand today in support of the legislation with my colleagues in hopes to see it passed in a relatively quick fashion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I mean, I know the honourable member is not one to give up any bit of his time, but there's a whole 28 seconds left on the clock when we return to this debate. Déclaration de député.
Statements by members.
By members. The honourable member and the député de.
The honourable member for Orleans.
Since this parliamentary season, our goals remain clear: to serve Canadians from all political backgrounds and effectively address their needs and their concerns. I also want to wish Orléans students a successful back-to-school experience. Que cette année scolaire soit...
That this school year be enriching and successful.
And to the vibrant community of Orléans, I want to thank the 400 people that came out to my corn roast and barbecue on August 24th, as well as the organization participating. Vous avez participé à son...
You participated in its success. And finally, I would like to express my support and sincere condolences to the Moroccan community in Orleans and Canada, and to the Moroccan people following the devastating earthquake that struck Morocco. A special thought for my parliamentary assistant, Mehdi, and his family from Marrakesh. Thank you.
The honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Mr. Speaker, as I met with people across the country this summer, I heard the same message over and over again. Young people locked out of the housing market who cannot find a place to rent and who now believe that they may never be able to own a home of their own. Families who have to renew their mortgages, and thanks to the Liberal NDP, deficits, inflation, and interest rate hikes are afraid of losing their home. Seniors who, thanks to the carbon tax, cannot afford healthy food and to pay their upcoming heating bills. Canadian seniors, families, and young people are the ones that are paying the price of this NDP Liberal coalition and all their failures. Canadians are hurting, and after 8 years of inflationary Liberal NDP spending and punishing carbon taxes on heating and eating and everyday life, it's easy to see that this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. To restore the Canada where young people can afford a home, to restore the Canada where seniors can afford to eat and heat their homes, to restore the hope of a better tomorrow, Canadians' only hope is a Conservative government.
The honourable member for Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, it is with pleasure that I state TC Expo, the epic second annual day of dynamic and interactive Canadian smart mobility technology demonstration, is hosted by Nepean-based AreaX.O on Wednesday, September 27th, in partnership with the Government of Canada and other sponsors. AreaX.O is an all-weather R&D complex for next-generation smart mobility, autonomy, and connectivity technologies founded and operated by Invest Ottawa. The only national demo of its kind in Canada, TC Expo will bring together hundreds of innovators, entrepreneurs, technology developers, industry leaders, regulators, smart mobility partners, and stakeholders from Canada's capital and across the country. TC Expo will showcase Ottawa's thriving tech ecosystem and organizations that contribute technology and intelligence to future vehicles and other smart mobility innovations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If I can have your attention, please. Order. I just want to remind everyone that member statements are taking place, and I'm sure it's nice to see everybody missed each other and they're talking and getting on, but we want to hear what the honourable members have to say.
The honourable member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, a year ago, Mahsa Amini, a young woman of 22, was arrested by the morality police in a Tehran street. The reason for her arrest? She was not wearing her hijab properly. 3 days later, she succumbed to injuries while she was in the hands of police. And since then, she has become a symbol. She inspired a great rally from the Iranian people to tell the mullah's regime of their thirst for justice. Her face has since traveled the world as a symbol of solidarity with women fighting for their rights and freedoms in Iran. A year later, Mahsa Amini still speaks to us. She reminds us of our duty for international solidarity, and she reminds us that women's rights are human rights. She also inspires us to enjoy all of these Iranian women, to shout out a challenge to the Islamic regime. Women, life, liberty. The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Today, to mourn the loss of Phil Lind. Phil was a Rogers executive for 54 years, working alongside Ted Rogers to build a great Canadian company. Phil was also a tireless advocate for multilingual, multicultural, and specialty programming. In
1992, Phil had the vision to create CPAC, an independent broadcaster whose mission was to bring Canadians closer to their democratic institutions.
Démocratique. Phil remains steadfastly committed to CPAC and its mission as the indispensable voice of democracy in Canada for over 31 years. He
firmly believed that Canadian news should be told by Canadian producers.
What is now Rogers Telefund, Phil spearheaded the process to ensure financing for Canadian film and television producers over 4 decades.
He was appointed to the Order of Canada in 2002 and inducted to the U.S. Cable Hall of Fame in 2012.
On behalf of all parliamentarians, join me in remembering this titan of Canadian business. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Crime, chaos, and disorder. This is the Prime Minister's legacy after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government. Violent crime up 39%. Vancouver homicides up 55%. BC's London Drugs reports a 500% increase in violence in their stores. Vancouver's JJ Coffee Bean Roasters has closed for good due to crime. Canadians are living in fear, businesses are closing, and the new Justice Minister says it's all in their heads. Vancouver's Light Up Chinatown Festival ended in a triple stabbing by an accused who had stabbed his own teenage daughter to death. Celebration turned into fear and tragedy. On top of this, the out-of-control release of government-funded free hard drugs. Overdose is the leading cause of death among BC youth. We need jail, not bail, for violent repeat offenders. Mandatory prison time for violent crimes. Treatment and recovery for those struggling with addictions. Common sense, not nonsense. Let's bring it home.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth-Cole Harbour.
Speaker, whether you're in my home riding of Dartmouth-Cole Harbour or in any town, in any city across Canada, young entrepreneurs are taking their smart ideas and turning them into viable businesses. For over 25 years, Futurepreneur has assisted over 17,000 entrepreneurs aged 18 to 39 launch new businesses in communities from coast to coast to coast. They've even helped launch one of Canada's most successful companies, Nix, whose founder, Joanna, now gives back by sitting as a board member. Mr. Speaker, I am thrilled to welcome Futurepreneur as they take part in meetings on Parliament Hill today, including young entrepreneurs from across Canada, like Nicholas Laval, from my riding of Dartmouth-Cole Harbour. Nicholas is the founder of Clean Valley CIC, an innovative clean technology company that specializes in biofiltration. I ask all members of this House to join me today in celebrating these entrepreneurs and their big ideas. Let's all support Futurepreneur today and into the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Willowdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great pleasure to be back in beautiful Ottawa with all my honourable colleagues. This weekend, members of the Iranian and Kurdish communities across Canada convened to mark the first anniversary of the death of Mahsa Jina Amini, a courageous Kurdish Iranian woman. Following Mahsa's murder, over 500 individuals were killed and over 23,000 individuals were detained and incarcerated. Yet, despite the Iranian regime's brutality, women, minorities, musicians, and cultural luminaries within Iran remain defiant. So as we honor the memory of Masajina Amini. I would ask all members to listen to members of the Iranian and Kurdish communities in their demands for justice and peace for their loved ones back home. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Mr. Speaker, it has been said about leaders that many communicate but few connect. The tremendous address by the Leader of the Opposition about hope and home a couple of weeks ago connected with Canadians from coast to coast, so much so that even the Prime Minister lifted lines from it. Home has been described as both a place of origin and a place of destiny, a familiar and safe place, and Canadians are feeling truly homesick. They're lost somewhere between where they once were and where they hope to be. After 8 long years of this tired Liberal NDP government, they find themselves in a strange place where crime is on the rise, the cost of living are soaring, and the dream of home ownership is out of reach. Canadians know that something has changed, and it's not them. Canadians are longing for a place called home. As long and dark as Canada's night may be, I have hope that morning will dawn again in this country, and with it the realization that our potential is still greater than our perils. A common-sense Conservative government will bring home that promise for all Canadians. For you, for me, for all of us, let's bring it home!
The honourable member for Markham-Stouffville.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to a great Canadian, the Honourable Hugh Segal, a Conservative senator who ran for the leadership of the PC Party of Canada. He was Chief of Staff to Ontario Premier Bill Davis and Prime Minister of Canada Brian Mulroney. Committed to Canadians and the common good, Hugh was an author, columnist on the faculty of Queen's School of Public Policy, principal of Massey College, and president of the Institute for Research on Public Policy. Known for his generous conservatism and a champion of basic income, I came to know Hugh when I was Ontario's Minister of Community and Social Services, when I had the privilege of working with him on our basic income pilot, and we made it a reality. When the pilot was cancelled by the Ford government, Hugh remained positive, saying 2 steps forward, 1 step back. To his widow, Donna, and daughter, Jacqueline, who are with us here today, I say may his life's work inspire Canadians and may his memory be a blessing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
What do Canadians need to know about the Leader of the Official Opposition and our next Prime Minister? Well, many already know him as the common sense leader Canada needs. His school teacher parents know him as the boy they adopted and raised in their modest home in the suburbs of Calgary. His dad knows him as the son he took to early morning hockey practice. His neighbors know him as the boy who delivered their newspaper. His 2 children know him en français, espagnol, and English as Papa. But Canadians need to know this. It doesn't matter who you know or where you're from. And this is his words. What matters is who you are and where you're going. Those aren't just empty words securing votes. He's lived it. It's common sense. Let's bring it home.
Bring it home. The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
The NDP Liberal carbon tax on farmers who grow the food and the tax on truckers who ship the food is a tax on people who buy the food, and they want to quadruple the tax. The Conservative leader will axe the tax so that you pay less and bring home more, so that you pay less on gas, groceries, and home heating. Carbon tax 1 will add over 45 cents a litre to diesel fuel, and carbon tax 2 will add 16 cents more plus HST. And by 2030, farmers and truckers will pay an extra 69 cents per litre in carbon taxes for fuel that they must buy. Well, newsflash, food doesn't transport itself to the grocery store shelves. A grocer in Dawson City, Yukon told me that he pays an over 94% surcharge on top of the regular cost to get his groceries to the store. And after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, half of Canadians are living paycheck to paycheck, and this government keeps raising taxes. The Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Conservatives will axe the tax so you pay less and bring home more.
The honourable member for St. Leonard, St. Michel. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to acknowledge the loss of a great Canadian politician, the Honourable Monique Bégin. She was elected MP for Saint Michel in 1972, then for Saint Leonard Anjou in 1974, 1979, and then again in 1980. Not only was she a pioneer, becoming one of the first 3 Quebec women elected to the Canadian Parliament, but she also defended her progressive family values with conviction and effectiveness. As Minister of Health and Welfare, she succeeded in securing unanimous support for legislative reforms that strengthened and broadened the universality and accessibility of our public health system. I invite all my colleagues to pay tribute to her. Let us continue to honor the women who, like the Honourable Monique Bégin, have broken down the barriers that allow women parliamentarians to be here in this House and to occupy our rightful place at the heart of our government and in our society. Thank you.
Once again, before continuing, I want to remind the honourable members, again, I know you're all excited to see each other after a summer break, but we're trying to hear what the statements are, and I'm sure everybody wants to hear what the honourable members have to say. Alors, je rappelle à tout le monde.
So I'd like to remind everyone that statements by members are taking place, so please listen together.
Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, for hundreds of thousands of Canadians, it has been an anxious, stressful, and even tragic summer. Wildfires have ravaged forests from Nova Scotia to Vancouver Island. 16 million hectares have been burned. 200,000 Canadians have been evacuated from their homes. And I want to thank all the firefighting crews on land and in the air for the difficult and courageous work that they have undertaken to keep all of us safe. Tragically, 4 firefighters have lost their lives in that work this summer. We need to support the thousands of volunteer firefighters across Canada, and we need a national wildfire fighting force to augment the local and provincial teams that have been overwhelmed, a well-trained force that could be deployed quickly wherever needed. And we need to act to stem the climate crisis that has overwhelmed all of us. With skyrocketing temperatures on land and sea, the planet is warning us that we are in uncharted territory and must act with the urgency and strength that this catastrophe demands.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU. Mr. Speaker, this summer in Quebec has been one of climate change. For some, it was rain, for others, tornado warnings. But for everyone, it was first and foremost the fires. Fires that darkened our skies, contaminated our air, fires that burned my region's forests, threatened our municipalities, fires that forced families to flee, carrying the bare minimum in their cars, not knowing what awaited them. On behalf of the Bloc, I'd like to thank all of those who fought the fires in Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU, and elsewhere in Quebec. I salute the work of our mayors, the police, and the communities who gave their all to protect our world. I underline the solidarity both here and in neighboring regions in support of the displaced. And I would like to remind the federal government that there are still great needs. The Bloc will continue to stand by the victims, the workers, and the forestry and seasonal industries who still need their government more than ever. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland, Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, this summer all in this House have been inundated by messages from Canadians, Atlantic Canadians, Nova Scotians, and to me, most particularly residents of the counties of Cumberland, Colchester in Nova Scotia, who are in dire straits because of the punishing carbon tax. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, it is clear that Canadians can no longer afford to feed themselves, house themselves, and if they are lucky enough to have a dwelling, to heat it. The number of calls, emails, and letters with respect to the inability to afford to live is staggering. As a family physician for 26 years, I have never seen or heard of this amount of desperation in the lives of Canadians. This Liberal Prime Minister is asking more from Canadians than they can afford to pay. This Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the cost. It's time to axe the carbon tax.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Northwest Territories.
Mr. Speaker, this summer was an incredibly challenging time for the Northwest Territories. Across our region, wildfires threatened the safety of our communities, with about 70% of the NBTers being evacuated, including the city of Yellowknife. For the people of Hay River and Kotlo Daitche First Nations, who were hit by a flood last year, they had to leave their homes twice this summer. The hamlet of Enterprise was 90% destroyed. Words can't express how grateful Northerners are to the communities that opened their doors to the evacuees and to the firefighters and emergency workers that put their lives on the line to keep us safe. As we move forward, it's critical that all levels of government continue to work together, ensure residents and small businesses will recover, and we can rebuild a healthier and safer future for NBTers. The climate crisis is here, and the time to act is now. Masicho, Mr. Speaker.
I have the honor to inform the House that the Clerk of the House has received from the Chief Electoral Officer a certificate of the election and return of Mr. Carr, member for the Electoral District of Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present to you Ben Carr, member for the Electoral District of Winnipeg South Centre, who has taken the oath, signed the roll, and now claims the right to take his seat.
Yes. Member, take his seat. Congratulations and welcome. Thank you. I have the honor to inform the House that the Clerk of the House has received from the Chief Electoral Officer a certificate of the election and return of Ms. Gainey, member of the Electoral District of Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, Westmount.
Present to you Anna Gainey, member for the Electoral District of Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, Westmount, who has taken the oath, signed the roll, and now claims her right to take her seat.
Let the honourable member take her seat. Welcome. Nice to see you. Congratulations. I have the honor to inform the House that the Clerk of the House has received from the Chief Electoral Officer a certificate of the election and return of Mr. Khanna, member for the Electoral District of Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, it is an honor to present to you Arpan Khanna, the honourable member for the Electoral District of Oxford. He has taken the oath, signed the roll, and now claims the right to take his seat.
The honourable member take his seat. I have the honor to inform the House that the Clerk of the House has received from the Chief Electoral Officer a certificate of the election and return of Mr. Leslie, member for the Electoral District of Portage-Lisgar.
Speaker, I have the honor to present to you Mr. Brandon Leslie, member for the Electoral District of Portage-Lisgar. He has taken the oath, signed the roll, and now claims the right to take his seat.
Honourable member, take his seat. Congratulations and welcome.
Thank you so much.
I have the honor to inform the House that the Clerk of the House has received from the Chief Electoral Officer a certificate of the election and return of Mr. Majumdar, member of the Electoral District of Calgary Heritage.
It is an honor to present to you Shuvaloy Majumdar, member for the Electoral District of Calgary Heritage. He has taken the oath, signed the roll, and now claims the right to take his seat.
Honourable member, take his seat. Congratulations and welcome.
Nice to meet you, Speaker.
Nice to meet you as well.
See you around.
Yes, I'll look forward to it. We're all set to start. Oral questions. Question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
After the summer, the Liberals had, even the Prime Minister must admit that he's not worth the cost, Mr. Speaker. After 8 years of promising to reduce the cost of housing, it has doubled. And he said it's not his job. And finally, he panicked because of lower support in polls. He's recycled the same promises he broke over 6 years ago. It took 8 years to cause housing hell by the Prime Minister. How long will it take to resolve this? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know that Canadians are feeling the rise in prices throughout the country, especially at the grocery store and for housing. That's why we are taking immediate action to build more housing by eliminating GST, by supporting small businesses and extending repayment, and by calling in food CEOs for a meeting today to ensure we reduce the cost of food. Our priority is to build an economy focused on the well-being of all Canadians, and that is what we will do every day in this House. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. People can't have well-being when they're living in tents. After 8 years, the cost of housing has doubled, and now interest rates are going up faster than in our country's monetary history. Even the former finance minister, Liberal, John Manley, said that interest rates are going up because of the deficits. This prevents people from building houses and buying them. Will he finally eliminate inflationary deficits that make interest rates go up and keep his promise to balance the budget? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, actions count more than words, and we've taken action. We are building thousands of housing units in London, and we are reducing red tape. We are encouraging cities like Calgary to put forward more ambitious proposals, and we are ensuring that affordable apartments are built throughout the country by eliminating GST on their construction. And if food CEOs don't make your groceries more affordable, we will do so. This is what Canadians are calling for today, and that is what we are doing to build an economy that works for everybody. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, after the summer that these Liberals have had, even the Prime Minister must admit that he's not worth the cost. 8 years after he promised to make housing more affordable, he doubled the cost, doubled the rent, doubled mortgage payments, doubled the needed down payment. Then he said housing is not his job. And then he panicked when he plummeted in the polls and recycled promises that he'd broken 6 years earlier. Mr. Speaker, it took him 8 years to cause this housing hell. How long will it take to fix it?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, we said we'd work with municipalities to get housing built faster, and that's exactly what we're doing right across the country, including, for example, with the City of London, where we've got a deal done that fast-tracks the creation of over 2,000 additional housing units over the next 3 years, builds thousands more in the years to come. We're doing this by cutting red tape, fixing outdated zoning policies, and building more homes faster. This is our first deal, but I promise, not the last.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, he's building bureaucracy, not building homes. In fact, his inflationary deficits drive up interest rates, according to former Liberal Finance Minister John Manley. And that ensures that it's harder not only to buy homes, but to build them. Today, we got the devastating news that not only are we not increasing home building was down in August, 18 months after his so-called accelerator was brought into place. So when will the Prime Minister realize that he's not worth the cost, get out of the way, and build homes, not bureaucracy?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, the opposition leaders bickering won't help get houses built. Our plan does. The Minister of Housing wrote the Mayor of Calgary offering to partner with the city if they made necessary changes for more affordable housing. And just this Saturday, the City of Calgary approved a plan for reducing zoning red tape and building housing by public transit. This is a step in the right direction, and we know together we can build more apartments for students to rent and more homes for families to grow in.
That's right. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, all he has delivered is an economy that built fewer homes last year than were built in 1972.
Wow.
And this year, housing construction is expected to drop further by 32%. Data from August showed that home building was down again. His inflationary deficits drive up interest rates, which make it harder for builders to finance their construction and harder for Canadians to afford a mortgage. So what will he finally do what he promised to do 8 years ago, and that is balance the budget to bring down interest rates and inflation?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
We're focused on delivering real results, while the leader opposite is focused on empty slogans and picking fights. In fact, when he was in charge of housing, he bungled projects like the Toronto Line 1 extension, which to this day has no housing near a number of its stations. In contrast, we are actually linking public transit dollars to apartments and housing density, and we're doing so without the Conservative plan to restrict access to abortion, to deny the impact of climate change, and put more assault weapons in our streets.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie.
Okay. I just want to remind the honourable members, the ones who used to sit way down there and now are over here, I can see you now as well as hear you. The honourable member, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, in the midst of the housing crisis, Quebecers want politicians to find solutions. But to date, politicians in Ottawa aren't finding solutions. They're finding scapegoats. They blame our cities in Quebec for their failures in Ottawa. But municipalities have pointed out that the federal government is withholding $900 million earmarked for housing during a housing crisis. Ottawa is depriving Quebec of $900 million and has been doing so for 6 months. Mr. Speaker, it's not a time for squabbling. It's a time for building. It's time to be responsible. Will the government immediately release our $900 million? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are there to build in partnership with the provinces and municipalities. We're there to build more housing. That's why we created a $4 billion plan to accelerate densification, improve zoning, and help municipalities deliver more housing more quickly. We've also eliminated the GST on building new apartments because we know that we need to increase supply. We will continue to be there to work hand in hand with the provinces, with municipalities, because it's by all working together that we will address this housing crisis. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, if housing is their priority, then they should free up the $900 million we're entitled to for housing construction. It doesn't get much more obvious than that. And yet the Liberals are doing the opposite. They're withholding the $900 million for housing. The message this sends to Quebecers who are having a hard time affording decent housing is that they're not the priority. They take second place to jurisdictional squabbles. Mr. Speaker, that's not responsible. That's not what Quebecers expect from the federal government. So when are the $900 million for housing going to be paid? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, we know full well that the Bloc is here for squabbling. We are here to work hand in hand with the provinces, with municipalities. That's why we've set up a $4 billion plan to work directly with municipalities to increase supply in housing, to build more densification, to improve zoning, to accelerate construction of new housing. We've also removed the GST from construction costs for new apartments because we know how much we need to increase supply. That's part of the actions we've taken for a long time that we will continue to take to help people throughout the country. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
20 months, Canadians have been dealing with high grocery bills, and neither the Leader of the Opposition nor the Prime Minister have the courage to mention the true culprit, the corporate greed, which is driving up prices. In fact, when they have the chance to publicly show up and hold these CEOs to account, neither of them even bothered to show up. The Leader of the Opposition even gave tax breaks to the wealthy CEOs. When will the Prime Minister stop the delay and the disappointment? When will this government step up and force these CEOs to finally lower their prices?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our focus is on making life more affordable and ensuring corporations pay their fair share. The Minister of Innovation met today with the CEOs of the large grocery chains to reinforce the immediate need to stabilize food prices and improve competition. Indeed, we're introducing changes to competition here in Canada to address the rise in food prices, amongst others. We will, every day, Mr. Speaker, continue to build an economy that works for all Canadians.
Well, Member for Burnaby South.
Under the Liberals and the Conservatives, Canada has lost 1 million affordable housing units, and it's been 5 months that construction has been going down. Eliminating GST on the construction of affordable housing is important, but it's 8 years too late. It will take a lot more. When will the Prime Minister stop delaying and announce that the federal government is starting once again to build affordable housing? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our goal is to make people's lives more affordable and to ensure that corporations pay their fair share. The Minister of Innovation met with food CEOs this morning to insist on the need to stabilize the price of food and increase competition. We are making changes to the rules on competition in Canada to fight the rise in food prices, among other. We will continue to build an economy that works for all Canadians every day.
Le chef de l'opposition. The NDP has now been in government for almost 2 years, during which time, by their own admission, both grocery prices and grocery profits have gone up. That's the result they get. And now they're supporting the Prime Minister's plan for a carbon tax that will rise to 61 cents a litre on the farmers who make the food and the truckers who ship the food. Their response to all this is to hold a big photo op today. The Prime Minister claims food will be affordable by Thanksgiving. So, will, by Thanksgiving, lettuce be back down from its 94% increase because of today's meeting?
L'Honorable, the Honourable Minister for Innovation.
I'd like to thank the Leader of the Opposition for his question. But coming from someone who advocated for crypto as an advice to Canadians, I think Canadians watching at home understand not to follow his advice when it comes to grocery, Mr. Speaker. The answer of Canadians is thanks, but no thanks, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to do the tough work on this side and fight for Canadians at every step of the way.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
It's not just one carbon tax. There's a second carbon tax that the Prime Minister wants to impose on the backs of Quebecers. Yes, it applies to Quebecers, to farmers, to truckers in Quebec who deliver our food. And the Bloc supports it and wants to increase it radically, as they've said. This will inflate the price of food. Will the Prime Minister heed the call of the Bloc to radically increase the carbon tax on the backs of Quebecers? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As it's my first opportunity to speak during the session, I'd like to offer my sincerest condolences to all Canadians and people who were affected by forest fires, the tens of thousands of people who were evacuated due to forest fires, to flooding. And thankfully, Tropical Storm Lee didn't hit as hard as it could have. At a time of climate change, a responsible government has to invest in climate change. And it also needs to support Canadians during these difficult times. That's exactly what we're doing on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. The Liberal Bloc carbon tax has radically increased the price of food. Carrots alone have gone up 74%. My mother always told me to eat carrots. They're good for your eyes. I invite the Bloc leader to eat more of them because he doesn't see the costs of his support for the Liberal Bloc carbon tax. The Prime Minister and his coalition with the Bloc are not worth the cost, Mr. Speaker. Will the Prime Minister's big meeting with the food CEOs at least cancel the 74% increase for carrots by Thanksgiving? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, with the forest fire season we've had, the heat waves that have been throughout Canada and around the country, around the world, some people might say that there are bigger challenges than carrots. We need to fight climate change. We need to help people during these difficult times. That's exactly what we're doing here on this side of the House. What is the Conservative Party proposing? Nothing to fight climate change. They want pollution to be free. Mr. Speaker, that's not a responsible position for a party that wants to form government. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. We want groceries to cost less for everyone, Mr. Speaker. The carbon tax 2.0 that the Liberals are imposing on Canadians, contrary to what the Bloc Québécois claims, also applies to Quebec. On June 5th, a motion was presented in this House that the House recognizes that the first carbon tax is a failure and calls on the government to immediately cancel the second tax, the Clean Fuel Regulations. And what do you know? The Bloc voted against it. Even worse, a Bloc MP called for a radical increase. Will the Prime Minister reject the Bloc's call to radically increase the carbon tax at the expense of Quebecers? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind my honourable colleague that in his party's election platform at the last election, he proposed putting in place a clean fuel program. That's exactly what we've done. This program leads to thousands of jobs, billions of dollars in investment throughout the country, and the Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers supported this. It would lead to jobs, especially in agriculture. What do the Conservatives have to fight climate change? Absolutely nothing.
Member for Foothills.
The thing is, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals can reduce the price of food right now if they abandon their failed carbon tax. But instead of taking any meaningful action, they are having more meaningless meetings. The price of diesel is already up 70 cents a litre, increasing the costs on farmers to produce the food, manufacturers to process it, truckers to haul it, and certainly for Canadians to buy it. When the price of lettuce is up 94%, clearly the Prime Minister's NDP government isn't worth the cost. Will the Prime Minister's big meetings reduce the cost of lettuce by Thanksgiving? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the question. Instead of talking, Mr. Speaker, they should look at what we've done today. Mr. Speaker, this is the first time in Canadian history that the grocers have come to Ottawa. Mr. Speaker, we had difficult discussions, but at the end of the day, those are discussions that needed to have in order to stabilize the price of food in Canada, Mr. Speaker. We have been very clear with the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance. We are going to work with them to stabilize prices in Canada. That's what Canadians expect at home. That's what we're going to deliver.
Absolutely.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
After 8 years of the Prime Minister's NDP government, Canadians can't afford to put food on the table, and it's getting worse. The Parliamentary Budget Officer report on Friday stated by 2030, Canadian farmers will pay close to $1 billion in carbon taxes alone. Lettuce is up 94% because of these increases in carbon taxes, and the costs they're putting on farmers, processors, certainly truckers. And you know what? It's Canadians who are paying the price at the grocery store shelf. Now they want to quadruple that tax. How much will Canadians pay for a head of lettuce?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to read for you an extract from a press release from the Canola Growing Association, and which states, "We're pleased to see the clean fuel regulations provide options that will minimize regulatory burden and allow canola to be used to reduce greenhouse gas emissions through biofuel production. Recognition of sustainable practice of Canadian growers to help sequester and store carbon. Agriculturists are in favor of what we're doing, Mr. Speaker, to fight climate change and create a strong and vibrant Canadian economy."
The Honourable Member for Avignon-La-Métis, Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, climate collapse has begun. That is the devastating assessment of the Secretary-General of the United Nations, the hottest July on record. Marine heat waves with global averages of 21 degrees, forest fires so numerous that it's as if everything between Ottawa and Quebec City had burned down. It's staggering. The situation affects everyone, and it's not getting any better because we're not acting responsibly. What is the government waiting for to take global warming seriously? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for her question, and I share her concern on the matter of climate change, contrary to the Conservative Party of Canada. And I'd like to remind her that between 2019 and 2021, Canada is the G7 country that's had the best performance on reducing greenhouse gases. 55 million tons less. That's 25% of our goal for 2030 that we've accomplished. But I agree with her. We need to do more. We need to do it faster. And that's why the Prime Minister and myself and colleagues will be going to New York this week to work with all countries around the world to accelerate the fight against climate change. The Honourable Member for Avignon-La-Métis, Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, the government tells us that fighting climate change is a priority, but it's not. While the UN is talking about climate ambition, 3 ministers from this government are heading to Alberta for the World Petroleum Congress. They'll be talking about green oil, I imagine, to show how much respect they have for our intelligence. But the sad truth is that Canada is an oil country, and heating up the planet pays in this country. When will this government start acting responsibly and taking real action to combat global warming? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. We take climate change very seriously, doing the work we need to do. For the Congress, it's true that the Minister of Natural Resources is there. He's there to tell everyone that it's very important for us to do everything we need to do to decarbonize our energy systems. We need clean energy, we know that, and we are doing the work to get it. The Honourable Member for Avignon-La-Métis, Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, the unprecedented forest fires we've seen in Quebec, and that also happened in British Columbia, the Northwest Territories, and the Atlantic, are disastrous for the planet, for the people affected, for biodiversity, even for the economy. A disaster that is bound to happen again and again. But there's no Congress on fighting forest fires or on the energy transition. No. Here we welcome oil magnates with open arms. It's irresponsible, Mr. Speaker. Totally irresponsible. How many more thousands of hectares will have to burn before the government wakes up? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her question. And that is why, faced with climate change and the increase in natural disasters, we've put forward the first national climate change adaptation plan in partnership with the provinces and territories, municipalities, and Indigenous people. A plan to adapt to climate change that was recognized by institutions like Impact Assurance that has said it's one of the best in the world. The Insurance Bureau of Canada has said the same thing. We need to be better prepared to face the impact of climate change. And contrary to the Conservative Party that still thinks it doesn't exist, we have a plan to fight climate change and to adapt to them.
For Miramichi, Grand Lake.
Mr. Speaker, gas, diesel, and home heating costs are spiking because Liberal MPs voted to implement and increase the carbon tax. The Prime Minister and his NDP coalition are not worth the cost to Canadians. After 8 years raising carbon taxes on the farmers and truckers that bring us our food, lettuce is up 94%. Now he wants to quadruple that tax to 61 cents a litre. How much more will that add to the price of lettuce?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what Canadians across the country need, what Canadians in Atlantic Canada need right now is more homes to be built faster. And that's why last week the Prime Minister announced we are removing the GST on purpose-built rental. But do you know what the Conservative leader said about our housing plan? He said, we don't need more spending. I guess he thinks homes are going to get built by magic. We know we need home builders to invest more to build more faster. That's what our government is going to do in Atlantic Canada and across the country.
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret.
After 8 years, Nova Scotians are hurting because of the NDP Liberal carbon tax. It increases the cost to produce food, to process the food, to transport the food.
Yep.
One example is that the price of cabbage has gone up 70% because of the actions of these Liberals. The Prime Minister and his Liberal NDP government are not worth the cost. Will the Prime Minister's big meeting with grocery CEOs reverse this 70% price hike by Thanksgiving? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister for Housing.
Speaker, my honourable colleague will know well that Nova Scotians are hurting for a number of reasons, including we are on the front lines of the fight against climate change. Over the course of the past year, we have seen Hurricane Fiona devastate our communities. We have seen floods sweep our neighbours away. We have seen wildfires like we have never seen before, and these things come at a cost. One of the interesting things about this argument, Mr. Speaker, is my colleague ignores the fact that one of the driving costs behind the increase in produce is climate change itself. Jurisdictions that produce food cannot do it at the same price. We will put measures in place to help Nova Scotians struggling with affordability, and we will fight climate change at the same time.
The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, 60 cents. This is the price differential today for gasoline between the state of Maine and my province, New Brunswick. 60 cents a litre. For 8 years, Liberal MPs have voted to bring in and raise taxes on energy, and they voted to triple the carbon tax between now and 2030. This Prime Minister just is not worth the cost. His carbon tax on farmers has raised the price of carrots by 74%. Will the Prime Minister's big meeting with grocery CEOs bring down this 74% increase before Thanksgiving? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure Canadians watching at home are feeling insulted by what they hear from this side, Mr. Speaker. At a time where Canadians are hurting, at a time when this nation needs to come together to fight food price inflation, at a time we call the CEOs to come to Ottawa to come with concrete solutions to stabilize prices, the Conservatives are choosing to be on the sidelines where we're acting on behalf of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. I invite every member of this House to work with us, stabilize prices, and help Canadians at a time of need.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, we heard it throughout the summer. People are having a hard time paying for groceries. Prices are exploding. The big chains are making record profits and CEOs are lining their pockets. And what are the Liberals doing? Well, they're holding meetings. Like today, they said to the CEOs, look, if you're not nice, we will maybe one day give you a tap on the wrist. It's really not serious. The NDP leader is going to table a bill to give the Competition Bureau some teeth. It's a concrete, practical solution. When will the Liberals act to help people put food on the table? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. I have a lot of respect for my colleague, but I think he missed part of the message, Mr. Speaker, because that is exactly what we are doing. When we announced last week, Mr. Speaker, that we were going to make a huge reform of competition in this country, Mr. Speaker, we are going to give power to the Director of the Competition Bureau to require documents to hold legal investigations. We're going to take away the merger defense, which are not in the interest of Canadians, and we want to fight collaboration, which is hurting competition. What we are putting before Canadians is a plan for more competition, less consolidation, and lower prices.
For Nunavut. Too many northern communities saw little to no housing projects or repairs this summer. Too many Nunavummiut are being denied their right to a home. When I visited Baker Lake this summer, I saw housing conditions well below acceptable standards. Last year, the government of Nunavut and the Nunavut Tinglevik Incorporated submitted a joint budget request to build more homes. They are still waiting. When will this government properly invest in housing that will make a difference in people's lives?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her very important question. As she knows, housing is #1 priority in the North, in the Arctic. In Budget 2022, we moved $4 billion for distinctions-based housing, including $800 million for Inuit Nunangat. In Budget 23, we have $4 billion for northern, rural, and urban housing. Mr. Speaker, we know we are making progress, but there's a lot of work to do. We will get it done.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, I spoke with many residents in Brampton this summer, and I heard a lot about the need to build more homes fast in Canada. We know increasing supply is just one of the major solutions to the housing crisis. Can the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities tell us how removing GST on rental construction can help drive down the cost of housing?
Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague, the Member of Parliament for Brampton South, for her advocacy for her community, and I enjoyed thoroughly my visit to the City of Brampton, where we worked directly with the Mayor and members of Council in the City to uncover what some of the plans they might advance to help grow the supply of housing in their community. But one of the things we've been hearing over the course of this summer is that we need to change the financial equation for builders to build. They are dealing with higher costs as a result of increased costs of supplies and materials, and they're operating in a higher interest rate environment. That's why I was thrilled when we were able to announce last week we will be getting rid of the GST on apartment construction in Canada to build more homes for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, what's more, we have seen provincial governments follow suit.
I'm sorry, the time is up. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, the Prime Minister and his coalition with the NDP are not worth the cost. Housing is worse than ever and worse than anywhere. Years of inflationary deficit, Canadians are getting crushed with housing costs. Mortgage payments are up 151%. That's more than $3,500 a month. And in Toronto, it used to take 25 years to pay off a mortgage, and now it takes 25 years to save for a down payment. So will the Prime Minister end his wasteful spending and eliminate his inflationary deficit so Canadians can keep a roof over their head?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Mike Moffat called our housing plan announced by the Prime Minister last week hugely important. This will make the numbers work. The governments of Ontario, BC, and Newfoundland have already followed suit. But what did the Conservatives say about this practical plan to get more homes built? They said, we don't need more spending. Well, how do they think we're going to get homes built in Canada? Is it by magic? We need home builders to invest more and build faster. That is what our government is making possible. That is what is going to fix the housing challenge.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Speaker, let's play back the tape. In 2015, this Liberal Prime Minister pledged that Canada needs, quote, real change and affordable housing. 8 years after he created this housing hell, he says he's not responsible for housing. Housing prices have doubled. Rents have doubled. Higher taxes and more government spending equals higher inflation and higher interest rates. Canadians can see it. So why is it that the NDP Liberal government are the only ones who can't?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
I find it fascinating to watch the Conservatives' line of questioning because they certainly seem to think that they have the solutions to Canada's housing crisis. But when you actually look at what they're proposing, they're just tinkering around the edges with half measures that won't make a meaningful difference. Mr. Speaker, we are getting rid of the GST on apartment construction in this country, and provincial governments are following suit. We are advancing measures to change the way that cities build houses, so they build them next to transit stations, to colleges and universities, and we are going to require that they build them more densely. We have much more to come over the course of the fall, Mr. Speaker, but if you put our plan against theirs, it'll win 7 days a week.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years under this Prime Minister's, Canadians are doubly in difficulty. Housing prices have doubled, and the Bank of Canada has warned that mortgage payments could go up by over 40%. Remember, in the budget 2023, the Minister of Finance declared that one of the main goals of the budget was to not throw oil on the fires of inflation. When will the Prime Minister stop these inflationist policies so that Canadians can keep a roof over their heads? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Canada has the lowest deficit of all the G7 countries, and DBRS Morningstar last week reaffirmed our AAA credit rating. At the same time, we know that we have to work for Canadians. That is why the Prime Minister announced last week that GST on new rental housing would be eliminated. That is why this morning, with my colleague, the Minister for Industry, we had a meeting with the CEOs of all the grocery stores because we are there, we are working for Canadians, and we will continue to do that. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, does the Minister of Finance know that mortgage payments for an average house are now $3,560 a month? That's an increase of 151% since the Prime Minister came to power. In Montreal, people need to have a minimum salary of at least $113,500 to hope to buy a house. These increases are a direct result of the inflationist policies of this Liberal government. Will the government stop with its inflationist deficits so that Canadians can dream of one day affording a house? The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Monsieur Président.
Mr. Speaker, if you want to see more housing in Canada, we need to see more investment in seeing housing being built.
The problem, they like to assign blame, but when it comes time to advance solutions, they're nowhere to be seen. They are nowhere to be seen. They are advancing half measures that will not make a meaningful lick of difference on the need to build housings at a rate we have never built before. We have removed taxes on home construction. We are changing the way that cities build homes, and we have made years' worth of investments in affordable housing. We're going to continue to advance policies that make a difference. It's what Canadians deserve.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, another example of just how far Ottawa will go to push Quebec aside. The federal government held a competition to design a monument to commemorate the role of our soldiers in Afghanistan. A jury of experts decided that it was the Daou team from Quebec that won, but the Liberals rejected the opinion of these experts. They have publicly admitted that Quebec won, but they're giving the contract to a firm from Ontario instead. Who in this government ordered that the Quebec team be pushed aside at any cost, even if it means breaking their own rules. The Honourable Minister of Veterans. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the monument to commemorate Canada's mission in Afghanistan recognizes the commitment and the sacrifice of our soldiers. Over 40,000 people participated in this mission. Veterans Affairs received comments from over 10,000 Canadians, particularly from veterans, people who participated in the mission, and they all agreed, or the majority agreed, that the concept should really meet their needs. And in the end, the concept from STIMSA Group better reflects exactly what veterans wanted. Mr. Speaker, we will always be there to listen to our veterans. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, it's very difficult to believe. The worst is that they're admitting it. This is what they wrote to Daou. Despite the fact that the jury designated your concept as the winner of the competition, the government has decided instead to give the contract to another team. So much for the jury, so much for the architects, and so much for the artists who worked on this for months and months, and even worse, so much for their own rules. Will the government correct this injustice and give the contract to the company that truly deserved it and that won the competition? The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs. Mr. Speaker, as Minister of Veterans Affairs, I think it's very important to make sure that we listen to our veterans who served during the mission in Afghanistan. And during this process, we heard comments from 10,000 Canadians, and a majority of those were people who served in the Afghanistan mission, and they told us very clearly that the submission from the STIMSA Group truly represented what they wanted from this monument. We thank the committee, which did extraordinary work, but we want to make sure that we respect the wishes of veterans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Canada has some of the most unaffordable housing in the world, Mr. Speaker, and that's after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister. Mortgages are up over 151%, with payments over $3,500 a month. 8 years of inflationary Liberal deficits, driving up interest rates, and homes have become completely unaffordable in Canada. When will the Liberals end their reckless inflationary deficits so that Canadians can once again afford a place to live?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, why should Canadians trust the Leader of the Opposition on housing? Because when he had the file, he failed hard. In fact, a $300 million fund to build housing in First Nations, set up by the Leader himself, built, wait for it, 99 houses. That's right. For every one house he and the Carper Conservatives built on reserve, Mr. Speaker, we've renovated or built 9. We can't afford his broken ideas.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
NDP coalition can deflect and make all the excuses they want, but the fact remains that after 8 years of massive Liberal deficits, driving up interest rates and driving up inflation, Canadians can no longer afford a place to live. Right. In 2015, the average rent for a two-bedroom apartment was just over $1,100 a month. 8 years after these Liberals, $2,300 a month. That's the reality Canadians are facing under that Liberal minister. When will the Liberals end this costly NDP coalition and allow Canadians a place to live, Mr. Speaker?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has the lowest debt and deficit in the G7, and our AAA rating was reaffirmed by a ratings agency last week. But what we need to ask is, what would conservative austerity do to Canada? Do the Conservatives propose to cut our $200 billion investment in healthcare? Maybe they propose to cut our investment in early learning and childcare, which has already cut fees for parents by 50%. Or maybe it's dental care that they would go after. What we know for sure is conservative austerity hurts Canadians.
That's right. Excellent. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal government, mortgage payments have gone up by 151%, and the average payment is now $3,560 a month. The Prime Minister said in 2020, and listen closely, we took on debt so that Canadians wouldn't have to. And yet, more than ever, Canadians and Quebecers are having a hard time making ends meet. When will the Prime Minister end his wasteful, useless spending and eliminate these inflationist deficits so that Canadians can keep a roof over their heads. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to thank the Prime Minister for his confidence. It's the first time that I've risen in this House as Minister, so thank you. And, Mr. Speaker, what Quebecers need is a Prime Minister who thinks about them and who works closely with municipalities, not a leader from the opposition who treats municipal leaders as if they're incompetent, with condescension and arrogance. As a former Montreal councillor, I'm outraged to see how the Leader of the Opposition does not take into account the opinions of municipal leaders. The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Mr. Speaker, in recent months, Canadians have lived through a series of extreme events, including forest fires, drought, heat waves, flooding, and violent storms, which have caused incredible destruction and which have affected the lives of many people across the country. This week, Canada will be in New York for the UN Climate Week. Can the Minister of Environment and Climate Change please tell us what Canada will be putting forward at the General Assembly of the United Nations? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question and for her hard work on this file. It's a pleasure for me to pass time with her and her constituents who are concerned about climate change and about protecting our natural habitats and about fighting pollution, including plastic pollution. And that's why the Prime Minister, along with some of our colleagues, will be going to New York to work with our colleagues to find solutions to these three major issues. In 2023, only in working on these three issues can a government be considered serious. We will continue to work on these.
For Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, throughout the summer, I've heard heartbreaking stories from families across Oxford who are struggling to put food on their tables. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, this Liberal NDP government is not worth the cost. Their carbon tax has raised the cost of food. For example, the price of onions is up 69%. Will this Prime Minister's big meeting with grocery CEOs reverse the 69% hike by Thanksgiving? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister for Housing.
Mr. Speaker, let me begin by congratulating the Honourable Member on taking his spot in this House. But having only recently arrived, Mr. Speaker, he can be forgiven if he's not aware that the party he now forms a member of voted against many of the measures that, in fact, make a direct impact on having life more affordable for his constituents. This includes investments in the Canada Child Benefit. This includes new investments that reduce the cost of childcare. This includes new benefits to provide dental care for low-income families. And this includes a rebate that leaves 8 out of 10 families in the province of Ontario better off as a result of putting price on pollution. We can fight climate change and make life more affordable. It's what we've been doing for 8 years, and we're going to...
The Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage.
For my neighbours across Calgary, senior savings are going up in smoke. Single moms may not be in the homes of the doors that I knocked, and the dreams of young couples and newcomers devastated. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and his NDP government have not been worth the cost. Right. After 8 years of raising carbon taxes on the farmers and truckers who bring us our food, potatoes are up 68%. Oh. Now he wants to quadruple the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre. How much more will that add to the price of potatoes?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
What is irresponsible to a weary planet that is going through some of its darkest days is, although Canada has some of the lowest food inflation and some of the lowest inflation in the world, it is so much more that we have to do. But saying to people who are facing the global challenge of inflation that cutting dental care, that taking away dental care from vulnerable families is a solution to global inflation and the crises that we face, show this.
I mean, The honourable member for Calgary Heritage, it's his first day here. I'm sure he wants to hear the answer to his question. And we really can't hear it with all the shouting that's going on. So I'm going to ask the Honourable Minister of Health to start from the top so that the honourable member can hear the answer.
Mr. Speaker, in all times of great challenge globally, there is a responsibility for all of us to focus on solutions and answers. And yes, it's incredibly easy on the other side and point out what's wrong in the world and what's happening, but there are solutions, cutting support and services from the most vulnerable. Let me just talk about dental care for a second. Do you know the number 2 cause of children in the hospital? Oral health, all of which is preventable. We could stop people from getting ill. We could take action to make our world better, or we can throw around slogans like what is being done on the other side. Let's focus on real answers, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Portage-Lisker.
Few fries short of a Happy Meal.
Mr. Speaker, when I was talking with friends and neighbors this summer, I heard loud and clear that people can't afford the Liberal NDP government's carbon tax. The average farm family will spend an extra $150,000 each year. The people who make the food can't afford that, and the people who buy the food can't afford that. This Prime Minister is simply not worth the cost. After 8 years, the Prime Minister has driven up the cost of everything, and Canadians have had enough. When will the Prime Minister listen to Canadians and finally axe the tax?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's question. But the fact is, when you look at what happened in our area of the country, Fiona alone, it destroyed burns, it killed cattle, it destroyed wharves. The fact is that if we don't deal with the economy, the cost of everything will go up. We have invested in climate change, and this government will continue to invest in climate change, so we will have a place to live. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, this summer it has become abundantly clear to Canadians the challenges that climate change and extreme weather is presenting. In Kings Hants, we sadly lost 4 individuals in our communities with flash floods which have not been seen in 50-plus years. The importance of real-time emergency alerts to cell phones is so important, but cell reception in some of my communities is simply non-existent. Will the Minister of Emergency Preparedness commit to working with the Minister of Industry to push the CRTC and telecoms to improve cell service for communities where no service exists in the interest of their safety and well-being? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister for Emergency Preparedness.
I want to thank my colleague for this very important question. I want to take the opportunity to pass on my sincere condolences to the families who lost loved ones during the flash floods in July. Not every second counts in an emergency, Mr. Speaker, and Canadians need to be informed as quickly as possible when there is a threat to their safety. A public alerting system is an absolute priority for our government. We will be speaking to the appropriate agencies, and I'll be working with the provinces and territories, and especially the municipalities, to making sure that we have the right system for Canadians. Thank you.
The honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, this summer over 16 million hectares of forests burned. More than 200,000 Canadians were forced to flee their homes. To call this wildfire season unprecedented is an understatement. And with off-the-charts global temperatures, we can expect climate change to deliver even more extreme wildfires. It's clear that Canada's wildfire response was overwhelmed. Waiting for help from overseas costs valuable time and money, and the Liberals don't seem to be rushing to fix it. Will the minister support our call for a national wildfire fighting service which can be deployed immediately where needed?
The honourable minister.
I agree with my colleague that climate change is having a devastating impact across the country, and especially in British Columbia. And the member opposite and I actually toured Osoyoos together and saw the impacts directly, where a wildfire actually was close to a neighbor, just 1 meter away, and we thank all the firefighters for their amazing work. Well, we need to make sure, Mr. Speaker, we have the right resources at the right place at the right time, and that's what we're committed to doing. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the honourable member for Emergency Preparedness.
We have to do far more. We know that not only as the member for Kings Hants says the cell service is inadequate, cell service goes down even where you have it during climate emergencies. We lose power. We lose landlines. We need a national firefighting force, a national water bomber fleet, and a permanent national task force for climate emergency preparedness, for better warnings, better communications, and better response time. Will the minister set up such a task force immediately?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I look forward to working with my colleague on this. Look forward to meeting with her and listening to our ideas. Every time we've had an emergency and disaster across this country, year after year, our folks have continually learned and we applied those lessons regularly. And this year in particular, where we had floods, wildfires, and even hurricanes at our doorsteps, Mr. Speaker, we will learn from those, put the appropriate resources in place, and I'll be focused on, again, Mr. Speaker, making sure that we have the right resources at the right place at the right time. Thank you.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for question period today. À la suite de discussions entre les représentants de
Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, it is my understanding that there is consent to observe a moment of silence in honor of our former colleague, the Honourable Monique Bégin.
Thank you. Merci. It is my duty to lay upon the table. I'm sorry. Yes. Okay. Very good. Tabling of documents. It's my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to paragraph 91A of the Parliament of Canada Act, the annual report of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner in relation to the Conflict of Interest Code for members of the House of Commons for the fiscal year ended March 31st, 2023. Conformément à l'article 108.3.
Pursuant to Standing Order 108.3a, this document is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
Tabling of documents. Il est de mon devoir de...
It is my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to paragraph 91B of the Parliament of Canada Act, the annual report of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner in relation to the Conflict of Interest Act for the fiscal year ended March 31, 2023.
108.3H. This document is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to table in both official languages the report on the procurement and distribution of COVID-19 rapid tests. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 34 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Brilliant.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, today I'm rising to inform the House of an extremely serious matter. I just informed the leaders of the opposition directly, but I want now to speak with all Canadians. Over the past number of weeks, Canadian security agencies have been actively pursuing credible allegations of a potential link between agents of the government of India and the killing of a Canadian citizen, Hardeep Singh Nijjar. Canada is a rule of law country. The protection of our citizens and defense of our sovereignty are fundamental. Our top priorities have therefore been, one, that our law enforcement and security agencies ensure the continued safety of all Canadians, and two, that all steps be taken to hold perpetrators of this murder to account. Canada has declared its deep concerns to the top intelligence and security officials of the Indian government. Last week at the G20, I brought them personally and directly to Prime Minister Modi in no uncertain terms. Any involvement of a foreign government in the killing of a Canadian citizen on Canadian soil is an unacceptable violation of our sovereignty. It is contrary to the fundamental rules by which free, open, and democratic societies conduct themselves. As you would expect, we've been working closely and coordinating with our allies on this very serious matter. In the strongest possible terms, I continue to urge the Government of India to cooperate with Canada to get to the bottom of this matter. I also expect it to reiterate that its position on extrajudicial operations in another country is clearly and unequivocally in line with international law. I know many Canadians, particularly members of the Indo-Canadian community, are feeling angry or perhaps frightened right now. Let us not allow this to change us. Let us remain calm and steadfast in our commitment to our democratic principles and our adherence to the rule of law. This is who we are and what we do as Canadians. Monsieur le Président, je me lève.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to inform the House of Commons of an extremely serious issue. I just informed the leaders of the opposition directly. I now want to address Canadians. Over the last weeks, Canadian intelligence agencies have looked actively into credible allegations according to which there is a possible link between agents of the Government of India and the murder of a Canadian citizen, Hardeep Singh Nijjar. Canada is a state that upholds the rule of law. We protect our citizens and our sovereignty. These are essential. Our priorities were, first of all, to ensure that our security agencies permanently ensure the security of all Canadians and that all necessary measures be taken to hold those responsible for this murder accountable for what they did. Canada has expressed its concerns to high-level security and intelligence agencies of India. Last week, during the G20, I raised the issue very clearly with the Prime Minister Modi. The implication, or rather involvement, of any foreign government in the murder of a Canadian citizen on Canadian soil is a violation, an unacceptable violation of our sovereignty. Such an act runs against the fundamental rules that operate for free, open, and democratic societies. We are working seriously on this file in coordination with our main allies. I continue to ask, with a great deal of firmness, that the Government of India cooperate with Canada to shed light on this situation. I also expect that the Government of India will reaffirm that its position on extrajudicial operations is clearly and unequivocally in line with international law. I know that many Canadians, especially members of the Indian community in India, are angry. They might even be frightened. We cannot let this change us. Let's remain calm and determined in our commitment to maintaining our democratic principles and upholding the rule of law. Let us remain true to who we are as Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Moments ago, the Prime Minister made me aware of intelligence from his authorities linking the Indian government to the killing of Hardeep Singh Nijjar. Before going any further, let me offer my condolences to the family of Hardeep Singh Nijjar in the loss that this represents and the outrageous murder that brought it about. If these allegations are true, they represent an outrageous affront to Canada's sovereignty. Our citizens must be safe from extrajudicial killings of all kinds, most of all from foreign governments. Canadians deserve to be protected on Canadian soil. We call on the Indian government to act with utmost transparency as authorities investigate this murder, because the truth must come out. We must know who performed the assassination and who was behind the assassination. Conservatives will continue to work to get these answers. All Canadians now stand with diaspora communities of Indian origin. And it is now in this time that the official opposition makes an appeal for calm. We are all Canadians. This is our country. We must be united for our home and for each other. Let us all join arms, lock arms, and join hands in condemning this murder, standing with the family and friends of its victim. Let us all put aside our differences to stand up for the rule of law. One law for all of our people, a law made in this chamber by Canadians for Canadians. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We were just informed about this situation. We were stunned and shocked. It's entirely unacceptable, of course. First of all, I want to offer my condolences to the family and friends who were impacted by this act. Foreign countries have to respect our borders. It's up to our authorities to intervene on our territory to uphold our laws. We are a state with rule of law. Without exception, everyone has to respect this. It's a clear message that Parliament must convey to the guilty and to those who are the subject of what we're saying today. We have to remain calm, pay attention to developments in this file. In the meantime, the Bloc Québécois is offering its full cooperation to the Prime Minister for a situation that we cannot accept.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
What we've just learned today in the House is something that shocks the safety and security that so many Canadians rely on. It is outrageous, it is shocking, and it is going to have deep and devastating impacts to Canadians. I want to also begin by acknowledging the family of Hardeep Singh Nijjar, the family who's now learning that the loss of their loved one was potentially directly related to Indian government involvement. I spoke with Hardeep Singh Nijjar's son, and I could hear the pain of that loss in his voice. And I can only imagine how much more painful it is going to be knowing of this potential connection. On a personal reflection, I want to share with you what this means to the Sikh community. I grew up hearing many stories that if you raise concerns about human rights violations in India, that you might be denied a visa. That if you went back to India, you could suffer violence, torture, and even death. I grew up hearing those stories. But to hear the Prime Minister of Canada corroborate a potential link between a murder of a Canadian citizen on Canadian soil by a foreign government is something I could never have imagined. To understand what that means to the community, this is a place that so many people around the world have sought as refuge. People have fled persecution in their home countries, where they were threatened by torture and violence and death, to come to Canada as a beacon of safety, a place where you could be safe, free from violence, be able to speak your thoughts, speak your mind, and not worry if you would wake up dead the next day or someone you loved would be tortured or killed. That safety and security that so many Canadians feel has now been rocked. It has been shocked and it's been destabilized. I want to send a message directly to activists across our country who have fled persecution, who speak truth to power, knowing of the real dire consequences to themselves and potentially their family. I want to speak directly to people of Indian descent who have come to Canada, who spoke justice and spoke truth to power, who challenged the oppressive practices of India, caste violence, violence against women, systemic abuse of minority communities, systemic abuse of the poor. I want to speak directly to those activists. Governments around the world are trying to silence you. The Indian government and the Modi government specifically is attempting to silence you. But truth cannot be silenced. Justice cannot and will not be silenced. We know that the practice of the Indian government has been one of division, of violence, persecution, attacking those that are critical of the government. It is now an important time to send a clear message. As a democratic country, as a country that respects the rule of law, what will be our response? I want people to know that as leader of the New Democratic Party, I will use every tool at my disposal to ensure that Canada uses every tool and every power of a democratic nation to bring those responsible to justice. We will ensure that no rock is unturned, that every possible link will be examined, that the public inquiry should also turn its eye to this with the full rigor of that public inquiry. We need to know the truth. We need to know all potential links, and anyone and everyone responsible should be brought to justice using the full power of a democratic nation. I call on our allies to condemn this violence, this direct violation of a sovereign nation's rights, to condemn this act in the harshest terms possible. This will require all democratic nations to come together to send a clear message about what this means, that a foreign nation kills a Canadian on Canadian soil. This is something that all democratic nations have to stand up and denounce clearly. And finally, I want to send a clear message to many people who are here learning of this and will be angry, are going to be afraid. And I understand why you would be angry and afraid. I call for everyone who is hearing this news now to come together, and not in anger, but in love for justice. There's a Sikh practice that the love of justice is what we should focus on, not the anger and the frustration and the fear. Focus on the love for justice, and I will do my part. We will do our part in this chamber to ensure that justice is served using every tool that a democratic nation can do. ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਂ ਇਹ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਜੋ ਆਪਾਂ ਅੱਜ ਸੁਣਿਆ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਛੋਟੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਨੂੰ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹਿੰਦੁਸਤਾਨ ਦੀ ਹਕੂਮਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ੁਲਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਪਰ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਇੱਥੇ ਆ ਕੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ 'ਚ ਇੱਥੇ ਆ ਕੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹਾ ਖਤਰਾ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ ਮੈਂ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਹੈਗਾ ਆ ਤੇ ਜਿੰਨਾ ਕੁ ਮੇਰਾ ਤਾਕਤ ਹੈਗਾ ਮੈਂ ਹਟੂੰਗਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਦ ਤੱਕ ਜਸਟਿਸ ਤੇ ਇਨਸਾਫ ਮਿਲੂਗਾ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਂ ਹਟਣਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਜਦ ਤੱਕ ਸਾਰੇ ਹੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਲਿੰਕ ਹੋਵੇ ਉਹਦਾ ਪੂਰੀ ਖੋਜ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਵੇ ਤੇ ਜੋ ਨਿਆਂ ਹੈ ਜੋ ਜਸਟਿਸ ਹੈ ਜੋ ਇਨਸਾਫ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਵੇ I want you to know you can trust that New Democrats and everyone in this House will fight with everything we have to ensure that this serious, reprehensible matter is treated with the utmost seriousness and focus, and that we bring justice. Thank you.
I believe the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to join my colleagues in response to this horrific and chilling news that the Prime Minister has shared with us. I was particularly grateful for the tone taken, first person to speak after the Prime Minister, leader of the official opposition. I heed his words that we link arms and join hands so that the quest for justice, which was just so passionately and eloquently spoke of by the honourable member for Burnaby South, the leader of the Democratic Party, on behalf of all Greens, we pledge to join with our colleagues in nonpartisan fashion, support our government.
Member moving to motion, please say nay. Nay. I'm afraid we don't have unanimous consent on that one. Okay, and now déclaration de ministre, l'honorable ministre du Patrimoine.
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, we mark the invaluable contribution of a woman who paved the way for those who followed her into this chamber, the Honourable Monique Bégin, a woman whose career was guided by profoundly liberal values, feminism, social justice, equity, and whose incredible political achievements shaped today's Canada. But let us go back to the beginning of her political career. In 1968, just one woman was elected to the House of Commons. As such, it was with great courage that in 1972 she became one of Quebec's first 3 female MPs.
Honourable MP for Toronto St. Paul's said it best in the piece she wrote in The Star. She had titanium in her spine. À l'époque,
the first time Minister Bégin went to the House of Commons, she was intercepted by a security guard along with another female MP. The security guard did not believe that women could be members of Parliament. Thanks to her, my female colleagues and I crossed through the doors without problems.
a piece of our Canadian identity and pride comes from our work as Health Minister. The principles of our universal healthcare system were made real in the Canada Health Act, which she brought forward. Before that, many Canadians couldn't get the care they needed simply because they couldn't afford it. Le système de santé.
Today's healthcare system is built on the promise that, regardless of where you live or how much you make, everyone has the right to the healthcare they need. But what made Monique Bégin the most proud was the creation of the Children's Tax Benefit, which paved the way for today's Canada Child Benefit, a policy which helps today's families make ends meet.
She was a formidable Minister of National Health and Welfare, as well as National Revenue in the Liberal government of Pierre Elliott Trudeau. And her politics was led by her fierce feminism. Before being elected as Executive Secretary to the Royal Commission on the Status of Women, Monique Bégin helped bring 167 courageous recommendations on reducing gender inequality. The policies that she introduced later in Parliament were inevitably based on her commitment to improving women's lives in Canada. A true feminist pioneer and trailblazer. Monique Bégin a incarné.
Monique Bégin embodied the best of what the Canadian government has to offer, a country where laws and programs seek to create more equity and more opportunities for everyone, regardless of gender, roots, beliefs, or the size of your wallet. A country where the government is a positive force, one that builds a better future for young generations, while strengthening the democratic institutions established by prior generations. A country that fundamentally believes that women and men are equal. At a time in our history where some are questioning the role of the state, the legacy of Monique Bégin reminds us that the government is first and foremost, made up of the hopes of those of us within these walls. And if we dream of justice, equity, inclusion, and empathy, we can make all those things happen. To her loved ones, we offer our most sincere condolences, and we thank them for having shared Monique Bégin with our Parliament and our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Monique Bégin was a Canadian woman who profoundly changed the course of our country's history. She had a brilliant political career, a brilliant academic career, and a brilliant career as an activist. Monique Bégin held a PhD from the Sorbonne and also studied sociology. She soon got involved in the feminist movement and the Federation of Quebec Women. She had a remarkable career, and that is why the Government of Canada, when it created the Royal Commission on the Status of Women, gave her the delicate task of being its Secretary General. As the minister mentioned, 167 recommendations were written by that Royal Commission. Today, they serve as inspiration because, yes, 50 years later, there are still many challenges facing Canadian women. Ms. Bégin was elected for the first time back in 1972.
That was a very good and very great election for women at that time. My colleague talked about three Quebec women. There is also people who are very involved in this election who play a major role in our democracy. I think about the Right Honourable Jeanne Sauvé, la première femme présidente de la...
The first woman to become the Speaker of the House and the first female Governor General.
The Honourable Flora MacDonald, who has been elected first time in 1972. She was the first Canadian minister in 1979 to be the External Affairs Minister, and the first woman in the G7 among the G7 countries. Au sein des cabinets Trudeau-Père,
in the cabinet of Trudeau Sr., Ms. Bégin was health minister. She put in place the Children's Tax Benefit and secured the unanimous adoption of the Canada Health Act in 1988. This has strengthened the universality of Canada's healthcare system. I was I was interested in politics as a teenager, and I recall Monique Bégin's firm, even ferocious attitude during the 1980 referendum. When she announced her departure from politics in 1984 after 12 years in politics, one reporter asking questions asked her, said, it's great that you were a minister and all, but is there anything you regretted? And she brought up the issue of toxic house insulation. She recognized that even as she was leaving politics. In 1998, she was given the Order of Canada for her contributions to our national fabric, especially in the areas of education and health.
Promote her to the rank of companion, highlighting her, and I quote, decisive contribution to several causes, including respect for human rights and improving the quality of life of disadvantaged and marginalized communities, both in Canada and abroad. Lors de l'annonce du décès de l'honorable Monique Bégin,
when the death of Monique Bégin was announced, many people commented, and I will quote Ed Broadbent, often described as Canada's social conscience. He said, as quoted in the Montreal Gazette,
exceptional woman. Monique Bégin was a leader in the cause of gender equality, a leader in bringing universal health care to Canada and in general, a leader in almost all aspects of concern about inequality. Monsieur le Président, au nom de
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Canada's official opposition, I offer the family of the Honourable Monique Bégin, great parliamentarian, great academic, and great activist. Above all, that great woman, I offer our most sincere condolences.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Getting involved in politics, having ambitions, not for yourself, but for everyone. Everyone, men and women. That is the path that Monique Bégin chose. She was a Quebec feminist who, by fighting for women, helped bring all of society forward. A founding member of the Quebec Association of Women, Secretary General of the Royal Commission on the Status of Women, one of the first cohort of women to sit in this House in 1972, female minister in a cabinet made up of men. She brought things forward. She didn't just want women to be treated as men. She wanted true equality, substantive equality. And she wanted more, she paved the way for greater representation of women in politics. She waged great battles on behalf of women. Pro-choice attitudes years before Morgentaler, guaranteed income for seniors, universal access to health care, affordable child care. Those were just a few of the causes she championed. Women still have many challenges, and that is why it is sometimes good to look back and assess how far we have come. To remember those who came before us, who paved the way for us. And it is important to thank those women who opened the door. Thank you, Ms. Bégin. We were not always on the same side, but we often shared the same fights. And those fights are still going on. Women are still underrepresented in the House of Commons. There is still not wage equality. We must remain vigilant to protect our own rights. Women are still disproportionately victims of poverty, along with seniors. We need to be strong, and that's what you did, Ms. Bégin. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today on behalf of Canada's New Democrats to honour the life and legacy of the Honourable Monique Bégin, who sadly passed earlier this month. Madame Bégin was a feminist trailblazer, a passionate advocate for social justice, and a tireless champion for public health care. In 1966, she served as Vice President of the Fédération des Femmes du Québec and was a signatory of the organization's founding charter. She was then appointed Secretary General of the Royal Commission of Inquiry into the Status of Women in Canada, where she carried out groundbreaking work to advance women's equality. In 1972, Madame Bégin, along with Albany Morin and Jeanne Sauvé, became the first women elected to the House of Commons from Quebec. She was appointed to Cabinet in 1976, where she served as Minister for National Revenue and then as Minister for National Health and Welfare. In Parliament, she advanced a number of critical measures to support vulnerable Canadians, including the child tax credit and the guaranteed income supplement. But perhaps her greatest legislative achievement was securing unanimous support for the Canada Health Act in 1984, something extremely near and dear to New Democrats' hearts in this country. At the time, Madame Bégin warned this chamber that, quote, an erosion of Medicare, quote, was taking place, and she called on all parliamentarians at that time to, quote, consolidate Medicare by fixing the loopholes and bad habits that have developed to make it work for years to come, end quote. Unfortunately, today, Canadians are once again witnessing an erosion of this cherished national institution, as she warned so presciently those decades ago. Decades of underfunding, creeping privatization, inadequate enforcement of the Canada Health Act, and the continued exploitation of legal loopholes represent profound and ongoing threats to our universal public system. Now, Madame Bégin was known as a fierce defender of public delivery, and she never hesitated to wield a big stick at any province who threatened that principle. Hear, hear. Let us learn from Monique Bejean's inspiring example by turning these words of tribute today into action for tomorrow. Let us honor her legacy by recommitting ourselves to protecting, strengthening, and expanding public health care for all Canadians. New Democrats cherish her vision. We will carry it on today in this House and for decades to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I have a point of order. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As someone who actually knew Monique Bejean, I ask for unanimous consent in this place to add some words to the tributes that have been made so eloquently by honourable colleagues from the député de Louis Saint-Laurent,
the member for Louis Saint-Laurent,
those who have spoken about the extraordinary legacy of a champion woman parliamentarian and trailblazer, the Honourable Monique Bejean.
I'm just going to ask if the honourable member has unanimous consent. All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Nay. The honourable member does not have unanimous consent. I wish to inform the House that because of the ministerial statements, government orders will be extended by 30 minutes. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The honourable member for Cloverdale Langley City.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Natural Resources entitled Federal Assistance to Canada's Natural Resources Sectors. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests the government table a comprehensive report to this report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The honourable member for Lakeland has a dissenting report that you'd like to speak to?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess it's not surprising that on the Natural Resources Committee, the only party that actually supports the expansion and thriving future of the Canadian oil and gas sector, along with the development of alternative energies and fuels of the future, are Conservatives. We do dissent from the final report for a number of reasons. One, because neither the government nor its agencies nor any of the witnesses that participated could actually define the word subsidy, a point that the government has admitted in recent days. But it became clear that the motion was an effort to lay the groundwork for the government to find yet another excuse to attack the oil and gas sector. Conservatives, of course, recognize that despite the 8 years of anti-energy and anti-private sector policies, laws, and taxes in this country, the Canadian oil and gas sector remains the #1 private sector investor and the top export for the Canadian economy, as well as responsible for 75% of private sector investment in clean tech. So we Conservatives believe that the Liberals would better spend their time, instead of arguing over a term they can't even define and failing to actually capture the fact that oil and gas treatments that oil and gas companies are treated with benchmark standard tax treatment, corporate tax treatment in this country. They would be better placed to actually fix the permitting and regulatory mess that they've created to attract private sector capital and ongoing development of oil and gas, as well as all natural resources, as those private sector developers also build the alternative energy and fuels of the future. So for those reasons and many others, Conservatives dissent from this final report. Presenting reports from committees. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 10th report of the Standing Committee of Government Operations and Estimates, also known as the Mighty OGO, in relation to Bill C-290, an act to amend the Public Servants Disclosure and Protection Act. The committee has studied the bill and decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Presenting reports from committees. The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's wonderful to be back here in the House. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 10th report of the Standing Committee on International Trade, entitled Canadian Mining and Mineral Exploration Firms Operating Abroad and the Impacts on the Natural Environment and Human Rights. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Dépôt de première lecture d'un projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Genereux, supported by Mr. Paulus, move for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Correctional System Act. Regarding bail, the motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Montmagny leads Slave Kamouraska Rivière-du-Loup.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to rise today to table a bill, a private member's bill. Canadians were shocked to learn that a dangerous criminal, Paul Bernardo, was transferred to a medium security institution. This motion will change the act to amend the This is an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act so that maximum security offenders will be placed in maximum security penitentiaries in maximum security penitentiaries. I'd also like to thank my colleague for tabling a motion. This motion includes an entry into force provision that will ensure that such a situation as the Bernardo one will not take place again. I'd like to thank my colleague from Haute-Saint-Charles for his work to correct the justice system. And I will be glad to speak of this at second reading. Thank you, Minister.
Monsieur Généreux, appuyé par Monsieur.
It is moved by Mr. Généreux, seconded by Mr. Paulus, moves that this bill now be read a first time and printed. When will this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Singh, seconded by Ms. Blaney, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Competition Act and the Competition Tribunal Act. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canadians are hurting with record high grocery bills. For 20 months in a row, food prices rose faster than inflation, and the Liberals did nothing about it. They protected the profits of rich CEOs and let everyone end up paying the price. The leader of the opposition let food prices rise by 25% when he was in power, and let big grocery stores pay less taxes. CEOs got big breaks while everyone paid more. It doesn't have to be this way. Today I introduce the Lowering Prices for Canadians Act.
Hear, hear.
This bill will increase fines and make it easier for the Competition Bureau to crack down on price gouging, price fixing, and other abuses of Canadian consumers. And it will stop the mergers that hurt Canadians. It's time we end the free ride of CEOs of big corporations. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, today I am introducing a bill to lower prices for Canadians. It will increase penalties for companies that take advantage of consumers and will allow the government to put an end to mergers that are hurting Canadians. Thank you.
Mr. Singh, seconded by Ms. Blaney, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Tabling introduction of private members' bills. First readings of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you'll find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. That's Standing Order 28.1 be amended by adding the following, quote, and when those days fall on a Saturday or a Sunday, The House shall not meet on the following Monday. End of quote.
All those opposed to the honourable member, parliamentary secretary moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. La Chambre a entendu l'énoncé de la...
The House has heard the statement. Anybody opposing to the motion, say no.
No, not sure. I'm sorry. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands?
To the best of my information, this has not been passed to us to consider whether we are in favor or not. We'd require the time to...
You turn on her camera if she wants to speak. Okay, the honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
I would, as is the usual practice, I would have assumed the right to have unanimous consent for non-contentious motions, as the previous two times the Conservatives just blocked me from speaking in honour of Monique Bégin.
Has not provided unanimous consent. Okay, so we don't have unanimous consent to for the motion. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, there is a second motion that I would like to be able to bring forward, and again, there have been some discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. That in relation to the broadcasting of a committee proceedings, the House authorizes televising or webcasting of up to 7 simultaneous meetings, provided that no more than 2 of the meetings are televised.
If anyone is opposed to the motion tabled by the honourable member, please say no. The House has heard the statement of the motion. Anybody opposed, please say opposed.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The unanimous consent. I'm going to try one more time with the first motion that I proposed, if I may. Do I require the unanimous?
Secretary may table his motion.
Madam Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties very recently, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion, that Standing Order 28-1 be amended by adding the following, quote, and when those days fall on a Saturday or a Sunday, the House shall not meet the following Monday, end of quote.
All those opposed to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. First reading of Senate motions. Presenting petitions. The honourable member for, Calgary, Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I have 2 petitions to table today. The first petition is from constituents of mine who want the Government of Canada to conduct a full, open, independent public inquiry into Beijing's foreign interference into our elections. Et maintenant pour ma deuxième pétition.
And for my second petition, on behalf of Jerry and the Hamels in my riding in Congo, there is extreme violence from armed militia. The FRP, Nijiti, the FP Kishini, Biri, and the terrorist groups, other terror groups, are attacking communities in the Emma ethnic group. The citizens in my riding are asking the following. First, the creation and a commitment to settling refugees from the Hema community in the Democratic Republic of Congo in Canada. Second, a crimes tribunal for crimes committed in the Democratic Republic of Congo since 2017. And satisfying the International Human Rights Convention to settle Emma committing refugees from Uganda.
fact that the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has warned us repeatedly that rising temperatures over the next 2 decades will bring widespread devastation, and that the impacts will be in Canada. That will include increased flooding, wildfires, and extreme temperatures. The signatories on this petition call upon the Government of Canada to move forward quickly to implement bold emissions caps for the oil and gas sectors that are comprehensive in scope and realistic in achieving the necessary targets in Canada that have been set to reduce emissions by 2030. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to present a petition signed by Canadians. The petitioners express their profound concern with the Supreme Court of Canada's Bissonnette decision, the effect of which is to significantly reduce the parole ineligibility period for some of Canada's worst murderers. The petitioners call on the government to use all tools at its disposal to respond to the Bissonnette decision, an unjust decision, including overriding it by invoking the notwithstanding clause.
Member Dauphin Swan River, Nippewa.
Madam Speaker, I rise for the 9th time on behalf of the people of Swan River, Manitoba, to present a petition on the rising rate of crime. The common people of Swan River are demanding a common-sense solution to repeal the Liberal government's soft-on-crime policies that have fueled a surge in crime throughout their community. A surge of robberies by repeat offenders has forced nearly every business to install bars on their windows and buzzers on their doors. And now many local businesses are considering closing their doors for good. To say that crime has significantly impacted the local economy is an understatement. Madam Speaker, the people of Swan River demand that this Liberal government repeal their soft-on-crime policies that directly threaten their livelihoods and their communities. I support the good people of Swan River.
The honourable member presenting petitions, the honourable member for Kitchener-Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On our first day back, I rise to present an urgent petition signed by folks in my community and across the country, almost 6,400, who recognize that people with disabilities continue to live in poverty across the country. They recognize that the Canada Disability Benefit, we're being told, might be up to 18 months until it's in place still, and poverty didn't take a break over the summer, even though Parliament did. Petitioners are calling for a disability emergency response benefit for the Government of Canada to address legislated poverty for people living with disabilities, and to do it now. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of dozens of Canadians, I present this petition as follows. The Supreme Court of Canada in Regina versus Bissonnette struck down Section 745.51 of the Criminal Code, which allowed parole ineligibility periods to be applied consecutively for mass murderers. As a result of that decision, some of Canada's most heinous mass murderers will have their parole period now reduced, now being eligible to apply for parole only after 25 years. This decision is unjust. It puts the interests of some of Canada's worst criminals ahead of the rights of their victims. Recurring parole hearings can re-traumatize the families of victims of mass murderers, and the Government of Canada has tools at its disposal to respond to Bissonnette, including invoking the notwithstanding clause. Therefore, we, the undersigned, urge the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General of Canada to invoke the notwithstanding clause and override Bissonnette. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Across British Columbia this summer and in other regions of Canada, we experienced a record number of wildfires. Many of those are in the riding of Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon. Petitioners in my riding are still suffering from the 2021 fires and subsequent floods that damaged critical infrastructure across our province. Petitioners are calling upon the government to do what they said they were going to do, and that is to provide disaster relief funding for the immediate repair of critical infrastructure across our province. Right now, only 20% of the $5 billion committed by the federal government has been issued. Petitioners are calling upon those funds to be released as soon as possible so we can get the critical infrastructure we need to prevent further floods and forest fires, and to ensure that people have electricity, clean water, and the ability to build the homes they need. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, I rise today to represent a petition on behalf of many Canadians who are concerned about the situation in India. The petitioners say that, according to the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom, various actors are supporting and enforcing sectarian policies in India. The petitioners say that Christians in India are being targeted by extremists, vandalizing their churches, attacking church workers, and threatening and humiliating their congregations. The petitioners also say that there's crimes being committed against the Dalit groups, including the Dalit women and girls. The petitioners also say that the Indian Muslim community is at risk of genocide, assault, and sexual violence. The petitioners are asking the government to ensure that all trade deals with India are premised on mandatory human rights provisions, and that extremists are sanctioned, and the government promotes a respectful human rights dialogue between Canada and India. The next petition I have to present, Madam Chair, is from Canadians from across the country, including many of my own constituents who are concerned about the age of consent and the age verification of those depicted in pornographic material. The petitioners are asking that the government follow Recommendation 2 of the 2001 Standing Committee on the Access to Information and Privacy and Ethics Report on MindGeek, which required all content hosted on these platforms to be verified in age and consent prior to uploading the content. Bill C-270, the Stop Internet Sexual Exploitation Act, adds 2 offenses to the criminal code. The first requires age and verification consent prior to distribution, and the second requires removal of that material if the consent is withdrawn. As such, the petitioners are calling on the House of Commons to rapidly pass Bill C-270, the Stopping Internet Sexual Exploitation Act. The next petition I have, Madam Chair, is from Canadians who are across the country who are concerned about charitable donation or charitable organizations being targeted in the 2021 Liberal platform. The petitioners are calling on this House and MPs to ensure that charities that hold views different from the government do not lose their charitable status. The next petition I have, Madam Chair, is from Canadians from across the country who are concerned about the comments of Louis Roy from the Quebec College of Physicians, who recommended euthanasia be expanded to babies from birth to 1 year of age who come into this world with severe deformities. This proposal for the legalization of the legalized killing of infants is deeply disturbing to many Canadians, and they want to point out that infanticide is always wrong. The underside of this petition, all residents of Canada call on the Government of Canada to block any attempt to allow the killing of children. The final petition I have, Madam Chair, today is from Canadians from across the country who support the health and safety of the Canadian firearms owners. The petitioners are recognizing the importance of owning firearms, and they're concerned about the impacts of hearing loss caused by the damaging noise levels of firearms and the need for noise reduction. These petitioners acknowledge that only sound moderators are the only universally recognized health and safety device that is criminally prohibited in Canada. Moreover, the majority of G7 countries have recognized these health and safety benefits and allowing them for hunting, sport shooting, and reduced noise pollution. The petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to allow firearms owners the options to purchase and use sound moderators for all legal hunting and sport shooting activities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a number of questions that I'll be posing today. The following questions will be answered today. Questions 1525 to 1528, 1531, 1533, 1534, 1536, 1543, 1548 to 1550, 1562, 1565, 1568, 1570 to 1572, 1575, 1576, 1580, 1581, 1583, 1587, 1588, 1597, 1602, 1603, 1605, 1607, 1612, 1614, 1617 to 1619, 1623 to 1625, 1630, 1634, 1638, 1640, 1646, 1653, 1659 to 1661, 1664, 1669 to 1671, 1677, 1680, 1686, and 1691. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, if I may, the government's responses to questions number 1523, 1524, 1529, 1530, 1532, 1535, 1537 to 1542, 1544 to 1547, 1551 to 1561, 1563, 1564, 1566, 1567, 1569, 1573, 1574, 1577 to 1579, 1582, 1584 to 1586, 1589 to 1596, 1598 to 1601, 1604, 1606, 1608 to 1611, 1613 to 1613, 1615, 1616, 1620 to 1622, 1626 to 1629, 1631 to 1633, 1635 to 1637, 1639, 1641 to 1645, 1647 to 1652, 1654 to 1658, 1662, 1663, 1665 to 1668, 1672 to 1676, 1678, 1679, 1681 to 1685, 1687 to 1690, 1692, and 1693 could be made orders for return. These returns would be tabled in an electronic format immediately.
Orders. Plaît-il à la Chambre que les questions sous-mentionnées?
Is it the pleasure of the House for these to be transformed into orders for return and that they be tabled immediately?
Il en est ainsi convenu et ordonné.
Agreed and so ordered.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Finally, Madam Speaker, I would then ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills comments, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-48, an act to amend the criminal code, bail reform.
As we resume debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons had 5 minutes of questions and comments. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
My title's changed, but that's fine.
Oh, sorry, the only deputy.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I understand it takes a while to get out of habit. But I did want to ask my colleague a question specifically about the widespread support for this bill. What we're seeing is premiers from throughout the country, all of them as a matter of fact, applauding this legislation. We've heard the Leader of the Opposition himself say that he would waste absolutely no time in seeing this become law. We know that countless organizations out there, from chiefs of police to police associations, are all in favor of this legislation. I'm wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary can provide his insight into how quickly he thinks this should be able to move through the committee stage back to the House and to the Senate so that we can get this into law.
I want to thank the Deputy House Leader, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think it's really important that all of us know and recognize that C-48 at the end of the day is going to make our communities safer. And that is the reason why we have all sorts of jurisdictions, politicians, whether they're provincial, municipal, and obviously federal. That's why we have law enforcement agencies that are coming out saying that this particular legislation is good, sound legislation. And the reason for that, Madam Speaker, is because it is going to make our communities safer. And that's why I'm hopeful that we will, through the support of all members of this House, see it pass quickly into committee stage, Madam Speaker. The leader of the official opposition has made it very clear in himself not that long ago, where he said, let's get the bill before us, and if we, in essence, stay till midnight, we'll get the legislation passed. I would suggest to the Conservative Party, if they really want to get this legislation passed today, you'll find that the government, opposition bloc, NDP, are very, very receptive. It's up to the Conservatives to get this thing passed today.
The honourable for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Some of the reverse onus provisions in this bill only apply to violent offences with a weapon. I'm wondering why the government didn't include other violent offences where a weapon wasn't used. Does the member believe that these crimes are less serious? Conservatives have been calling for a total repeal of C-75. Why didn't the government do that?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Whether it's firearms, knives, bear spray, the reverse onus as applying to those in certain situations through this legislation. It's not the first time that there's a reverse onus in terms of acts that are committed, Madam Speaker, and I like to believe that if the member has some more specifics, as I had suggested in my comments to the previous question, Madam Speaker, is that nothing prevents us to do what it is that his own leader was recommending not that long ago, and that's to pass this legislation through. And by getting it to committee stage, if the member has an idea that he would like to bring forward with this legislation, I would encourage him to do so. What I'm suggesting, Madam Speaker, is that there seems to be a will that goes far beyond even the House of Commons to see this legislation pass. And ultimately, standing committees can do good work. And working with the minister, who I know is committed at working with the different stakeholders that are out there, hopefully, if there's a way in which it can be improved upon, I'm open to it. Let's see it go to a committee.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Nepean.
I thank my colleague for his speech, and I would like to ask him to confirm whether he agrees with me that this piece of legislation is not the only solution, that the provinces, the territories also have to revise their own legislation in this regard and work jointly, because our justice system is complex and we need all levels of the governments to work together.
A brief answer from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the member raises a very good point. Is judicial jurisdiction in our courts and laws is actually shared between Ottawa and the provincial and territorial governance, Madam Speaker. So it is important that we all work together in terms of advancing and improving community safety, and that's what's so good about C-48, Madam Speaker, is the work, the background work was done. This is good, solid legislation that's going to make a difference, a positive difference in terms of safety in our communities.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Carbon pricing. The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, Agriculture and Agri-Food. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes, Ethics. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
It's a pleasure to rise on this first day of the new parliamentary session. And I would start by saying, Madam Speaker, that the role of debate is to separate the wheat from the chaff, to use our experience, intelligence, discretion, and insight to pinpoint what is really going on as opposed to what we think is going on, which can be influenced by the rush to easy assumptions, various biases, personal and societal, and so on. The point of intelligent and informed debate, that is of reasoned democratic discourse, is to safeguard against the kind of populism that appeals to simple intuition, or to use the new conservative code word, simple common sense. Common sense sounds so right, so good. Who could object to it? Common sense is a deceptively appealing slogan, but there's a difference between common sense and good sense. Permettez-moi de faire la distinction entre
Allow me to draw a distinction between common sense on the one hand and good sense on the other. Thoughtful, nuanced common sense, rooted in facts and rigor, is a good thing. It's a very good thing. On the other hand, so-called common sense can be reductionist and simplistic. A populist slogan designed to lure people towards easy solutions that hide well-defined ideology and political interests.
That seeks to oversimplify and to get the buy-in of the public for simple solutions to complex problems. Solutions that are not always the best, but that serve an ideological agenda like cost-cutting or rolling back environmental protections. Now, I believe there is such a thing as collective wisdom that offers up time-tested notions like the difference between good and evil, the need for caution in the face of too much rapid change, or the value of preserving order in society. But age-old collective wisdom cannot always guide us in dealing with technically and legally complex matters of contemporary public policy. So-called common sense can be off the mark. On peut faire fausse route en s'appuyant.
One can go down the wrong path by relying too much on common sense. In fact, we can end up in the ditch.
Now, on bail reform, this seems to be the conservative common sense approach or belief. Those apprehended and accused of a crime are guilty. Therefore, they should remain in jail while awaiting trial. Except that in our justice system, the product of centuries of accumulated wisdom and reason, in law, one is, thankfully, innocent until proven guilty. Traditional small c conservatives are supposed to put faith in accumulated wisdom in the organic evolution of thought, laws, and institutions, as opposed to promoting reactive solutions. Canada's bail system is the product of English common law dating back hundreds of years. Let me be clear. One murder because someone is out on bail who should not have been is one death too many. It's a tragedy, and we should not stand for it. There isn't a single person in this House who disagrees. But to claim, as the opposition does daily, that the streets are being overrun by murderers on automatic bail in a revolving door justice system, I believe is demagoguery. How does the bail system work versus the opposition's truncated version of it? Namely, it's up to police and prosecutors in provincial jurisdiction to make the case against granting bail to an individual. In other words, the onus is on the state to justify why someone who has not yet been found guilty should have to remain behind bars while awaiting trial. However, and this is not generally understood, when it comes to charges of murder and certain other offenses, the onus is actually reversed. The accused must convince the court why they should be released while awaiting trial. In 2019, Parliament adopted Bill C-75 that extended reverse onus to repeat offenders charged with an offense against an intimate partner, what we call intimate partner violence. Again, this will be news to many listening today. The burden of proof is also on the accused for certain firearms offenses, including weapons trafficking, possession for the purpose of weapons trafficking, illegal importation or exportation of a weapon, discharging a firearm with intent, discharging a firearm with recklessness, and the following offenses committed with a firearm: attempted murder, sexual assault, aggravated sexual assault, kidnapping, hostage-taking, robbery, extortion. Again, a far cry from a revolving door. Furthermore, the law is already clear that detention without bail is justified when deemed by a judge necessary to protect the safety of the public. Now, when someone is granted bail, they typically are required to have a surety, that is, one or more people who commit to supervising the accused's behavior and who will pay a certain sum if the accused breaches their bail conditions. There are many reasons why bail can be denied. The accused has a criminal record, or they failed to comply with past bail conditions, or, as mentioned, the accused is thought to pose a risk to the public, or the accused lacks a surety or place to live, which is a problem that more often afflicts members of disadvantaged groups. Newsflash, Madam Speaker. Again, this will come as a surprise to many people listening today. In 2020, 77% of people in Ontario's jails were in custody awaiting trial. In other words, we are not a lenient country, contrary to the Conservative populist narrative. To quote Queen's University professor Nicole Myers, we had more people in pretrial detention than in sentenced provincial custody we've had more people in pretrial detention than in sentenced provincial custody since 2004. But all that said, Madam Speaker, we do need bail reform, and Liberals are reformers by nature. How do we reconcile the need to protect the public while at the same time preserving the central tenet of our criminal justice system, which is innocent until proven guilty? The answer is Bill C-48. The bill would add a reverse onus for an accused person charged with a serious offense involving violence, used, threatened, or attempted, and the use of a weapon, for example, a knife, where that person was previously convicted, namely within the previous 5 years. This makes sense because a previous offense is an indication of risk. A serious offense would be defined as an offense carrying a maximum sentence of 10 years imprisonment, for example, assault, which would be the sentence for assault causing bodily harm, assault with a weapon. The bill also expands the list of firearms offenses that trigger a reverse onus. These offenses include unlawful possession of a loaded or easily loaded prohibited or restricted firearm, breaking or entering to steal a firearm, robbery to steal a firearm, and making an automatic firearm. Currently, there is a reverse onus when the person is subject to a weapons prohibition order and violates it. The new law would clarify to include prohibition orders made at bail. Bill C-48 also broadens the reverse onus for repeat offenders of intimate partner violence to those who have received a discharge under Section 730 of the Criminal Code. In other words, where the offense no longer appears on a criminal record. Finally, Bill C-38 requires courts to consider an accused person's history of convictions for violence, as well as concern for community safety. As OPP Commissioner Thomas Carrick told the Globe and Mail recently, the changes in Bill C-48, quote, go a long way to help eliminate and prevent harm and senseless tragedies in our communities. Now, we need to keep in mind, Madam Speaker, that Indigenous people are denied bail more often than others, while Black people in Ontario spend longer in custody while awaiting trial than white people on the same offenses. This is because courts use police reports to decide on bail, and police reports can contain racial bias. Another reason is that members of disadvantaged groups often have trouble finding sureties or bail money. It's worth noting that the longer someone is detained without bail, the greater the probability of a plea bargain or that the person will plead guilty despite having a viable defense. Either way, Madam Speaker, justice is compromised. Under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, accused persons in Canada have the right to bail unless there is a very compelling reason to keep them in custody. This is constitutional law, whether Conservatives like it or not. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
That's the only member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech on Bill C-48. He mentioned the data that 70% of incarcerated people in provincial jails are in pretrial detention. They haven't even been tried or convicted yet. And he says that counters the, in his opinion, false narrative that Canadian judicial system is lenient. But maybe it's evidence that our courts and Crown prosecutors are under-resourced. Accused people have right to a speedy trial, and maybe people are just languishing in pretrial because our courts are under-resourced, our Crown prosecutors are under-resourced.
Thank you.
L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
To the honourable member, through you, Madam Speaker, thank you for that question. The percentage that I quoted was 77%, which is extremely high. And yes, of course, the system is under-resourced, and that could affect this figure, no doubt. But it's such an overwhelming figure that I think it is compelling in its own right.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for the honourable deputy House Leader for the government.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I note that the member at the beginning of his speech, talked quite a bit about this newfound slogan that the Conservatives are using, which is the common sense talk. And, you know, for an Ontarian, you know, the first thing I think of was Mike Harris's common sense revolution, which led to widespread cuts, the selling off of government organizations that were actually making money, and of course, the neglect to ensure that we had safe drinking water due to cuts to various different agencies that oversaw those healthy drinking water. And I'm curious if the member can comment as to, you know, he touched on it a little bit, what this idea of this common sense approach really means in terms of the impact that it would have on Canadians, as we did see in Ontario in the 90s.
L'honorable député Lac Saint-Louis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. What I was trying to do, to bring out, was this distinction between common sense and good sense. I mean, common sense, easy slogans like common sense can hide a lot from the public. It can hide, you know, issues that need to be explored in greater detail. And I think this distinction between common sense and good sense is important because it underscores the notion that, yes, things have to make sense, but they have to, solutions have to be well-grounded. And I think a lot can be done to the detriment or actually in the service of an ideology while hiding behind an easy slogan that appeals to people. Let's face it, we all believe in good sense. A lot can go on behind this slogan that is in some ways deceptive.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député Montcalm.
The honourable member from Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, his well-thought-out speech. He brought up a number of things. First, this bill is a forceful one. It implements reverse onus. In the current version of the bill, Bill C-48, even though the Bloc will be supporting the bill, does the member believe that C-48 is constitutional, because he brought up the Constitution earlier? If yes, why? And if not, why? The honourable member for Lac Saint-Louis. Well, that's a very good question. I'd like to bring up, and again, this is something that is important to understand. When our government came into power in 2015, we undid something that the previous government had put in place. The previous government made it, under the previous government, it was possible to have bills that would violate the Charter be passed down to a backbench MP so that it could be made a private member's bill and thereby escape scrutiny by the Justice Department. We got rid of that practice. Every single bill that we table in the House must be assessed for compliance with the Charter. So nothing is perfect, and a judge may find one day that the bill is flawed and some elements might be changed, but typically, government bills are very thoroughly assessed for constitutional compliance.
Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Madam Speaker, it's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Caribou. I will be splitting my time, Madam Speaker, with the member from Langley Aldergrove. Now, before I begin, I want to recognize one of the people in my community of Kamloops Thompson Caribou, and that would be one Ethan Katzberg, who I met about a year ago. Mr. Katzberg, over the summer, became the world champion in the hammer throw. This is an incredible accomplishment for anybody, but it's somebody his young age, he's in his early 20s. We're so proud of him. So through you, Madam Speaker, I say, Ethan, congratulations. You've really made Kamloops Thompson Caribou proud under the tutelage of a medalist in Beijing, Dylan Armstrong. You've really made us proud. So thank you for your contribution, Ethan, and congratulations. Also want to recognize as well, Madam Speaker, a young man who passed away over the summer. His name is Reed Enzo Ross Davidson. I believe he has somebody, a relative who works on the Hill here. He was the grandson of somebody who I look up to immensely by the name of Enzo Lizzi, who's a pillar of our community in Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, and also a pillar of our Italian community. His family, Michael and Lisa, and his partner, Georgia, I wish them condolences through what would be a difficult time. Mr. Davidson was only 24 years old when he passed in a motor vehicle accident. Madam Speaker, to me, one of the critical elements that we should be focusing on here is the number 246. 246. Why? By my math, and I was never really good in math, but by my math, it was about 246 days since the premiers asked this government to act on bail. 246 days, and we are just now debating this bill at second reading. 246 days. The NFL playoffs came and went. We had a Super Bowl champion crowned, and a new season started in that time. Hockey playoffs came and went. The Stanley Cup was awarded. And it was actually even before we found out that the Prime Minister himself admitted to staying in the $6,000 a night hotel when he went for the Queen's funeral. That's how much time has passed. 246 days. In fact, between the time that the Liberal government tabled the legislation and the time that the premiers had written their letter begging for bail reform, so it had really reached a crescendo at that point when the premiers are begging for the reform, it was, by my math, about 112 days. So, you'll have to forgive me, Madam Speaker, when the Minister of Justice tells us we're ready to move lightning fast, let's get this done. When there's a problem, Liberals act. Well, how long does it take for Liberals to act? 246 seconds? 246 months? 246 days? What is it? How many police officers need to get hurt on the job, Madam Speaker, for Liberals to act? How many shopkeepers need to have things stolen from them or be the victim of a robbery? How many women need to be the victim of intimate partner violence at the hands of somebody who should not be on bail? I once heard someone say, a Liberal actually said, I'll look at your calendar and tell you your priorities. Well, let's look at the Liberal calendar. 246 days, this issue has languished. And I remember it was over the Christmas break last year, Madam Speaker, that the then Minister of Justice told us there really wasn't a problem with bail. Constable Pirjala was killed allegedly by somebody who was on bail at the time. I expected that this government would return with bail legislation. That would have been, want to talk about common sense, that would have been the common sense thing to do. Sometimes there are inflection points in society and the expectation is that government will act. But no, the Liberals came back and told us nothing to see here. The system is working as it should. Dangerous people will be detained. Unfortunately, the premiers didn't agree, and more importantly, Canadians don't agree. Madam Speaker, the issue with bail, in my view, has really come to a head. I receive letters. I believe many of my colleagues receive letters. Not too long ago, I was in the riding of my colleague here, just over my left shoulder, Dauphin Swan River, and we had a public forum about bail and about crime. And I was amazed to see that crime was so out of control that in a small community of about 4,000 people, customers were having to be buzzed into a store just to be let in because there was such a concern. So when my colleague for the NDP, in referencing what the honourable leader for the opposition says, he said, oh, those people who are being arrested, it's just shoplifting, no big deal. Well, sometimes that shoplifting is very expensive. And tell that to a person who's losing a couple $1,000s a month of their livelihood when they run a small store. That's $24,000 a year. That might be the difference between making a car payment or not, or being able to afford your mortgage, or putting food on the table. So with all due respect, when people trivialize the import. Well, these just aren't serious offenses. These are just breaches. With all due respect, breaches of court orders are serious offenses. The court has said something, and somebody is willfully and deliberately saying, I think otherwise. I am going to choose otherwise. Now, Madam Speaker, this is obviously a subject I'm passionate about, something I dealt with a lot as a former Crown prosecutor, something I taught about. That's why when I was first elected, I promised to bring in a private member's bill on bail, which I did almost immediately, Bill C-274, which essentially talked about the fact that if you have 3 indictable offense allegations with penalties of 10 years or more, you will be presumptively detained except in exceptional circumstances. The reason being that exceptional circumstances are often why legislation is found to be unconstitutional for outlier cases. So you build in what's called a safety valve, Madam Speaker, and in doing so, you make the legislation constitutional. 3 serious allegations at different points in time. Then there was Bill C-313, another private member's bill. And that private member's bill was in direct response to the alleged killing of Constable Pirjala. And what it did is it changed the reverse onus. So right now, this is the way I see it, Madam Speaker. We're talking about, here we're talking about reverse onuses, and people have gone into what a reverse onus is. I'm not going to get into that. But what we're doing right now is we're expanding the reverse onus. And there's been widespread discussion about supports. But I believe the next step for Parliament to take is to discuss changing the nature of the reverse onus. And here's why. If we look at it and we were to say, we have a medication, that medication is supposed to be working. It was working, or it has been working to varying degrees. So let's apply it in a more widespread manner and hope it works better. That, to me, is what we're looking at with the reverse onus. We hope it does. As opposed to changing the treatment of itself. Perhaps we have to get to the target of the reverse onus, because right now, from what I've seen, the reverse onus isn't necessarily doing what it's supposed to do. So that's something I encourage Parliament to amend, something for Parliament to consider as we move forward. I know I'm short on time, Madam Speaker. I do want to acknowledge another constituent of mine who passed away, Mr. Glenn Fieber, passed away at 84 years of age. I went to school with his children, and may eternal light shine on Mr. Fieber, and I give my condolences to his family. Last person I wish to recognize is Mr. Ron McGuire, another person from Kamloops Thompson Caribou who recently passed away. He was known as Mr. A&W because he started working at A&W and then built up A&W restaurants. He received the key to the city and the freedom of the city. My condolences to his wife, Lynn, to his daughters, Christy and Robin. Madam Speaker, it's been a pleasure to talk about bail and bail reform. I hope we can continue to have reasoned discussion in hopes of making Canada safer. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member opposite for his comments today. And I will say I look forward to working with you on the justice file going forward. I was very pleased to hear your enthusiasm about moving forward at such a rapid pace today. So
Secretary, he's to address his questions or comments through the chair.
Good either, Madam Speaker. So, since he is so interested in moving so quickly, will he go back into his lobby, speak to his colleagues, and rally behind his leader and agree to get this bill passed today, as he promised he would do upon the return of Parliament? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Well, Madam Speaker, I want to get this bill done, but I also want to get this bill right. So there are a number of people who have things to say on this bill, and I'm not going to tell them to be quiet. It's time for us to debate this bill. If the Liberals wanted it passed so quickly, why did they wait 246 days for it to come? They wait that long, and now they want us to pass it expeditiously without any sort of discussion. With that being said, I do welcome my colleague to his new position, and I do look forward to working with him, perhaps even on making this bill the best possible. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's encouraging when we have all political entities inside the House supporting the legislation. As I've indicated earlier, at the end of the day, it is all about making our communities safer. That's really, for me, what it's all about. I know that's what it's about for my colleagues. And I'm wondering if the member can provide why he believes, by passing the legislation, that in fact we will be making our communities safer, because that's what our constituents want us to do. And I believe with all the different stakeholders, whether it's provincial, territorial jurisdictions, political parties of all stripes, law enforcement officers, there's a great deal of momentum in passing this legislation. A lot of consultation was done in bringing this legislation before us, which we've had informally in the forms of the written bill for quite a while now.
Our member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. Any time that we can tighten up bail, it's something that we need to look at in this House. Clearly, Canadians of all stripes, of all political stripes, of all occupations and socioeconomic statuses are telling us, they're begging for us to do this. So when my colleague says, why should we be doing this? Well, that's the reason. It's also the reason I brought forward Bill C-274 and Bill C-313, which I really do feel fell on deaf ears with the Liberals. And I again come back to this. When we talk about passing this so quickly, why did we not debate this before we left for summer? And why did it take 246 days to get this legislation brought forward since the premiers wrote their letter? Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my honourable colleague from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, I hope he had a good summer. I know his area was also affected by smoke quite heavily. Look, my question is, I was aware, and although I'm not physically in the room with you, I did hear the exchange with the honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke, and I know it's tempting in this place to paraphrase what another member has said, and in some way make their comments seem less responsive to public will. I just know that my colleague from Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke, when he made his comments about offenders who were shoplifting, was not to trivialize what they were doing, but to clarify that a statistic used earlier in this place by a different member, categorizing a large number as due to violent crimes, the member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke, was merely providing a factual context that a lot of those crimes weren't violent. I don't think he trivialized them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
In response, Madam Speaker, I don't believe that my honourable colleague who did mention that was providing any sort of evidentiary basis or any sort of statistics to prove that. My point was, when we talk about different things and whether something is trivialized or not is obviously in the eye of the beholder. It was my view that these types of offences can become very serious. We're not talking about dealing with people who have the one-off offences. Nobody is asking, you know what, let's lock people up and throw away the key here for somebody that messes up. We are looking at a subset of serious offenders who disproportionately commit a significant amount of offenses. So when our leader, who I believe will be the next Prime Minister, says we should be targeting these people who committed a disproportionate amount of crimes, that is not something to trivialize. Those are the people who we should be addressing in our legislation. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canada's criminal justice system is broken. Earlier this year, Leger, a polling company, polled Canadians on how they feel about public safety in this country. A significant majority, 2/3, feel that they are now less safe than they were before the COVID-19 pandemic, and most Canadians think that provincial and federal governments are doing a poor job of addressing crime and public safety. Now, another shocking statistic comes out of British Columbia. In BC, people charged with violent crime committed while on bail pending trial on previous charges are released on bail 75% of the time. That statistic comes from a recent review on bail hearings done internally in British Columbia in the last couple of weeks of 2022 and the first few weeks of 2023. The BC Prosecution Service, the Crown Prosecutors, are asking for detention, pretrial detention, but the judge denies that. So the accused, again, is free to go out and commit another crime, and we've been hearing too much of that. Public safety is taking a backseat to the rights of the accused. But let's not blame judges. They are bound by the law. One BC mayor, the mayor of Nanaimo, who's a former provincial NDP cabinet minister, was quoted in the Globe and Mail in April saying this, quote, "Judges are applying the law as it exists. The law needs to be changed. It diminishes public safety and destroys public confidence in the justice system. This needs to be fixed yesterday," is what he said. Urgent, in other words. Now, unfortunately, our new Minister of Justice doesn't have that same sense of urgency when it comes to bail reform. Shortly after being appointed to his new position, he acknowledged the obvious, that, quote, "There's a sense coming out of the pandemic that people's safety is more in jeopardy," close quote. But then he added, quote, "I think that empirically it's unlikely Canada is becoming less safe." So our Minister of Justice has his head in the sand. But other law enforcement agencies are doing what they can to face the crisis in confidence in our criminal justice system and public safety. For example, the British Columbia government has directed their prosecution service to push for more restrictive bail conditions in cases where public safety is at stake. But these efforts are being blunted by this Liberal government's legislation that requires judges to release detainees at the earliest possible opportunity and on the least onerous conditions. Now, that catch and release bail system thinking that needs to be fixed is based on Bill C-75, legislation from the 42nd Parliament passed just before the House rose for the summer 4 years ago, June 2019. It's pretty thought out legislation. It is this government's response to their understanding of what the Supreme Court of Canada said in a series of cases about defending and protecting the rights of accused people to reasonable bail and the presumption of innocence. It's poorly thought out legislation. So what is the result of Bill C-75 4 years later? General support for this catch and release? Well, absolutely not at all. As a matter of fact, we have a letter signed by 10 provincial premiers and 3 territorial premiers from all political parties, unanimously telling the Prime Minister that our bail system is broken and that it needs to be reformed, it needs to be fixed urgently. The premiers are hearing from their citizens and reacting to deep concerns from the public about the perception that the criminal justice system favors the accused at the cost of the public. Now, here's what the premiers said. I'm just going to quote a couple of sentences. "We write to urge the federal government to take immediate action to strengthen Canada's bail system to better protect the public and Canada's heroic responders." Now, this letter was initiated at a meeting of attorneys general across the country in October 2022. That letter asked for a reverse onus. This is what they're saying would be one way to fix our criminal justice system, a reverse onus for repeat violent offenders. Reverse onus ostensibly makes it more difficult for an accused person to be let out on bail. But they said, this is just one proposal for much needed reform. They're asking for general reform of the bail system. And certainly police services, people that I talked to across the country over this summer have been saying the same thing. Now, between the time of the meeting and the writing of in October and the writing of the letter in January, there was another tragic event in Canada underlying the need for urgent bail reform. OPP officer Greg Pershella was shot down, was killed. He didn't make it home after a shift on December 27, 2022. He was responding to a traffic call. He didn't stand a chance. They opened fire on him, and he died on the scene. His boss, OPP Commissioner Thomas Carrick, stated that one of the two people that were charged with his murder was out on bail at the time. He had been banned from owning any firearms for life since 2018. 3 years later, the same person was charged with several firearms-related offenses and assaulting a police officer. He was released on bail on a number of conditions, including remaining in his residence under his mother's care, not possessing firearms, and wearing a GPS anklet bracelet, which he somehow removed. His trial date was set for September 22nd, but he failed to appear. There was a warrant for his arrest. Now, at the Justice Committee, when we were studying this, Chief of Police Darren Montour of the Six Nations Police Service, who were charged with supervising this killer's bail conditions, had this to say. Quote, what we've seen with increased release of people on bail conditions is effectively downloading to the police services of jurisdiction to become professional babysitters, he said. We don't have the manpower or the resources to do that. Now, Commissioner Carrick of the OPP said this in a press conference. Needless to say, the murder of Constable Gregg was preventable. This should never have happened. Something needs to change. Our police officers, our young officers, my police officers, the public deserve to be safeguarded against violent offenders who are charged with firearms-related offenses. Premier Doug Ford, shortly thereafter, had this to say. OPP Commissioner Carrick's comments on the tragic killing of Constable Purcell is the latest plea for the federal government to address the revolving door of violent criminals caused by our country's failed bail system. Too many innocent people have lost their lives at the hands of dangerous criminals who should have been behind bars, not on our streets. Enough is enough. And I agree with that, as do the vast majority of Canadians. And that, Madam Speaker, is why we are here today debating Bill C-48, an act to amend the criminal code on bail reform. This is the government's response to concerns expressed by many Canadians, including the Premier's. The Premier's letter captures the public perception, certainly what we have all been hearing on the ground. But let's see what whether Bill C-48 captures that same mood. There are a number of preambles at the introduction of this legislation, and I'm just going to read two of them, which I think are informative. The fourth one reads, whereas the proper functioning of the bail system is necessary to maintain confidence in the criminal justice system, including the administration of justice. I agree with that. The 8th paragraph in the preamble says this, and whereas confidence in the administration of justice is eroded in cases where accused persons are released on bail while their detention is justified. So I would say that sounds good. This is certainly a step in the right direction. This is a recognition that Parliament needs to find a balance between the rights of the accused and the protection of the public. But what does Bill C-48 actually do? It introduces a reverse onus for serious offenses, but serious offenses defined as something that has an accused person who has been charged within the last 5 years on something that would have had a 10-year sentence. I think it is too narrow. I think that this legislation does not address all the concerns that we are hearing from the public, and I think that more work needs to be done. Thank you.
The honourable member for Nepean.
I thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I want to get his opinion that this is a good bill, but this bill is not good enough on its own. Does he agree with me that our justice system is quite complex and the provincial governments also have to make much needed improvement to make sure that the justice system serves well?
The honourable member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Well, thank you for that question. I would like to thank the member for that question. This bill is a step in the right direction, and I think it does respond in a manner to what the premiers have been asking for, but it's very narrow. The premiers have also asked for a much broader discussion on bail reform, and I feel that this legislation does not capture that. However, that said, this bill is a step in the right direction. Much more needs to be done.
Comments? The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his great intervention on bail reform. You know, because of the Liberals' Bill C-75, which was soft on crime and allowed so many criminals back on the street, they went back so far in time that they actually even reversed a lot of the bail requirements around things like committing a crime with a firearm. That started underneath Pierre Elliott Trudeau. They even undid things that were done on mandatory minimums going back to the Liberal era back in the 70s and 80s. So I want to ask my colleague if he really believes, because of Liberal ideology, in Bill C-75, the hug-a-thug approach, which has ultimately resulted in where we have today an increase in violent crime of over 32%, where the city of Winnipeg, where I come from, is now one of the most dangerous cities in all of North America. And it all has to do with the bail reform, how the Liberals are completely always stood up for the criminal and has never stood up for the victim. It's time to do jail and not bail.
Langley Aldergrove.
I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. I agree with him completely. The problem with Bill C-75 is that it favored the criminal. And it did not find the right balance between the rights of the accused and the public safety, and also the perception that the public has in the fairness of our criminal justice system. That's the problem. In Vancouver, and this stat has been mentioned a number of times, 40 people are responsible for 6,000 negative interactions with the police. This is just a revolving door. This is insanity. This needs to be fixed. Bill C-75 caused that problem. Bill C-48 is a step in the right direction, but it does not solve the underlying problems. Thank you.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable for Vancouver Kingsway.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleagues for his remarks. You know, I think the average person on the street would probably agree with the principle that someone who has repeat offended all the time at some point would require a reverse onus for bail. But I'm thinking of one of the cornerstones of our rule of law system in our country, which is the presumption of innocence. So we have a right to walk the streets and have liberty, and if the state charges us with a crime, we have a right to be presumed innocent and not to be deprived of our liberty. I'm just wondering how my honourable colleague squares that notion with the concept of reverse onus, where someone who's accused would have to justify why they have to, why they warrant being at liberty instead of being incarcerated, pending a trial and pending the conviction of a crime that they have not yet occurred. Does he have any concerns in that regard?
The honourable for Langley Aldergrove has 1 minute to respond.
Thank my colleague for that question. Of course, we all stand behind the age-old principle of the presumption of innocence and the right to reasonable bail. But I'm going to again talk about the 40 people who have been responsible for 6,000 interactions with the police. That's 150 on average per person. At some point, perhaps they lose their right to be free of bail. The problem with C-75 is that it gutted the court's ability to punish people who breach bail conditions. And so that's why people just keep coming back time and time again with no consequences. The public is losing confidence in our criminal justice system because of revolving door insanity like that. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul has a point of order.
Madam Speaker, point of order. I think if you seek it, you shall find unanimous consent from consultations with all parties that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment today, C-48, an act to amend the Criminal Code, bail reform, be deemed to have been read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole, deemed considered in committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at the report stage, and deemed read a third time and passed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. No. It doesn't seem to be unanimous consent. The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul has a point of order.
Confirm that the NDP denied unanimous consent to my...
Yeah, that's not to confirm. The resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Vaughan Woodridge. I would like to speak on the Bail Reform Bill C-48, an act to amend the criminal code. Canadians deserve to feel safe and be safe. We have a critical issue that affects the safety and well-being of our communities. The need to strengthen our bail laws and tailor them to focus on violent repeat offenders as well as intimate partner violence. It is an issue that strikes at the very heart of public safety and the preservation of justice. That is why we introduced the bill, which is a targeted reform of our bail laws designed to focus on violent repeat offenders, gun and knife violence, as well as intimate partner violence. Bail laws at their core exist to strike a delicate balance between individual rights and the collective safety of society. They ensure that individuals accused of crimes are not unjustly incarcerated before trial, upholding the cherished principle of innocent until proven guilty. However, this balance can be challenging to maintain, especially when dealing with violent repeat offenders and those accused of gun and knife violence or intimate partner violence. We developed this bill by obtaining expert advice and adopted an evidence-based approach to put Canadians first and address public safety concerns in our bail system. We have a legitimate concern that violent offenders may pose a significant risk to the community if they are released from custody while awaiting trial. Bill C-48 will strengthen the law by targeting repeat violent offenders who use weapons when committing crimes and those who have a history of violent offending and firearms-related crime. Violent offenders are individuals who have shown a pattern of engaging in dangerous and harmful behaviors repeatedly. They pose a clear and present danger to our communities. Strengthening bail laws in their cases is not about denying their rights, but rather about prioritizing public safety. By focusing on comprehensive risk assessments that take into account an offender's history and propensity for violence, we can ensure that these dangerous individuals are held accountable for their actions while respecting rights of others. Also, we need a stricter approach to bail for violent offenders to act as a deterrent. This would discourage individuals from engaging in violent criminal behavior in the first place, as they may be less likely to receive pre-trial release. This bill sends a strong message that judges ought to seriously consider the public safety risk posed by repeat violent offenders at the bail stage, while ensuring the fundamental charter right to bail remains intact. Bill C-48 also strengthens the government response against intimate partner violence offences by expanding the reverse onus on these offences. The harrowing reality is that countless individuals suffer in silence, trapped in abusive relationships. Strengthening bail laws to protect victims and potential victims of intimate partner violence is not just a legal obligation, it is a moral imperative. We must provide a safe path to justice for survivors, ensuring that those accused of such heinous acts are not released to perpetrate further harm. The bill would create a new reverse onus for accused persons charged with a serious offense involving violence and use of a weapon where accused was previously convicted of an offense of the same criteria within the past 5 years. A reverse onus at bail presumes that the accused should be detained pending trial and requires them to demonstrate why they should be released. A reverse onus does not mean that an accused will not be able to obtain bail. It means that the onus of proof has shifted to the accused, reflecting our intent that it ought to be more difficult to obtain bail in these circumstances. One of the provisions of this bill is new considerations and requirements for courts on an accused's violent history and community safety. C-48 adds a requirement that courts consider whether an accused person has a history of convictions involving violence when making a bail order. It also requires courts to state on the record that the safety and security of the community was considered when making a bail order. Bail reform has long been a subject of federal, provincial, and territorial collaboration because of the shared jurisdiction over bail laws and their implementation. Bill C-48 responds directly to calls for reform from the provinces and territories. This bill is the product of collaboration with the provinces and territories. Hence, we have wide and unanimous support for this legislation from all provinces and territories. The bill has benefited from input from mayors, police, parliamentarians, as well as indigenous leadership and the legal community. C-48 is a part of our broader strategy to ensure the safety of all Canadians and an example of what we can achieve when we work together. Let me put on record the support this bill has received from key stakeholders. The Premier of British Columbia said, quote, "From the British Columbian perspective, this is a huge priority. We need this bill passed. This is something that has wide support, all party support, all Premier support, and action needs to be taken," end quote. From the Premier of Ontario, Doug Ford, "I am urging federal government to use this time to quickly pass their bail reform bill," end quote. From Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, we commend the government for acting on the urgency for legislative change and for recognizing that our amendments were not calling for complete overhaul of Canada's bail system. We are convinced that the legislative changes put forth in Bill C-48 will go a long way to help eliminate the preventable harm and senseless tragedies attributable to violent and repeat offenders across Canada, end quote. From the President of Canadian Police Association, quote, "Frontline law enforcement personnel have been asking the government to take concrete steps to address the small number of repeat offenders who commit a disproportionate number of offences that put the safety of our communities at risk, and we appreciate that ministers work collaboratively with stakeholders and introduce this common sense legislation that responds to the concerns that our members have raised," end quote. From Ontario Provincial Police Association, our members appreciate the virtually unprecedented consensus that formed calling for concrete action on bail reform, and we are glad to see government has responded with the introduction of Bill C-48. We look forward to working with all stakeholders and parliamentarians to see this legislation passed quickly, end quote. From the President of Toronto Police Association, quote, "Our members recognize that our charter ensures we all benefit from a presumption of innocence, but for too long, the current balance has put the rights of an accused well above the rights of our communities, our communities have to public safety and security. Ensuring that the public maintains its confidence in the administration of justice is paramount, and I believe the introduction of Bill C-48 and the clear message being sent by the government that public safety remains a top priority will help victims of crime, as well as Canadians know serious repeat violent offenders can and will be held accountable for their action. Finally, Madam Speaker, I would like to end my speech by quoting Brian Shaw, President of National Police Federation. He said, "We see the federal government's tabling of Bill C-48 as a good first step, but this cannot be the only solution. Provincial and territorial governments must now look at their own justice systems and make needed improvement. Our justice system is complex with many interrelated challenges and flaws that cannot be addressed through legislation alone," end quote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Bow River. Sorry.
Here, question to our honourable member who's made this speech. It's been asked of the Conservative Party a number of times today, do we support this? Yet, when we made a motion to move this piece of legislation along very quickly, the NDP Liberal coalition opposed it. I would like to answer why.
Member for Nepean.
Madam Speaker, I have to disagree that the Liberals opposed the fast movement of this legislation. And we do hope that the legislation will pass very quickly and it becomes a law as soon as possible. Thank you, Madam. Good job.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I hope we'll get some clarification of what happened earlier and perhaps a redo. My question for the honourable member has to do with dealing with
Order. It's not time for other questions. The honourable member who has the floor for a question is posing the questions. I would ask members to wait. The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Very much, Madam Speaker. My question to the honourable member is about how we deal with repeat offenders. And one of the proposals that's in this bill is to make the option of community-based bail supervision available in all cases for the judge to select. And what that means is people can get bail who otherwise would end up in detention before trial. And so what we really need is a committing of resources from the federal government to get that program underway, because it's, of course, far cheaper than detaining people and has much better outcomes in terms of public safety. So is the member prepared to commit the government to support community-based bail supervision?
Member for Nepean.
Madam Speaker, we have come to this stage after seeing how repeat violent offenders can get bail easily and recommit violent offences. So the main purpose of this particular legislation is to strengthen our bail system so that the repeat violent offenders do not get bail easily, and there is a reverse onus of them to prove that they should get the bail. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to his speech, and he devoted quite a bit to it, to referring to the requests from the various chiefs of police for this legislation, and took credit for the government's doing what they have been asked by these chiefs. But the reason that the chiefs of police were asking for this legislation is because this very government, of the damage that they had done to the bail system and the emergence of a small number of chronic offenders that make such a disproportionate number of arrests. So will he apologize for the government's failed approach that took us and got us to this point?
Nepean.
I would like to quote the President of the National Police Federation. He says that this bill cannot be the only solution, that the provincial and territorial governments must now look at their own justice system and make needed improvements. Our justice system is complex with many interrelated challenges and flaws that cannot be addressed through legislation alone. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
My colleague can just provide his thoughts in terms of how important it was for the federal government over the last number of months to work with the provincial stakeholders, law enforcement agencies, in order to ensure that we have the type of legislation that could get the type of unanimous support it has gotten virtually from coast to coast to coast.
The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Madam Speaker, this is something that we have achieved through collaborative work with the provinces, territories, the police, the other stakeholders. And this shows that what we can achieve when we all work together. And this is the best outcome that has been done because of the collaborative work.
Still have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for, I'm sorry. It's been a little while there. So the Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge, a brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was actually getting up to speaking next. Thank you, through you, Chair. I'd like to ask the honourable member from the area of Ottawa here, the importance of Bill C-48 for him and his constituents. Thank you, Madam.
The honourable member for Nepean, a brief answer, please.
Madam Speaker, this piece of legislation brings us a lot of peace of mind for the families, for the communities, especially for the victims of violent crimes.
Another point of order, the Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do believe that if you seek unanimous consent, you will find it in this House for the following: that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practices of this House, at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment today, C-48, an act to amend the Criminal Code, bail reform, be deemed to have been read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole, deemed considered in committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at the report stage, and deemed read a third time and passed.
That's another try. Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à ce que l'honorable...
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay.
D'accord.
Very well. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
Adopté.
Carried.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Madam Speaker, thank you for well, it's great to see you, and thank you. It's obviously wonderful to rise after the unanimous consent motion was passed here in this House of Commons on a very important bill for all Canadians, including the wonderful residents in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge. Madame la Présidente, this past summer I met with many of the York Region police officers in my area, including the Deputy Chief of Police, and understood and it was clear to understand how important bail reform is to our police officers and our policing authorities. And with a sibling that's a over 25-year member of a police agency here in Canada, I heard a number of times from him how important bail reform was to him and his colleagues. So I'm so glad that unanimous consent was received on Bill C-48, and I'll have a few comments to say that. It's wonderful to see all my colleagues here. I know the Member of Parliament from Etobicoke Lakeshore, who usually sits in front of me. I do wish to acknowledge his appointment as the Parliamentary Secretary. He's a great friend, and he's been a great friend for literally decades, and I was very happy to see his appointment as the Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General. Madam Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak on and support of Bill C-48, an act to amend the Criminal Code bail reform, which proposes targeted amendments to the bail regime, excuse me, with the aim of enhancing community safety and reinforcing confidence in the administration of justice. Canadians have spoken, and we have listened. All parliamentarians have listened. Crime is a serious concern for our communities across this nation, and it must be addressed. That is why the Liberal approach is to pair legislative reform like Bill C-48 with programs that stop crime at its roots. We want to both hold criminals to account and prevent crime from happening in our communities in the first place. At the onset, I want to highlight the positive reactions we've seen to Bill C-48 from law enforcement. The President of the Canadian Police Association called this a common sense legislation that responds to the concerns that our members have raised. The President of the Toronto Police Association said that the introduction of Bill C-48 and the clear message being sent by government that public safety remains a top priority will help victims of crime, as well as all Canadians know serious, repeat violent offenders can and will be held accountable for their actions. The Saskatoon Police Service's Deputy Chief of Police said, "It's encouraging to see the voices of the community and the policing community across Canada are being heard," in quotation marks. Don't just take my word for it, Madam Speaker. Take the word of those law enforcement experts. Bill C-48 is an excellent piece of legislation that will make positive change in our communities and, yes, keep our communities safer. I hope that the members opposite will help us pass this bill as soon as possible. In the essence, the proposed amendments in Bill C-48 make it more difficult for those engaged in repeat violent offending to get bail. In order to accomplish this objective, the bill proposes, among other important amendments, to, firstly, create a reverse onus to target serious repeat violent offending involving the use of a weapon, make certain firearm offenses subject to a reverse onus at bail, and broaden existing reverse onus to target repeat offenders of intimate partner violence, or IPV. This point number 3, Madame la Présidente, is very, very important, as intimate partner violence usually means that women are being impacted by their partners. And we as a government since day one have been working on these type of issues to ensure all citizens feel safe, especially women, in their homes, in their neighborhoods, on the streets, and I applaud this. Before elaborating on the proposed amendments, I want to take a moment to situate these reforms within the existing bail regime. As members know, bail is when a person is charged, when a person charged with criminal offense is released from custody while awaiting their trial or the outcome of their case. Accused persons are presumed innocent until they have been found guilty of the offense charged and have constitutional right not to be denied reasonable bail without just cause. This is why, typically, the prosecutor bears the burden of showing why the accused person should be denied bail and detained in custody. The prosecutor must show that the detention of the accused person is necessary to ensure their attendance in court, for the protection or safety of the public, including a victim or witness, or to maintain confidence in the administration of justice. A reverse onus shifts the burden from the prosecutor to the accused person and requires them to show why pretrial detention is not justified. This is an exception to the general rule and reflects Parliament's intention that it be more difficult to obtain bail in certain circumstances or for certain kinds of serious offences. Through these reverse onuses, Parliament signals the importance of considering certain offending by accused persons differently at bail, to advance the critical purposes of the bail system, including the protection of public safety and maintaining confidence in the administration of justice. Bill C-48 would create a new reverse onus for accused persons charged with an offence that is punishable by at least 10 years of imprisonment, which involves violence and the use of a weapon, if the accused was previously convicted in the last 5 years of an offence with the same criteria. In addition, the bill would make certain firearm offences also subject to a reverse onus of bail. These offences are unlawful possession of a loaded, prohibited, or restricted firearm, breaking and entering to steal a firearm, robbery to steal a firearm, and making a firearm automatic. Madam Speaker, these amendments are the product of significant collaboration amongst federal, provincial, and territorial engagement, collaboration, and cooperation. For instance, the offence of unlawful possession of a prohibited or restricted firearm is proposed to be added to the list of offences that would be subject to a reverse onus at the request of all the provinces and territories outlined in an open letter to the Prime Minister of Canada. This bill also addresses concerns about the use of bear spray and bladed weapons expressed by some jurisdictions, and is consistent with the recommendations of key stakeholders, including police organizations. These amendments also complement the federal government's ongoing efforts towards gun control and reducing gun violence. All 13 premiers and law enforcement groups across this country support C-48. If Conservatives care more about public safety of Canadians than about petty political games, they will help us pass this bill today. I know we did. Thank you. I would now like to turn to Bill C-75, which has been the subject of much debate recently. Thank you. Thank you to the honourable member from Calgary. Honourable members may recall that former Bill C-75 made the most recent set of amendments to the bail regime, amendments that were informed by extensive consultation with the provinces and territories, and that were debated and voted on in Parliament. Former Bill C-75 did not change the law on bail. It codified binding Supreme Court of Canada decisions and sought to reduce the number of accused persons in pretrial custody for low-level, non-violent offences. It also enacted a reverse onus for accused persons charged with an offence involving intimate partner violence, if they have a prior conviction for violence against an intimate partner. This amendment effectively made it harder for those accused of repeat intimate partner violence, or IPV, to obtain bail. This bill would again strengthen this reverse onus by ensuring that applies not only to previously convicted persons, but also to those previously discharged of an IP-related offence. Offenders who are discharged of an offence or are found guilty but are not convicted in appropriate circumstances in order to avoid the implications of having a criminal conviction. Again, Madame Speaker, Madame la Présidente, it is so important that intimate partner violence be reduced in Canada. We know that every year countless number of women are killed by their partners, and we must put a stop to it with all our tools available. And through Bill C-48, we are acting on that, Madam Speaker. I would like to take a moment to remind honourable members of the systemic discrimination inherent in Canada's criminal justice system. In developing C-48, the federal government was mindful of the potential impacts on Indigenous people, Black persons, and members of all vulnerable groups, such as accused persons facing mental health or substance use challenges, who are all overrepresented in pretrial custody. That is why this bill proposes targeted amendments to the bail regime that addresses violent offending specifically. Any reform to the current bail regime must seek to promote community safety and reinforce public confidence in Canada's bail system, while also considering and attenuating any potential disproportionate or negative impacts on these groups. Ministers of Justice and Public Safety across the country have agreed to that both legislative and non-legislative action is required to ensure that our bail system operates as intended. We know from key stakeholders that enhancing public safety requires non-legislative solutions, such as improving reintegration programming, allocating more resources to community-based bail supervision, and enforcing bail conditions. I am pleased to see that all levels of government are stepping up to take action within their respective areas of responsibility. In conclusion, Madame la Présidente, I firmly believe that Bill C-48 is a direct action taken at the federal level and strikes the appropriate balance in promoting community safety, reinforcing public confidence in how Canada's bail system deals with repeat violent offenders, and yes, in respecting the Charter rights. I strongly urge all members, and I'm glad to see that all members have come together and in unanimous consent have approved this bill or passed this bill. Thank you, Madam.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in his remarks, he left out that under this government, over the past 8 years, we have seen the reversal of a decades-long trend of lower rates of crime and lower rates of incarceration, and the emergence of chronic, repeat, violent offenders running amok in Canadian cities and burdening local police who repeatedly arrest the same people over and over and over and over again. And this bill is really, in part, damage control and undoing what this government did in its first parliament. And so will he take this opportunity to admit that their approach has been the wrong approach and that they will be reversing the approach that has got us to this point?
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente, and I thank my honourable colleague for their question. I will say through you, Chair, that we as a government have collaborated, acted in unison with the provinces, the territories, police organizations to come up with a bill, Bill C-48, which is charter compliant, but also brings in a number of provisions to make sure that our streets, our communities, our families feel safe, that they know they're safe, that they know the law is on their side, and that they can enjoy their livelihoods and their families and kids can be in their communities and they'll know that they're safe. I know we have 3 daughters at home. We have lots of kids in our neighborhood. We understand the issue of particularly property crime, but we want to make sure that all Canadians feel safe in their communities, and this bill is one large step in going there, going in that direction, and it's great to see that unanimous consent was received from all parties regarding Bill C-48. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Madam Speaker, it's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Caribou. Madam Speaker, obviously this bill will be passing with unanimous consent. We did say that, but I would just like to get my honourable colleagues' thoughts on the fact that, yes, we did pass this with unanimous consent, but I feel as though Conservatives were ready to do that right from the get-go. And it was 246 days that this Liberal government took to table the legislation after the premiers wrote their letter. So I'm just wondering if my colleague could comment on what appears to be a discrepancy between word and action. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank the honourable member from Kamloops Thompson Caribou. It was great to see the honourable member back here in Ottawa. Our families have known each other for approximately 6 decades, if I'm not mistaken. And I will say this, Madame la Présidente, we as the government are always taking action to protect the citizens of this country, to ensure our streets are safe and our families are even safer. And that is a very important priority for all members of Parliament, all 338 of us here. And that is why our citizens send us here, to ensure that we do the right thing. And Bill C-48 is a great piece of legislation which will keep Canadians even safer. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
The Honourable Minister for Citizen Services. The Honourable Member for Crown Relations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And since this is the first time I'm standing up in the House since my appointment, I want to thank the Prime Minister for the faith he has in me, and I want to assure all Canadians that I'll be working very hard for them each and every day. My friend from Vaughan Woodbridge, I think, had a really good speech. I want to congratulate him for that. But I know the member opposite just asked a question about timing. My recollection of what happened was this bill was tabled months ago, well before we rose, and there was an opportunity to pass it, and we had pleaded with the Conservatives to get it passed. But now that it is passed, and I appreciate the gesture today, I want to make sure that the Senate is able to pass this without any delays on the part of the caucus members from the opposite party who are in the Senate. So I'm just wondering if my friend could elaborate on how we could ensure that this law comes into effect as soon as possible.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge in 20 seconds.
I wish to thank the Minister of Crown Relations and Indigenous Affairs for their question, and through you, Chair, I'd like to congratulate the Minister on his appointment. It's well deserved. Madam Chair, we want to see the Senate deal with this bill as effectively and as efficiently as all members here in this House, all 338 of us, providing unanimous consent to it. We'd like to see the same thing done in the Senate as expeditiously as possible. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to split my time with the Honourable Whip of the Opposition. I know that we are at the point where we are going to pass this, but I must put on the record that we do not believe that this is enough. And I'll start with, how did we get here? And it's often the question that we ask after 8 years of this government. And the problem is almost always worse, and the answers are never satisfactory. They allocate blame to everyone and everything else, always claiming that it's outside of the government's control. The excuses are near endless, and the policy prescriptions are absent, either in their entirety or lacking in basic common sense. Are crime rates up, or do we just think they're up and everything is actually fine? Well, if you're the Justice Minister in this government, you believe that Canadians simply think it's worse, even though the crime is, in fact, getting worse. He basically says that it's all in your head. So let's play back the tape, because 2 days after the new Justice Minister replaced the last one, he said that he actually said this when asked if the country was less safe than it was before. And he said, I think that's empirically, I think that empirically it's unlikely, but I think that there's a sense coming out of the pandemic that people's safety is more in jeopardy. That was a direct quote. Well, Mr. Speaker, the reason that people believe that safety is in jeopardy is because of the very fact that this country is less safe, and it is backed up by empirical evidence. The overall crime severity index was up 4.3% from 2021 to 2022, while the violent crime severity index was up 4.6% compared to the year earlier. And since they took office, since these Liberals took office in 2015, the violent crime severity index has gone up 30%. Youth crime has risen by 17.8% in a single year. And the evidence is not hard to find. These numbers are from Stats Canada. It's their own statistics. In fact, Stats Canada said that the latest data indicates that the overall crime rate may be resuming an upward trend that was interrupted by the pandemic because of lockdowns and other government measures. Somebody should let the minister know. In Toronto, major crime is up this year by more than 20% since last year. Their cops are saying that. It is not us. That means more assaults and more thefts and more sexual violence and more break-and-enters. And last year, I documented some of what was happening on Toronto's city's public transit, because it used to be an option for many in my community until those who could simply opted out. And those who can't opt out have reason to feel unsafe, because what is happening on public transit in Toronto is unacceptable. Here's a review from the last just full year on record, the very city that the new Justice Minister represents. I'll start with on February 9th, of last year, a TTC employee was randomly stabbed at DuPont Station while just trying to do his job. Just 1 week later, a TTC bus driver was stabbed at Keele and Lawrence. And just over a month after that, a TTC operator was assaulted by 6 people in a swarming attack. In April, a man was shot dead on the TTC, this time at Sherbourne Station, and 12 days later, another man was randomly stabbed at St. George Station. That same month, a woman narrowly survived after being pushed into the tracks. Less than a month later, a 12-year-old girl was sexually assaulted while riding a bus. And then in June, we all read about the horrible story of a woman who was set on fire at a subway station. She later succumbed to her injuries. This violence is already unconscionable, and we're only halfway through last year. In July, a man was assaulted while 2 men committed a robbery at Don Mills Station. In the next month, a woman was the victim of a random assault at Shepherd Young Station. In October, a man fell asleep on the TTC and was assaulted and robbed. And just a few days later, a woman was stalked off a bus and sexually assaulted in Scarborough. And then in December, things started to get worse. On December 8th of last year, 2 people were randomly stabbed at High Park Station, with 1 woman dying from her wounds. And then what came 2 days after that is a TTC operator in Etobicoke was assaulted and robbed. And in the same month, a woman was arrested for allegedly assaulting 6 different people on the subway. In a separate string of incidents, a man allegedly sexually assaulted and exposed himself to multiple TTC riders. And towards the end of the month, an 81-year-old woman was left with a concussion after being assaulted on our city's transit system. It is the fall of 2023, and the violence has still not abated. In fact, it's gotten worse. And that's what the empirical evidence also says. It's not in anyone's head. Now, these aren't all repeat violent offenders, but many are. But my point is that the new Justice Minister just ought to go outside, because this is happening in our own neighborhood. But let's go back to my original question. How did we get here? How did it get so bad? Madam Speaker, in 2019, the Liberal government considerably eased access to bail with Bill C-75. Bill C-75 legislated the principle of restraint concerning bail for police and courts to ensure that release at earliest opportunity is favored over detention. The principle of restraint is a linchpin that supports a catch-and-release justice system, and it is clear by the numbers and by the pressure on the federal government that fixing the bail system, they had no options. This is where we're at now. What Conservatives said would happen at the time is happening all over the country, including in the city where both the Justice Minister and I both come from. Repeat violent offenders became the unintended consequences of changes to the bail law in 2019 that made it difficult to hold violent offenders in pretrial custody. First, the pressure came from provincial and territorial justice ministers, and then in December of 2022, you might remember this, but the murder of OPP Constable Greg Priscilla, who was shot and killed by a 25-year-old who was out on bail, shocked us all. The killer had a lengthy criminal record, including assaulting a peace officer, and was subject to a lifetime firearms prohibition. Then 13 premiers sent a letter to the Prime Minister calling on the Liberals to reverse their catch and release policies to protect the public as well as first responders. The Justice Committee of this House also heard witness after witness calling for change to the bail system. From law enforcement to victim services to municipal leaders right across the board, they all said the same thing. So in the face of random violent attacks committed by repeat offenders out on bail, the government is now touting this long-awaited plan to address the catch-and-release justice system they have enabled and overseen until they could no longer ignore the pressure and the evidence. This bill adds the additional reverse onus provision on just 4 firearm offenses for individuals previously discharged of intimate partner violence facing similar charges. This isn't going to reverse the disastrous course that I just talked about in our own city. And I don't know how to say this nicely, but it isn't going to work. The criminal code amendments in Bill C-48 are only a tiny step to reverse the damage that the Liberals have done in masquerading as the end-all be-all solve to the danger and the chaos, I think, that has been unleashed on our neighborhoods. It's hardly a solution. The bill is very specific about what it considers violence, and not in a helpful way. To qualify for the new reverse onus provision, the suspect has to be charged with a crime involving violence and the use of a weapon, and their record over the last year has to have the same conviction in it. So if you commit a crime with your hands, it doesn't apply. And if you repeat property crime that puts somebody in danger, it doesn't apply. And if the second crime doesn't use a weapon, that the first one did, or vice versa, this doesn't apply. So one starts to get the picture. So if they're going to showboat about an 8-page bill that changes the structure of bail hearings, they might want to ensure that there is something that would ultimately result in a prescription for judges to make different decisions in the face of a system that has become accustomed to immediate bail for violent offenders. There is nothing in here that changes that. So it doesn't end the catch and release policies that were initiated by Bill C-75. The bill wouldn't even have restricted bail for the accused killer of Officer Greg Priscilla, one of the very obvious cases that led them into being forced into the government's admission of failure and presenting this bill. So why not fix it is the question. I hope the Liberals go back to the drawing board and actually solve for the problem that is backed by empirical evidence in every single one of our communities right across the country. It is not in the heads of Canadians. Violent crime is a problem, and these guys aren't the solution.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
It's always a pleasure to rise, Madam Speaker, on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Caribou, and I thank my honourable colleague for her intervention. And one of the things that she highlighted is the fact that what we're dealing with here is really a small piece of the overall crime pie, if you will. And the pie itself and the difficulty that we're in really lays with the Liberal Party, whether it be Bill C-75 from the last Parliament, C-21, C-5. We now have sexual offenders who can serve their sentence from the comfort of their home, or people who commit serious gun crimes and serve their sentence from the comfort of her home. So I would just ask my honourable colleague, how much further do we need to go, and is this going to help in a meaningful, significant way? Thank you.
For Thornhill.
Thanks to my honourable colleague for the question. Look, I think the solution is very clear. A violent suspect who breaks the condition of bail should be automatically remanded to jail until their court date. It's the jail, not bail solution. It is what's going to keep our communities safe. It is what's going to stop the incidence of repeat violent crime that is a problem in every one of our neighborhoods, on every transit system, in the Justice Minister's own community. And I suggest that if Canadians want a solution to bring home safe streets, then they'll have the option to elect a Conservative government in the next election.
The honourable questions and comments. The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saniksuk.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. My question to the member for Thornhill has to do with solving the large number of repeat offenders who aren't involved in violent crime. And I wonder if she would agree with me that part of the solution for most of those people who cause most of those cases the Conservatives like to talk about is to get people into substance abuse treatment, to get them into mental health programs, and to lift them out of poverty so that they can become more truly productive members of our Canadian society. But instead, the Conservatives have been arguing against a lot of the decriminalization of drugs that would lead to better treatment programs. So which is it for the Conservatives? Are we going to put money and resources into treatment so we can reduce this incidence of crime in our local communities?
For Thornhill.
Thanks to my honourable colleague. I'm actually glad to hear my honourable colleague talk about treatment, because it's often something that is overlooked in what the NDP consistently pushes, which is safe supply. It is not working. There is a 300% increase in overdoses in this country. And from the member's own province, the member would know that in the city of Vancouver, 6,000 crimes committed by 40 criminals. That is on average 150 crimes per criminal. I don't know how this bill or anything that the member just suggests is a solution to putting those 40 people away. And that could have solved for 6,000 charged crimes. That is a countless number of victims of those crimes. Those countless number of people that do not come home every night to their families. We could stop this, but this bill doesn't do that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I don't want the member to give the impression as if crime didn't exist during the Harper or during Conservative governments. I was a justice critic in Manitoba when we had serious issues with automobile thefts. The highest per capita in the whole country. I think it was close to about 12,000 in 1 year. And at the end of the day, we have to recognize that it's just not Ottawa, that our justice system is a shared responsibility. And it took the province to take actions in order to get rid of some of those issues. And I'm wondering if she can provide her thoughts. Instead of just blaming Ottawa for all these problems, does she not recognize that provinces and territories also have a role to play?
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
I appreciate the member's intervention, but today we're talking about provisions in the federal criminal code, which can be changed to make things better. And I will make a plea to those who are watching in my own riding. I have never, in my entire life growing up, in my community, in the city of Toronto, taking transit my entire life, I have never been afraid until this year, until I've rattled off the incidents and I couldn't even get through it. And I know that that's how people at home feel. And I know that that is in part, in large part, due to the soft on criminal justice policy that these Liberals have enacted in this country.
Debate. The Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me first echo the comments of the Leader of the Opposition in response to the news earlier today, and again offer my sincerest condolences to the family of Hardeep Singh Nijjar, who was murdered near my home in Surrey. Crime, chaos, and disorder. This is the Prime Minister's legacy after 8 years. This is the direct result of his dangerous soft-on-crime policies. Canadians' lives and sense of security are being destroyed in record numbers by criminals who should never have been out roaming the streets in the first place. Canadians aren't feeling safe in their communities, on public transit, at public events, or in coffee shops. They are rightfully worried that they may be the next victim of the Prime Minister's crime wave. The government's own statistics illustrate a stark reality. Violent crime has gone up 39%. Gang-related homicides are up 108%. Sex crimes against children are up 126%. Gun crime has increased every year and is up over 100% since 2015. His response? Go after law-abiding hunters. Across the country, murders are up 43%, the highest rate in 30 years. In Vancouver alone, murders have gone up 55%, and firearms-related offenses up 22%. In the last 7 months alone, 8 police officers were killed in the line of duty. 8 in 7 months. These statistics are alarming. We in the federal government, charged with national security, can never forget that they're more than statistics. These are real crimes happening to real people with devastating consequences. Commuters carjacked at gunpoint, students lit on fire on the bus, teenagers stabbed at the subway, executions in the street and parking lots and driveways. This crime wave is a direct result of Liberal legislation passed that was sponsored by the most radical Minister of Justice in Canadian history, the member from LaSalle-Mard-Verdun. His bill broke the bail system. And where is he now? No longer in Cabinet. Under his bill, C-75, the Catch and Release Act, violent offenders are arrested, then released on a promise that they will appear in court, then commit another offense within hours. They have time and opportunity to commit crimes literally morning, afternoon, and evening. Take Vancouver, for example. As my colleague just mentioned, the same 40 offenders were arrested 6,000 times in a single year. That's 150 arrests each. Last year in Toronto, there were 17 gun-related murders committed by violent criminals out on bail. This summer in Edmonton, a father of 7 children was stabbed in the chest, murdered at a transit station. Again, the accused was out on bail. The crime wave is evident in BC as it is elsewhere. In Surrey last April, a 17-year-old boy named Ethan Besflug was stabbed and killed on a bus. A few days later, a young man was stabbed on the SkyTrain. In August, a man was shot in the face at a Surrey bus stop. Recently, at Vancouver's Light Up Chinatown Festival, meant to bring the community together, a man who previously had murdered his teenage daughter by stabbing her, stabbed 3 people. Last Thursday, Vancouver police arrested a man for 4 assaults committed in the span of 45 minutes. He used a chain and a concrete block. One of the most horrific incidents in downtown Vancouver was last March, and it was videotaped and shown on social media. A man standing outside a Starbucks was brutally and senselessly attacked, stabbed to death in front of his wife and daughter, again in broad daylight. Mothers and fathers, sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, friends and neighbors. Sadly, the urgency of this crime wave seems to be lost on our new Minister of Justice. Just days after he was sworn in, he said, quote, "I think that empirically it's unlikely that Canada is becoming less safe," end quote. He is in complete denial of the dangerous reality on the streets. He's telling victims of crime and Canadians who are rightfully concerned, many living every day in fear, that it's all in their heads. Even by Liberal standards, this was a ridiculous statement, and frankly, he should apologize for it. For Liberal elites in their ivory towers, understanding the reality Canadians are facing in our communities is a difficult concept. I am pleased to see that the Liberals have finally woken up and are paying some attention to the heinous violence committed by criminals on bail. They should be listening to the experience of frontline law enforcement officers. Constable Shaylin Yang was tragically and senselessly stabbed to death while on duty by a man who was arrested for assault and out on bail on the condition that he would appear in court. He failed to appear, a warrant was issued for his rearrest, and when Constable Yang found him living in a park in Burnaby, he murdered her. The case of Constable Yang is sadly not isolated. Last December, Constable Greg Pirchala was shot and killed in the line of duty. The accused was out on bail, has a lengthy criminal record, including assaulting a peace officer, and was the subject of a lifetime firearm prohibition. Did I mention that he was shot? Following this despicable murder, all 13 premiers wrote a joint letter to the Prime Minister demanding urgent action. Finally, after public blowback, the united call for change from the premiers, and fierce criticism in this House from the Conservatives, the Liberals have finally admitted they broke the bail system. Today, the Liberals have brought forward Bill C-48. We should all support this bill because it imposes reverse onus on certain firearms offenses and requires courts to consider the violent history of an accused. This is the reason Conservatives asked for unanimous consent to pass this bill today. The NDP initially denied consent, but have since agreed with Conservatives that this bill should be passed today at all stages. It is our view that C-48 is a good start, but still falls short, and a Conservative government will take steps to strengthen it. The legislation in its current form ignores several key recommendations put forward by the premiers, including the creation of a definition within the criminal code for serious prolific offenders and to initiate a thorough review of Canada's bail system. Under Bill C-48, the accused killer of OPP Constable Pirchala and countless other repeat violent offenders would have still been released back into the community. Under pressure from Conservatives, the Liberals have now proposed a partial fix to an obviously broken bail system. Conservatives can be counted on to fight for common sense, thorough, and meaningful improvements when we form government. It remains doubtful that the dangerous NDP Liberal coalition will ever put the rights of victims ahead of the rights of criminals. Last year, this coalition passed Bill C-5, removing mandatory prison time for serious crimes, including robbery with a firearm, extortion with a firearm, discharging a firearm with intent, drug trafficking, and production of heroin, crystal meth, or fentanyl. Bill C-5 also expanded the use of house arrest for several offenses, including criminal harassment, kidnapping, and sexual assault. Thanks to NDP and Liberal MPs, those who commit sexual assault can serve their sentence at home in the same community as their victim. Think about that. The Liberals and NDP would rather be on the side of violent men than their female victims. There is perhaps no greater example of this than the case of Paul Bernardo, a notorious serial rapist and killer of teenage girls. These Liberals allowed that monster to be transferred out of maximum into medium security over the objections of the victims' families. We brought a motion to the House calling for Bernardo to be returned to maximum security, but Liberal members denied consent. All this is proof that the Liberal Party and their partners in the NDP cannot be counted on to protect victims or to restore safe streets. For that, we need a change in government. A common-sense Conservative government will bring home desperately needed safety to our streets, and will do it by ensuring that prolific offenders remain behind bars while awaiting trial. And the days of catch and release will be over. After 8 years, crime, chaos, and disorder in our streets is the new normal. It should never be normal. Conservatives know we have a lot of work ahead, but we will fix our broken bail system, and we will bring back safety to our communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, thank you, my honourable colleague, for her speech. It was a pretty wide-ranging speech that touched on a number of things. I think it contributed to the debate, but in some cases did not. We're talking about bail conditions and how do we deal with people who commit crimes on bail. She raised the incident of the tragedy outside the Starbucks in Vancouver where Mr. Schmidt was knifed to death, but that was by a person who was not out on bail. So I'm not sure what that has to do with the legislation that we're under consideration. But my question is this: is the current bail law in this country is that bail can be denied when an accused criminal record is taken into account, and particularly if they have failed to comply with past bail conditions or court orders. So it's the law now that bail can be denied by a judge if someone has failed to comply with bail conditions in the past, or if they have a repeat criminal record. So can she explain to us why she thinks the current law is not sufficient to keep those people in jail on bail pending their trial when that's the law right now?
Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you for the question from my colleague. The reference to the horrific murder outside the Starbucks is about the rise in violent crime generally in Canada and in my province of British Columbia that we see playing out, unfortunately, including on social media, where people actually, it's hard to even say, but tape and send out on social media videos of actual murders of Canadian citizens. That was one such situation. It's horrific, and it's brought about by an overall attitude by the Liberals and NDP in their coalition that is soft on crime and does not deal with the most prolific, repeat, violent offenders. That's who we want to see targeted in our criminal code legislation, and we will take the steps to do what's needed to get that job done.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary-Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think that the member did a great job in her speech of going through the litany of all of what has unraveled in terms of our criminal justice system under the current government. But during the debate, the Liberals have are stepping back as if they had nothing to do with the problem that they need to fix, and taking credit for just following the recommendation that provinces have made on bail reform. So if the member would like to maybe take a moment again and just reinforce the extent to which it is specific action that this government has undertaken over the last 8 years that has brought us to where we are today.
Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, thank you to my colleague for his question. And of course, the concern is over the philosophy of catch and release. I mean, it's a term we use usually for when you're fishing, but it has come to mean someone is arrested, sometimes for a violent crime, early in the day. And the police see that person going down the street in the afternoon, and they end up arresting them for another crime. Then they see that person in the evening, same person, and there they are again, arresting them for something they have done with criminal intent. This idea of catch and release, this endless revolving door, does not work. There is no deterrence at all in a system like that. And when we're talking about people prone to violence, when we're talking about people who will attack with chains and concrete blocks, who stab strangers they don't even know at public events, this is destroying confidence in our justice system. And at the end of the day, the federal government has control over the criminal code and over sentencing and how this should go forward.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Madam Speaker, it's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Caribou. Before I begin, I just want to recognize a constituent who passed away, Ms. Anna Russo. I know that she leaves behind a daughter, Pina Russo, and her daughter, Susie Russo, who was beloved in the Italian community, predeceased her. So my condolences to the family. Now, my question to my honourable colleague is this. The member from Vancouver just mentioned, people can be detained on their record. I recently spoke to a prosecutor who told me that somebody was in court for a bail hearing with 12 open files. 12. Wow. Would my colleague agree that this is out of control given those circumstances, and we're not just dealing with 1 or 2 times of repeat offenders?
A very brief answer from the Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And ultimately, we're dealing with an approach to dealing with criminality. And when the approach is do the least amount necessary, that's what ends up happening. The least amount is done in response to egregious acts of criminality.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First off, I'll be sharing my time with the Honourable Member from Richmond Hill. This being my first time rising in my new role as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General, I hope you will indulge me for a moment. I first want to thank the Prime Minister for placing his confidence in me. I want to say how much I look forward to working with our newly minted Minister of Justice, who is my friend and colleague and in whom I have great faith. But I also want to reflect, Madam Speaker, on some personal matters and how I arrived in this position today. I've been very lucky in my life to have a number of mentors. I think of my spouse, Deirdre, who couldn't be here today, but I think of when I was called to the bar in Ontario in 1996, the Honourable Alan Rock was the Minister of Justice. He served as a role model to me throughout my career. I think of my mother, who was engaged in politics her whole life and taught me more about this process than anybody I've known. I think of my late father, who sat on the Supreme Court of Ontario for 26 years, from whom I learned more about life and law than any other person in the world. I practiced law for 20 years before I took on this role, and I could not be more proud, and I will do my best, and I commit to this House, colleagues on all sides, to do my best to listen and to learn from all of you.
Good job.
Madam Speaker, with that background, I could not be happier to be starting my first day, the first bill, something as important as C-48, an act to amend the Criminal Code on bail reform. This bill is an essential step in addressing growing concerns relating to how the bail system deals with repeat violent offenders involving the use of weapons, offending involving the use of firearms, and offending involving repeat intimate partner violence. The Government of Canada is unwavering in its commitment to ensure that our criminal laws, including our bail regime, keep people in Canada safe. I don't think I'm alone in asserting that Canada is, for the most part, a very safe country. However, recent acts of violence have shaken the public's confidence in community safety. We stand on this side of the House, and in all of this House, I dare say, wholeheartedly with Canadians, and I assure you that we take the threats of public safety very safely. The premiers of all the provinces and territories support C-48. Police associations across our nation support C-48. I was so pleased to see the Conservatives today stand up a short time ago to join us in the support of this bill today, and I thank them for that. I want to acknowledge the people who are most likely to be victims of violence in this country, Madam Speaker. Data shows that women are at a greater risk of being victims of violent crime than men. In 2019, the rate of violent victimization among women was nearly double that of men. Further, Indigenous women are especially vulnerable and reported an overall rate of violent victimization that was double that of non-Indigenous women. Women with a disability are at an even higher and greater risk, as they are twice as likely to be victims of violent crime as compared to women who do not have a disability. Protecting victims, promoting community safety, and reinforcing public confidence in the administration of justice are paramount importance. This is why the criminal justice system includes mechanisms to support these objectives, including the strong bail system. Our government, as I said, is committed to upholding public safety by addressing the root causes of crime and holding criminals to account. I had pages and pages of things in my notes here, Madam Speaker. I was going to chastise the Conservatives for not supporting this bill today, but they sort of pulled the rug out from under me a bit. But I do want to pause to reflect for a moment. I think it's important that we're speaking about any piece of legislation, and in particular one that is so critical, vital, and important to this one, is that we have to tone down the rhetoric. Making these absolute statements that people know to be false are not productive, they're not true, and they undermine the confidence of Canadians in our justice system, which is one of the best in the world. So I'm asking my colleagues on all sides of the House, please stop it. We recognize that there is a need for legislative and non-legislative action to ensure that our bail system operates as intended in all cases. The legislative part of the solution falls under federal responsibility, which is why the Minister of Justice introduced Bill C-48 to propose targeted criminal code amendments that aim to reinforce the bail system. As I said, we're pleased to have the support of all 13 premiers. The bill proposes the creation of a new reverse onus for accused persons who are charged with a serious offense involving violence and the use of a weapon, where they have been previously convicted of an offense with the same criteria within the past 5 years. This will make it harder for accused persons who have a history of repeat violent offending to obtain bail. This bill also proposes to strengthen the existing intimate partner violence reverse onus provision to apply not only to those who have a past conviction, but also to those who have a past discharge for intimate partner violence. This amendment recognizes the potential elevated risk of reoffending for accused persons who have a history of intimate partner violence-related offenses. It also aims to address the risk accused persons may pose to public safety, especially for their intimate partners and other family members, including each partner's children, should they be released. The bill would also require courts to consider if the accused person's criminal record includes any past convictions for violent offending, and to include on the record a statement that they considered the safety and security of the community in relation to the alleged offense when making a bail order. The latter amendment further emphasizes the need to consider the impact of release not only on victims, but also on the community. Given the higher rates of victimization among Indigenous people, especially in remote locations, considering community safety and security when contemplating the release of accused persons on bail is especially important. This becomes clear when one considers the recent case from Vutnut-Gwitchin First Nation. This government is committed to changing our nation's bail regime without causing undue harm to communities that are already overrepresented in pretrial detention in our criminal justice system more generally. These communities include Indigenous and Black accused persons from vulnerable groups like individuals with mental health and addiction issues. As safe as Canada is as safe Canada is in everyone's best interest, Madam Speaker, it is beneath all of us to suggest that anyone in this place disagrees. I hope my colleagues across the aisle acknowledge our common goal, and I look forward to working with them not just on this bill, but many going forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Good job.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Pembroke, Nipissing, Renfrew.
And congratulations to our colleague across the way on his promotion. In light of the government's record of being crime rate deniers, it's a relief to see them reversing one of many measures implemented in C-75. But I was particularly interested in the aspect of firearms making the potential for bail even more unlikely. So specifically, on October 31st of this year, tens of thousands of people across Canada are going to become paper criminals because they haven't handed in their AR-15, although they legally own them. So because these violations involve a firearm and that it is a criminal offense, I'm wondering whether or not there is enough, or where they're going to put all the tens of thousands of people who become criminals because they legally own AR-15s on October 31st.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for a question. Calling us, what did she say? Crime rate deniers. As I said in my speech, I mean, how is that productive in this discussion or any other discussion? What kind of message does that send to Canadians? If she or any other member of this House thinks anybody on this side of the House is soft on crime and wants bad guys out on the street, she's just wrong, and everybody knows it. So stop saying it, please. As for the weapons you're talking about, I was born and raised in Thunder Bay. I had my hunting license when I was 16. Never in my life did anybody say, hey, can you hand me the AR-15? Yeah. Bill C-21 is strong legislation. We worked hard, including with members on the opposite side of the House, some of whom are in this chamber right now. I'm a hunter myself. I would never do anything that would in any way infringe on the rights of Canadians who are legally exercising the right to go hunting and engage in that sporting activity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank and congratulate my friend on his appointment as Parliamentary Secretary. I know he has worked as a lawyer for many years in Toronto, and some of the statistics that were presented earlier, I think oftentimes conflate a number of different things when it comes to bail. So can you maybe tell us today what the general consent...
The Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Can you tell us today what kind of consensus existed to bring forward this bill from, say, the police services, premiers, and other justice ministers across the country?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question, who is my predecessor in this role, and he has big shoes that I have to fill, and I want to thank him for everything he did, setting the stage for me. Look, we've heard today from some of the members opposite about how long it took, 263 days, to get this piece of legislation now passed. 246, I stand corrected. If you want a piece of legislation to pass, in its proper form, that's going to be accepted and it's going to work properly, you need to do proper consultation, which this government did. We met with police chiefs, we met with premiers, we met with ministers of justice across the country. Right. I've had deputy chiefs of police in my office from Toronto and Peel and other regions in the GTA, and I asked them point blank, if there's something in this bill that you don't like, tell me, give it to me straight. And they all said they support this bill. But the only reason we got it into the position that we're able to today is through the consultation that my colleague refers to. And that's why I'm so proud that we're able to succeed and get this passed today. And I want to thank the members opposite again for their cooperation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to ask
my friend across the way a question. It gives me a little bit of hope that there's some atoms bouncing around in the heads over there to see a member get promoted like him. But my question is, if we want to reduce the rhetoric, we should be focused on facts. How many criminals will this bill actually impact? It looks like very few people will be caught by this bill. So the truth is the bill doesn't go further enough, and most folks in provinces, including those who wrote the initial letters, have said that the bill doesn't go far enough to addressing the issues with bail.
Parliamentary Secretary in 10 seconds or less.
Well, as for Adams, I know he's particularly fond of them. It's an impossible question to answer. I mean, all I can say is we need to continue working with all of the communities that I mentioned earlier to keep moving forward, and if there's further measures that need to be taken to make our communities safe, we will do it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure to speak today in support of Bill C-48, an act to amend the Criminal Code, otherwise known as bail reform. Madam Speaker, it looks like my intervention is going to come after the unanimous motion that was passed, tabled by the Conservatives and passed by all members of this House. So first of all, let me congratulate all parties and let me congratulate all the members of this House for passing this motion, for passing this bill and getting to the Senate. It is my desire to see the Senate passes this bill in a very expedited manner as well. But since the passing of the motion and a little bit earlier today, there was a lot of focus shifted toward how inadequate Bill C-75 was. And not that it was a perfect bill, but I can say that it wasn't as bad as some of the colleagues across the aisle are making it. So I found that it might not be a bad idea for the sake of Canadians, now that they are reassured C-48 and the amendments are going to go, let's spend a little bit of time trying to understand what C-75 bill was and what were some of the challenges, but also what were some of the regime in that bill that needs a little bit of demystification. So I want to start by actually noting that Canada's bail regime works well in most cases. Not all cases, but in most cases. However, the government has recognized that the growing concern relating to the repeat violent offending and offending involving the use of firearms and other weapons resulting from the recent and horrific acts of violence committed by some individual while out on bail. So we can see that this has to do with members of our community, repeat offenders who are out in bail. And we see that that issue needs to get addressed, and C-48 is addressing that. Every Canadian deserves naturally to feel safe where they live, where they work, and where during their commute or during their everyday part of their life, the activities that they attend as part of every day of their life. And this is why we have identified the problems, and we are trying to head these problems and deal with them. The federal government has naturally introduced Bill C-48 in order to address these concerns and to promote community safety and reinforce public confidence in the administration of the justice. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the detail of the C-48, although that was my intent. So I'll just briefly touch on it. This bill proposes reform that would create a new reverse onus to target repeat violent offending involving a weapon, and additional firearm offenses to the existing reverse onus provisions, broadens the reverse onus targeting repeat offenders of intimate partner violence, clarifying what constitute a probation order in an existing reverse onus for offenses involving a weapon, and require courts to consider an accused person history of conviction for violence and community safety and security concern when making any bail decisions. We've seen examples of the violent crime in communities across our nation. I think colleagues across the aisle raised it to the next level, but the fact is fact. Those offenses are happening. I also mourn for the families who have lost loved ones to this senseless act, and I want to reassure them that our government cares deeply, and we care deeply for not only them, but protecting the public safety. We stand with all Canadians on issues of public safety, their security of themselves and their family. After all, we know Canada is known for a country of democracy and a country that public safety is in the forefront of it. So what does safer community looks like, Madam Speaker? And what does safety looks like? So true safety requires both holding criminals to account and attacking crimes from its root to prevent violence from occurring in the first place. I was glad to hear some of our NDP colleague actually talk about some of the root causes and how can we address some of those root causes, and that was a welcome news to me. Our government believes fervently in both objectives. We will not sensationalize violence. We will not use catchy slogans to argue for draconian measures, and we will lead with evidence-based policies that make a real difference, Madam Speaker. My remarks today, as I said, will focus, and I'll try to focus on the core principle that underpins the law of bail in Canada, clarifying the impact of the formal Bill C-75 on our bail regime, and a very, very light touch on C-48. Accused persons are presumed innocent until they're proven guilty of the offense charge and have a constitutional right not to be denied reasonable bail. And I highlight the fact that reasonable bail without just cause. As such, they must be released on bail unless their detention in custody is required to ensure their attendance is court, for the protection or safety of public, including any victim or witness of the offense, or to maintain the public confidence in the administration of the justice. So, Madam Speaker, there are fundamentals in place, and I just highlighted what are the conditions that needs to be considered when an individual is requesting for a bail, and these conditions are reviewed by the judge. Accused persons who are released on bail may be subject to release condition that they're linked to the accused's risk related to 3 statutory grounds for detention I just mentioned. For example, the court can impose, and I emphasize, the court can impose any reasonable condition that they consider desirable or necessary to ensure the safety and security of any or victims or witnesses to the offense. So the point here is that the law is there, and the court is empowered through their law to be able to consider the safety and the security of the victim and the witnesses, and also assess the risk. Such conditions could include that they remain in a specified territorial jurisdiction, abstain from communicating with any victim or witness of the offense, abstain from going to a specific place or geographical area, or despite their passport, or deposit their passport as specified in the order. So again, once again, you see, Madam Speaker, the guidelines are clear. The tool has been given to our justice system to be able to find that fine balance between doing the right thing and ensuring that we protect the community. And I'll close by referring to some of the decision that was in some of the acts that was made in past. In St. Cloud decision from 2015, the Supreme Court emphasized that in Canadian law, the release of an accused person is the cardinal rule and detention. is the cardinal rule and detention is the exception. In its 2017 decision in Antic and in 2020 decision in Zora, the Supreme Court held that most alleged crimes release on bail at the earliest reasonable opportunity with minimal condition. So why am I bringing these two cases or these three cases is the fact that we are trying to say, although C-75 is not a perfect solution and was not a perfect solution, hence C-48, but we'll see that fine balance, that it protects the right and it protects the right of individual and the charter, and it allows them to benefit from the opportunity of receiving bail if they're the first-time offender and the crime is not extensive. However, all the tools are provided through the justice system and through the bill and law to ensure that repeat offenders can be punished. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I noted in his speech just toward the end, he did acknowledge that there were shortcomings in C-75, and it was refreshing because that's about as close as we've come today to hearing that the necessity of C-48 is in large part due to the disaster that this government has been on criminal justice since it came into force. So I congratulate him on his candor and thank him for it. And I would say, will we go a step further and admit that C-75 was a mistake?
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleagues for showing the candor and acknowledging the candor that I've shown. However, remember what the focus of C-75 and the focus of C-48 is to ensure that we keep Canadians safe, is to ensure that we put the right legislation in place. Naturally, no legislation is perfect, and what we have to do, we have to make sure that as time comes and as evidence presents itself, we amend the existing laws to ensure that we continue to keep Canadians safe and ensure that our laws are representative of the facts of the day and strong in protecting Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I wonder if my colleague can provide his thoughts in terms of to the degree in which the Conservatives might try to simplify things and to point some contrasts. For example, when you think of judicial independence through our courts, the process of our crowns and so forth, the role that provinces and territory and Indigenous communities play in terms of the whole legal process. Is it fair to say that it's not quite as simple as it's portrayed, but when we take a look at Bill C-48, all of the stakeholders that I just listed off, for example, are very supportive of C-48. And I'm wondering if he can just provide his thoughts in terms of it's not just the federal government that's responsible, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for highlighting that. Very much like all my colleagues, I had the opportunity to talk to many, to my chief of police and hear from many of my constituents. The beauty of this bill, aside from the fact that it's amending and the fact that it's really focusing on repeat offenders and it's strengthening the bill, is the fact that it had the unanimous support. Why did it have the unanimous support and why it took some time? I know the number of 200 some odd numbers is shown, is because indeed this was a collaborative, indeed it was a fact-based, indeed we talked to all provinces, indeed we talked to all chief of polices, indeed we talked to all of stakeholders, and this is what signifies C-48, and that's why our colleagues across the aisle agreed with us and unanimously passed it. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Brantford Brent.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've heard for several hours now how from the Liberal bench and from the NDP and from the Bloc how Bill C-48 is going to be an answer to improving community safety from coast to coast. As a former practicing Crown attorney who has ran thousands of bail hearings, dealing with the individuals that we have read about, seen on television, committing heinous crimes across this country, who are already facing reverse onus scenarios and still got released. How on earth does this member reconcile C-48 by adding 4 new reverse onus provisions? How does that, in the face of what happens day in and day out in our courts, is going to make Canada safer?
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the honourable member for asking the question. The bottom line is it does. It does, because there was a gap, and through consultation and through the agreement across all the provinces and territories and all the chief of police, we agreed that this is the logical next step to take. Is this the end solution to all the crimes and all the repeat? Absolutely not. But this is a good step forward, and I'm sure as we roll out this the new bill, C-48, I'm sure there's going to highlight other opportunities for us to be able to enhance and strengthen the bill. And I look forward working with all members in this House to further strengthen further strengthen any bills that comes to this House that protects Canadians in their safety and in their trust in their government. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to share my time with the member from Brantford Brant, and I'll keep my remarks somewhat short so that I can hear all that he has to say, because I always appreciate that. First of all, just want to welcome everybody back to the House as we continue our role in supporting our constituents. And of course, I'm especially proud to be able to speak on behalf of the wonderful residents of Red Deer Mountain View, many of whom I've had the privilege of reconnecting with this summer. This summer, we all heard messages regarding things like housing affordability, but one of the other main messages that resonated with Canadians has been the message of safety. On this first day back in this fall session, we finally have a bill in front of us that speaks, even though somewhat in a fleeting fashion, to the issue of bail reform. The concept of bail reform is important. The reality is that there is much more to do in the reformation of our criminal justice system if Canadians are to truly feel safe in their homes and within their communities. As we've heard multiple times today, the fact that 40 criminals in Vancouver have been charged 6,000 times is something that baffles the minds of Canadians. Not only does this make a mockery out of the bail system, but it ties up precious resources of both the courts and our law enforcement agencies. This precious time and money could truly be used to expedite trials, put more officers on the street to protect the public, and if these offenders were actually put in jail, make our streets safer, not just for the general public, but for the unfortunate people living on our streets that also deserve our full attention. Madam Speaker, I also believe that it's high time that governments respect the job that our law enforcement officers do, and then ensure that those that are arrested are dealt with swiftly, their hearings are done in a timely fashion, and that appropriate penalties are metered out. Madam Speaker, our Conservative leader has a strong message as to how we should work towards making our communities safer. Jail, not bail, is more than a catchphrase. Madam Speaker, it speaks to taking violent repeat offenders off the streets. It speaks to the enforcement of the rampant gun smuggling that has made many cities a war zone. And it speaks to recognizing that these criminals have one thing in common. They hurt our fellow Canadians. To this end, the Liberal government has introduced legislation that mirrors our concerns about serious repeat offenders. The question is, can they be trusted to see this through to its logical conclusion? There must be more than just comforting words if this legislation is to have any meaning. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, the point is that if you deal early with the real bad actors, meter out the appropriate punishment as required by the Canadian Criminal Code, two things are accomplished. First, it keeps criminals off the streets and disrupts those who organize to terrorize our communities. And secondly, it tells other would-be hooligans that we will not be tolerating this type of behavior and their unruly actions will have consequences.
We have given them that opportunity by unanimous consent on Bill C-48. And I'm hopeful that this legislation can make a real difference for the safety of all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think it is encouraging to see when House comes together, recognizing the valuable contributions that C-48 in particular is going to be able to make to Canadians. And it will make our communities a safer place to be. We know that because of the type of support, the many different levels that I've referenced earlier. And one of the ones that I would like to emphasize is law enforcement officers, that they're also in support of the legislation. And I guess my question to the member across the way, would he not agree that by working with law enforcement agencies and provincial and territorial jurisdictions that we have before us sound legislation that will in fact make our communities safer?
Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, I want to thank the member for his question. And, this is one of the things that our Conservative caucus had done back in 2017. We had a rural crime task force that went through. We talked to thousands of Albertans and with multiple meetings. Then we brought the report that we had developed back here to the House of Commons, and then we managed to get this into motion 167, which was introduced by the member from Lakeland, which called on the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security to study the issue of rural crime in Canada. So not going into all of the details, but that was an opportunity that we had when we spoke to law enforcement to try to make changes to the judicial system. And of course, some of those also had dealt with things that needed to be done as far as bail was concerned.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people for Kamloops Thompson Caribou, and I thank my colleague for his speech. And one thing that he has highlighted here is the vast nature of the problem that we are dealing with when it comes to crime, whether it be Bill C-5 or Bill C-75 in the former Parliament. The Liberals have really made a mess of the situation. When I think of Bill C-5 and other ways that the Liberals have dropped the ball here, I'm thinking about sex offenders who are able to serve their sentences on house arrest, serious firearms offenders who again can get house arrest. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague can tell us what he thinks, where he thinks we should go next, especially when we think about how much work there is to be done. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Thank you very much. And I suppose going back to the study that we had done on Real Crime Watch, there was a recognition that, for real crime, there was a recognition that there are three levels of government that have to deal with the issues of criminality in communities. And I think that's the important part. We saw that with the premiers and the territorial leaders just pleading with this government to finally have some action. And so I think that's the critical part. But we hear it in our communities as well. Municipal leaders and of course, as federal representatives, this is something that we're always seized with. So it's important that we have that communication with all of the leaders in the country, and that we engage with law enforcement in order to make sure that we can manage this properly.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Brantford Brant.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good evening. And it's a pleasure to speak on behalf of my constituents of Brantford Brant. And in particular, it's very meaningful to me to have this opportunity to opine and provide some thoughts with respect to Bill C-48. In light of the UC motion that was passed, much of my commentary is now moot, but I think with the time I have available, it provides an opportunity for me to share with this House that Bill C-48 is not the be-all and end-all to address the concerns that Canadians, that premiers of provinces and territories and police chiefs and presidents of police unions have had for years, that the escalating crime rate is out of control, that the serious repeat violent offenders have ruled our streets. Bill C-48 is a step, but it is a small step towards the path of pure bail reform. So I want to correct a misnomer, because I've listened for several hours from several of my colleagues who have viewed, in fact, the legislation itself is tabled as bail reform. This is not bail reform. This is a legislative amendment to the criminal code as it relates to the provisions regarding bail hearings that take 4 additional offenses that were once Crown onus in terms of the Crown proving to the court why detention should be necessary, and reversing that onto the accused. Now, that may sound like a good idea. In fact, it is a good idea. But it is small comfort, and I'll tell you why, Madam Speaker, because as I posed the question to my colleague a few minutes ago, the vast majority of the offenders that we have listened to and read about and watched on television and heard anecdotally from a number of people who are creating chaos and havoc, killing officers, killing innocent bystanders, killing innocent people, maiming, wounding innocent people who are simply trying to catch a bus or a train or walking a child to the school or going for lunch. These are the individuals who are already on reverse onus provisions in the criminal code. So I want to basically explain very, very briefly that just because there's a reverse onus provision is not that difficult in practicality terms to discharge, because the whole goal of a bail hearing presided by a judge or a justice of the peace is an assessment of risk. And whether it's the Crown trying to establish detention or trying to suggest appropriate terms and release to alleviate that risk, or up to the accused and their lawyer to discharge the onus by saying, I have a risk, but the risk can be mitigated by this particular plan, that's the test. If the judge or the justice of the peace, after hearing the evidence, hearing submissions, determines that the plan of release proffered by the accused through their defense counsel is reasonable and can satisfy the test within the criminal code under Section 515, a release is fashioned. And that has what's been happening for years, and it's allowed those serious repeat violent offenders to get arrested within hours, being released, committing the same type of crime or other serious crimes, and continually getting released. All of this, Madam Speaker, has its genesis and origin with this liberal soft on crime approach. I'm not going to get into those details because I have very limited time, but I also want to address another false narrative that I've heard from this government, is that they have heeded to the calls of premiers and premiers of provinces and territories and police chiefs. Well, they have to a certain degree. Yes, those officers and those premiers did want reverse onus provisions for those 4 criminal charges, but they wanted more. For instance, the Liberals have still not answered the call from all premiers and territories who are asking for the federal government to conduct a thorough review of Canada's bail system. Haven't heard anything from that side of the House. Secondly, They've ignored calls from law enforcement agencies who are pleading for a criminal code definition of a violent repeat offender and a serious prolific offender, and for improvements to the bail hearing process so that serious violent offenses are dealt with the urgency they require without bogging down the rest of the court system. I have 3 minutes, thank you. So what I wanted to share with the House, that this past July, there was a meeting of the National Police Federation, together with that federation and speakers, met with a number of premiers in Winnipeg, Manitoba. They produced a paper called Smart Bail Initiatives, a progressive approach to Canada's bail system. They made a number of recommendations that I hope the Liberal government will listen very carefully and facilitate. For instance, the Government of Canada, recommendation number 1, the Government of Canada, in coordination with provincial and territorial governments, should establish a national standing committee on Canadian criminal justice with data sharing that would collect, analyze, and report on current trends, challenges, and best practices. Secondly, calling on the Government of Canada, provinces, and territories to invest in deploying technologies that are proven effective at monitoring bail condition compliance. This would include an in-depth review of all existing available post-release monitoring technologies and potentially the development of new technologies. One recommendation I highly endorse is recommendation number 3. Any jurisdictions using a justice of the peace to preside at bail hearings should establish a standard qualification for those JP positions, which are based on education and legal background, such as a law degree and 5 years of legal practical experience. The sad reality, Madam Speaker, is that the vast majority of justices of the peace that we have in Canada are not legally trained, come from a myriad of backgrounds, and when you're dealing with serious, prolific, violent offenders, you need a legal understanding, in my respectful submission, Madam Speaker, to understand all the nuances, to understand how to read and interpret case law, to determine what the best practices are in terms of finding that balance between protecting the rights of the accused, protecting the victim and communities. Sadly, that's not done enough. Recommendation number 4, Government of Canada to undertake a national systematic study of the current bail system, which examines the most effective bail provisions that promote public safety and meet the objectives ensuring future court appearances and preventing the commission of new offenses while on bail. Recommendation number 7. Are we vote? Okay. I'm done. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your indulgence.
To be continued.
To be continued.
Comme il est 19h. It being 7 p.m., pursuant to the order made earlier today, the motion is deemed adopted. And Bill C-48, an act to amend the Criminal Code, bail reform, is deemed read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole, deemed considered in committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at report stage, and deemed read a third time and passed.
Ce projet de loi, third reading of this bill.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's good to be back in the House of Commons here after the summer to bring back what we've heard not only in our communities, but I've had the honour and privilege of travelling and hearing the stories of Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Sharing those stories not just from my riding in Eastern Ontario, but from PEI, Northern Ontario, the Lower Mainland and British Columbia. I have to say, Madam Speaker, the conclusion of many Canadians and a growing number of Canadians is very clear. After 8 years of this Liberal and NDP coalition, Canadians are hurting. They are struggling financially. And some of the stats that have been coming out have proven exactly that. Nearly half of Canadian families are living paycheck to paycheck because they can't afford to make ends meet. The cost of living is at a 40-year high. Grocery bills for the average family are expected to go up over $1,000 per year this year alone. And what they are seeing time and time again from Liberal and NDP MPs are just how out of touch they are. We have a carbon tax in this country that is hurting, not helping, the pocketbooks of Canadian families. We have a carbon tax that is not an environmental plan, it is a tax plan, because emissions are going up. We have a government with a coalition partner in the NDP that are cancelling clean energy projects. Tidal Energy in Nova Scotia walked away a clean energy project. Numerous projects, hydroelectric in Quebec, are cancelled that were lower emissions. And instead, we have this group of MPs going and saying not only do we need a carbon tax, it needs to be increased, that when all said and done in the coming years, will add 61 cents a litre to the price of fuel in this country. That's 41 cents in the first carbon tax. There's a second carbon tax coming on top of that of 17 cents. And of course, in typical Liberal and NDP fashion, they tax the tax. So when all is said and done in the coming years, it's going to get worse at the pumps. It is going to get worse to heat their homes, and the cost of living will be going up because of these increased costs in carbon taxes. The Parliamentary Budget Officer says in the province of Ontario alone, when the Liberals and NDP are done their carbon tax increases in this current round they've got in the coming years, it'll cost Ontario families out of pocket $2,300 more per year. That's before any of these phony rebates that they have saying it covers it. Don't worry, just pay more carbon tax, and the Liberals and NDP just cut it back to you. It's a cost neutral for you. It is not. But here's the part that's most frustrating that the Liberals and NDP just don't get. Farmers, truckers, and businesses get zero rebates in the first place, and they are passing that along to consumers. So I'm thinking in PEI, where there are 4 Liberal MPs where I was this summer, and I heard repeatedly over and over again, the 14 cents a litre increase that came to Islanders on July 1st was bad economic news for PEI. The worst is yet to come. So, Madam Speaker, through you, what our Conservative plan is common sense. We are going to axe the carbon tax. We are going to focus on technology, not taxes. Canadians are hurting. They're struggling to pay the bills. We are seeing grocery bills stubbornly increase because Liberal and NDP MPs keep taxing our farmers, our truckers, and our stores more. When will the Liberal and NDP coalition get what I know they've been hearing in every part of this country? Why won't they just scrap? Why won't they just axe the tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Climate Change.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's wonderful to see you here in the House and to be back with everyone here in the House tonight.
Speaker, it was a great summer. I had a nice time having conversations with my constituents as well, but it certainly is excellent to be back in the House representing our constituents, and I'm here with a new role, Madam Speaker, and it's a huge honor and privilege to be now the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change, in addition to my role as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Sport. And indeed, the fight against climate change is the most important battle of our generation, in my view, and in most people's views. And it is an honor and privilege to be serving in this capacity today, because climate change is one of the most pressing issues of our time. In recent years, climate change has had unprecedented effects on Canadians and people globally. Impacts from climate change have affected our homes, the cost of living, infrastructure, health and safety, economic activity in communities across Canada and in the world. And inaction on climate change, Madam Speaker, is just not an option in 2023. This summer, news was rampant across this country about the devastating wildfires and the impacts they're having on our communities. The air quality was an issue. People were fleeing their homes. People were evacuating as far north as As Yellowknife, Madam Speaker, it is not an option to ignore the impacts of climate change, and putting a price on carbon pollution is an effective and essential part of any serious response to the global challenge of climate change, and our approach is designed with a focus on affordability because, Madam Speaker, we in this House, it is not just possible but incumbent on everybody in this House to care about more than one thing at a time. Indeed, I heard from my constituents over the course of the summer that affordability is a top concern. I also heard from people that fighting climate change is a top concern, and any serious government needs to have a plan in order to fight for both. And indeed we do. But sadly, Madam Speaker, what we're fighting against in the House is this thinly diluted version of a Republican Party where evidence and facts just don't seem to matter anymore, and all that seems to matter to these conservatives is politics, because that's their only path to power. So they repeat these cheesy slogans over and over again and try to shift the narrative away from important issues like climate change. And despite the facts, Madam Speaker, despite the facts that good economists are producing evidence to suggest that pricing pollution only has a 1% impact on prices going up on certain items, or that it only adds 0.1% to inflation, it's dishonest and it's disheartening to see so-called progressive conservatives like my friend and colleague opposite, who campaigned on a promise to price pollution, Madam Speaker, to turn on their heels and run in the opposite direction when their new leader changes their mind. It is something that they all campaigned on, and it is very disheartening to see people. It's actually stark to recognize that there are members of the Conservative Party that campaign on a promise to price carbon, and now they're going against their promise to those constituents. And many of those progressive Conservatives in those ridings indeed voted for those ideas. So in closing, Madam Speaker, I'd like to read a quote. I call it the good idea. The good idea seeks to advance, and this is something that I wholeheartedly support, is that any economic activity, especially the production of energy, we should identify its negative environmental impacts, devise measures to avoid, mitigate, and adapt those impacts, and include the cost of those measures in the price of the product. It's the idea behind using carbon pricing to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, water pricing to conserve water, garbage pricing to deal with waste, and road pricing to reduce traffic congestion. And that quote, Madam Speaker, is from Preston Manning, the idol, the Conservative mentor of the leader of the Conservative Party. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Stormont Douglas South Glengarry.
Well, Madam Speaker, the Liberals are using one part of their environmental platform that's working well. They are recycling the same failed ideas and talking points that they had when they left here in June. Months and months of our leader and our caucus traveling around the country, including into communities where we currently don't hold seats, but where Canadians are desperate for a voice. We are hearing the need for change. When we talk about affordability, you now hear the message change, albeit a little bit. They still support the carbon tax. They still support it being 61 cents a litre, tripling or quadrupling in the coming years. But at the same time, now they're saying it only adds a little bit. Well, to the farmer that gets zero rebates, to the trucker that gets zero rebates, and to the stores that get zero rebates, it is like a compound interest and tax on the pocketbooks of Canadians. All at the same time, they pretend to be proud of their climate change record. They're driving up taxes, they're driving up cost of living, and at the same time, emissions are still going up. They're letting clean energy projects be canceled in this country. Instead, they have no problem taxing the pocketbooks.
Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The government's approach to carbon pricing pollution is working, and any reference to the contrary is false. Industries are encouraged to become more efficient, and they are using cleaner technology. So the member opposite says we're all for technology and not for pricing carbon. They work hand in hand, and any economist worth their salt would say the exact same. And indeed, Preston Manning, a Conservative economist worth his salt, says the exact same thing. Now, Madam Speaker, another prominent Conservative who I'm privileged to be able to use the name of in this House now, Erin O'Toole, campaigned just recently, back in 2021, on a promise to price pollution, just as every other Conservative on that side did. And I recall when my colleague from Stormont South, Eastern Ontario, my friend from Eastern Ontario, campaigned alongside Erin O'Toole and was proud of his carbon pricing plan and was proud of the fact that a Conservative stood up and said it is important to fight climate change, and we wish that more Conservatives would. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, in June I asked the Prime Minister if he understood the connection between the cost of energy and the price of food. In response, the Minister of Agriculture bragged about how hard the government was working to spread manure. As a long-serving member, I've heard some cow pies for answers in the House before, but never literally. It should worry Canadians that when pressed on food prices, this tired government can only answer with accomplishments on bovine excrement. It's sad to see these ministers forced to utter bull-dung responses on behalf of a distracted, petulant, pouty Prime Minister. Unfortunately for Canadians, the carbon tax was just the first salvo in the Liberal Party's war on affordable food. Canadians understand that it is official policy of the Liberal Party to make energy more expensive. Now they're officially in favor of making food more expensive. New food packaging regulations are going to reduce competition and drive up prices even higher. New food labeling regulations will make food more expensive. And now the Prime Minister is threatening to impose a new tax on grocery stores. Madam Speaker, are your Liberal colleagues getting high on their own safe supply? Was the air cut off in the Liberal caucus room last week? Because that might explain why Liberals think a new tax on grocery stores would reduce food prices. These Liberals claim that by taxing carbon, we'll get less carbon. After all, they've seen putting a tax on news links shared on social media results in news links disappearing. Now the Prime Minister wants to put on NDP orange face and join the socialists and bullying grocery chain stores. This type of far-left radical populism was fashionable in places like Venezuela and Argentina. That's until the day the consequences became clear. For many Canadians, that day has already arrived. After 8 years under this radical far-left gang, life has become unaffordable for millions. The price of a house has doubled. The cost to rent has doubled. Food bank usage is at an all-time high. Deaths of despair, whether from drug overdoses or state-sponsored suicide, are setting all-time records. This government's radical ideology is killing Canadians, and Liberals' only solution is more of the same. More taxes, more bureaucrats, more regulations, more red tape. And if the Minister of Agriculture is to be believed, more cow manure. Madam Speaker, once upon a time, this country had powerful ministers of agriculture. They were often farmers with noses for BS. They would have seen it as their duty to stop radical environment ministers from pushing policies to make food more expensive. Instead, the last ag minister led the charge to make fertilizer more expensive. They just don't get it. It takes energy to manufacture fertilizer. It takes energy to ship fertilizer to the farmers. It takes energy to spread fertilizer. It takes energy to harvest crops. It takes energy to ship crops to processors. It takes energy to process crops into food. It takes energy to ship the food to stores. The official policy of the Liberal Party is to increase the cost of energy. Now they have an official policy to make food packaging more expensive, yet these Liberals deny their own policies are working exactly as intended. When will they come clean with Canadians about their policy to make life unaffordable?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke for this opportunity to talk about our government's commitment to strong, profitable and sustainable farm businesses across this great country. Je tiens à rappeler aux membres
I would remind the members opposite that much of the emissions from the agriculture sector are not subject to pollution pricing. We also provide exemptions for gasoline and diesel fuel used by farmers for agricultural activities. There's also a partial rebate for commercial greenhouse operations.
We will be returning a portion of the proceeds from the price on pollution directly to farmers in backstop jurisdictions through a refundable tax credit. Cela pourra s'appliquer à des agriculteurs.
This would apply to farmers in Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, and Newfoundland and Labrador. Madam Speaker, we are standing by our farmers who are on the front lines of climate change. For a few years now, we've seen to what extent recent climate disasters have taken a heavy toll on Canadian farmers.
Drought and wildfires in Western Canada and the flooding in Atlantic Canada this past year. À Sherbrooke, Marco Corbin de la Halle des...
In Sherbrooke, Marco Corbin has mentioned the incredible work he had to do when there was a late frost last spring. He had to try do everything he could to save his crop. We are helping Canadian farmers to deal with extreme climate. For example, in Alberta, our On-Farm Climate Action Fund has already helped over 1,200 farmers with funding of $10 million to adopt practices such as cover cropping, nitrogen management, and rotational grazing. And, Madam Speaker, about $18 million more has been committed in Alberta for this year.
Funding to help farmers cover costs such as soil testing, soil mapping, organic amendments, and seeds. Ce que je veux dire, c'est que les familles agricoles...
What I'd like to say is that farm families across the country can rest assured that we will stand shoulder to shoulder with them to support their growth, resilience, and sustainability. As responsible, many sectors across Canada have made commitments to become carbon neutral by 2050. That demonstrates that farmers and producers are committed to a net zero future while continuing to put food on Canadians' plates.
This may generate positive economic benefits. It's a win for farmers and a win for the environment. Encore une fois,
Once again, Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for this opportunity.
The honourable member for Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, the parliamentary secretary is living in denial, but Canadians know the truth. It's the Liberals who've been in power for the last 8 years. Liberal policies are driving up prices. Liberal spending is fueling inflation, yet these Liberals still try to gaslight Canadians. When the price of energy shot up in Atlantic Canada this summer, the radical Minister of the Environment claimed this was all the fault of the companies and not his carbon tax and clean fuel regulations. Another example of Liberal gaslighting. Here's what the Minister of the Environment's own clean fuel regulations state. Quote, it's estimated that provinces in Atlantic Canada would be more negatively affected by proposed regulations, end quote. It's clear from the comments of the unnamed Liberal MPs recently published on CBC that this government has been gaslighting its own caucus. The Environment Minister has known for years his energy regulations would hammer Atlantic Canadians and push them through anyhow. It's time for Liberals to fire their leader and reverse their policies of making life more expensive.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member knows very well that many factors impact food prices, including, of course, climate change.
Action on climate change through popular programs such as the On-Farm Climate Action Fund. On reconnaît aussi
We fully recognize as well that rising food prices place enormous pressures on Canadian families. And in Canada, food insecurity is closely linked to insufficient income, and it's an important determinant of health. That's why we launched the grocery rebate in July, $2.5 billion in financial relief to lower-income households. As well, under Canada's first-ever food policy for Canada, our local food infrastructure fund is investing $70 million over 5 years to support community-based initiatives that strengthen local food systems and increase access to healthy food. This help.
Madam Speaker, at a time when Canadians continue to struggle with basic affordability, being able to feed themselves, being able to heat their homes as they get that first propane or oil delivery as the cold weather starts to set in, and folks will start receiving those natural gas bills. Many folks can't even find a home because the price of mortgage payments, the price of down payments, the price of rent has doubled under this government. Canadians are still picking up massive tabs for the jet-setting, vacationing lifestyle of this Prime Minister. 6 figures is what it costs when the Prime Minister wants to take a holiday, even though Canadians already keep up an official holiday residence for the Prime Minister, which has seen massive multi-million-dollar upgrades under his time in office. But his recent trip to Jamaica saw taxpayers pick up another 6-figure tab. But what's interesting here is his host is a very recent donor to the Trudeau Foundation, and is also the godson of the Prime Minister's late father. And no one disagrees that politicians and public servants and prime ministers are entitled to time away. And a prime minister needs security, and there's some costs that go along with that. But what's reasonable? Well, the common sense approach would tell you that the regular cost that you'd incur if you weren't a public office holder, you'd pay anyway. And the price to stay at this particular locale is $9,000 a night. So who picked up the tab for that? At a time when Canadians can't afford the basics. Their grocery bags get lighter and lighter every week because they can't afford the food. And they've seen the inflationary policies of this government drive up the cost of everything. Their carbon tax on everything, driving up the cost of these essentials. And they're expected to pick up a tab for $9,000 a night for time off. That doesn't sound like a Sunwing or a discount vacation to me, or a Prime Minister who's particularly engaged with the struggles that everyday Canadians are facing. And when Canadians had questions about this, and they put those questions to members of Parliament, well, we haven't had an ethics commissioner for 6 months, and they've just finally appointed an interim commissioner without conversation or cooperation with opposition parties. But Canadians need to be able to have confidence that, first of all, the rules are being followed, but also that the government realizes what the realities are that they're facing every single day. And this Liberal Prime Minister continues to drive up costs while also asking Canadians to pick up the tab for his expensive holidays. And so when we asked for details from the government, they were quite indignant and weren't prepared to offer an answer. But I hope with hindsight and time and the reality of the situation that we find ourselves in now, that the Parliamentary Secretary will be able to provide clarity to Canadians.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government Health Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, a number of years ago when I was in opposition, I had seen then Prime Minister Stephen Harper out at the front of the Parliament buildings. And I had noticed there was an exceptional amount of security around the Prime Minister. And at the end of the day, you know, I had given that some serious thought, recognizing that Canada and the role it plays in the world today, and the threats that are out there around the world, that it was a good thing that the Prime Minister, Harper, had the type of security force that was there to protect him. It wasn't Stephen Harper per se, it was the Prime Minister of Canada. And I think where we can agree is that when you're a leader of a country like Canada, as a Prime Minister, sadly, but it's true, you become a target. And that means that there has to be, a commitment to support our Prime Minister. And, Madam Speaker, when you think in terms of, well, you know, going on he used the term, or the member opposite used the term, I think it was jet setting. It's not like the Prime Minister can hop on an Air Canada flight and fly outside of Canada and have a holiday by himself. It doesn't work that way. It didn't work that way for Stephen Harper. There is a security detail. It's not quite as simple as often the Conservatives try to give that impression. I would suggest you a false impression. You know, if I was, and I remember when I was in opposition, if you want to talk about abuse, what always came to my mind, and you know, we were talking about India earlier today, is when the Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, actually went to India. Hard to believe, they actually flew his car to India. Cost taxpayers over $1 million. That'd be a lot of nights at a hotel. And they do have vehicles in India, Madam Speaker. So I don't know, you know, if we were to compare apples to apples and oranges to oranges, you know, I would suggest that the member needs to be reminded not to throw rocks in glass houses. Because, you know, at the end of the day, he makes reference to the ethics commissioner. I'm not too sure if Canada had an ethics commissioner when that incident had taken place, because the ethics commissioner is something that's relatively new to Canada, Madam Speaker. It wasn't there when Stephen Harper was first elected. I suspect that if it was, and there's always a learning curve that takes place, I suspect that there might have been some thoughts in regards to a number of issues. One can only think of the Senate, for example, and some of the things that had taken place in the Senate. You know, I think that what we need to do is focus on what the real issues that Canadians are facing today. Issues such as inflation. That's one of the reasons why we met and called for the big grocery giants to come to Ottawa, so we can issue the concerns that we have and indicate that we will take actions, because we are upset with the fact to the degree in which profitable grocery stores making record profits, at the same time seeing the grocery inflation that we have witnessed, Madam Speaker. Not to mention the announcement of investing in ensuring that we get more homes built, Madam Speaker. Those are the issues that are really important to...
Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
The member opposite talks about glass houses. Well, millions of Canadians are struggling to just realize the dream of having a house, and they can't because of, exactly as he said, inflation, the inflationary policies of this government. And when Canadians are asked to pick up the tab for luxury vacations for this Prime Minister, $9,000 a night for Jamaica, $6,000 a night in London, my goodness, this Prime Minister hasn't found a dollar that he isn't willing to tax out of Canadians' pockets and spend on his own luxury and excess. Canadians want policies from this government that will see that they stop their reckless spending, their reckless inflationary policies, and focus on the needs of Canadians. They can start doing that by axing their carbon tax, which is driving up the cost of everything. Is the Parliamentary Secretary willing to do the right thing and commit today for this government to stop driving up the cost of everything, including home heating?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, you know, I would hope that the Conservatives would understand and appreciate from the last 7-8 years that their sole focus has been to often be critical and character assassination, whether it's the Prime Minister or other ministers within this government, and take that same force or that same desire to make politics look as ugly as possible and turn that into something a little bit more positive, such as dealing with inflation, such as dealing with the housing. Never before have we seen a government that has invested more in housing. In fact, during the 90s, political parties were pulling out of housing here in Ottawa, Madam Speaker, in terms of commitments. This government, this Prime Minister, has made a commitment and continues to work with other jurisdictions across Canada so that we can have more homes.
Comme il est 19h30, la Chambre...
As it is 7:30, the House will adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.